Good morning, y'all. Doing my selfie pose. For those of you who are going to be coming on, I'm going to be taking a walk to the stream, so you will be on my walk and talk. Changing it up a little bit today. So for those of you, I have to do a selfie pose for about a minute so that YouTube can create an auto-generated thumbnail for me. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to turn off data. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yep, that's good. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, that's good. Nope. Sometimes these things take a while for it to work. Oh, come on. Really? There. Okay. I am going to just in case. We're going to go for a walk to the trail. Before I do that, though, I'm going to swipe. Perfect. So I'll start the walk right here. So let's change this from unlisted to public. Awesome. Let's roll. Good morning, y'all. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. I decided to walk to the trail and start the stream, so here we are. Well, mister, good to see you. You don't show up as much anymore because you've been busy doing your thing. I trust you're doing good. I wonder if I had walked to the trail and like started if you would have shown up today? 'Cause, you know, I'm changing it up a little bit. Some days I'll just start right at the water. Other days I'll potentially just walk to the trail. Make sure I have everything on my cable, my battery. Yeah. Yep. It has been a while. Lots of good stuff. Lots of Jesus dropping people who are acting like Pharisees. It's funny. You know, it's funny because like I watched The Chosen, and that's a show with Jesus, and people be like, they be like dropping their thing, and I'm like, I hear you all, I hear you, but I don't see why. Yeah, like, we're on the same side, people, but people are like, no, you're gonna commit atrocity and all this shit. I'm always positive, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell? Come on, Shlanil. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Now I'll be negative. The fuck are you talking about? I'm always positive. Share the good news, dude, as I wait to cross the road. Taking my walk to, I'm gonna start talking about, you know, the present moment soon enough when we get to the water. I can talk about it right now. In fact, I'm in the present moment as we speak. Gotta wait for the cars, gotta wait for that thing to turn orange. I pressed the little thingy over there, so I'm just waiting. Ooh, you're gonna like my shirt, by the way. Check this out. Yeah, look at that Naruto shirt. That's my dude right there. Congratulations on that, Sunil. It's amazing. See, you changed frequencies and now you have it. I didn't do a damn thing. You did it. You did it all for yourself. So congratulations, dude. Good stuff. Amazing. All right. There's a lot of you on right now. Morning. Have a great day. Thank you. It's been a while since I walked to the trail with, you know, sharing, because it's been about a week or so since I've been just starting at the water, talking about the subject matters. But I figured, let's change it up a little bit. All right, which direction am I gonna go? Straight or to the left? I'm gonna go straight. There's a car. There's a sign in that car that says that Jesus loves you. Yes. Yes, he does. But not just him, all the others as well too. Oh, the fresh air. Normally, like when I'm walking to the trail now, I'm literally just taking it in. It's been nice to just start at the trail walk or at the stream while I have myself, like, you know, just taking it all in. But this is perfect because today is the present moment. And what you're focusing on in the present moment, whether consciously or unconsciously, is what's ultimately bringing forth your current reality. Goku. I like the name, dude. I think I've seen you before. Yeah. At the beginning, I think you were at the, like, the fuck is this guy talking about? And then I think we clicked. I think it's the same you. I will always immediately see anything Goku or Naruto related. So I think I'm gonna head straight today. Still heading to my trail for those of you who are jumping on. So there's a brother yesterday, he's like, I think people will like when you take them for the walk and then you get to the trail. I'm like, okay, we'll see how it works. We'll see. So today I decided to take you all for the walk to the trail. I'll talk about random things on the way to the trail, but once I get to the water spot, I will be talking about the present moment more in depth and why it's so important. It's very important to find peace within yourself so that you can live whatever desired reality it is that you want. So many people discount themselves and then end up living a life of mediocrity, all because they let the outside world dictate or finesse them into believing that's all there is. Or they've given up on themselves because they simply haven't focused enough on what they truly want. And the thing that a lot of people, including myself, are missing, and I don't really want to say anything's missing, but you're not focused on, is clarity of purpose. When you have purpose, you start to lock the fuck in. If most people's purposes are to, just be negative and pessimistic to themselves and to others, then, that's what you're focusing on. And nobody has a focus problem, because if you all can hold your phones for 10-15 minutes of doom scrolling, that means you have focus. Or, in another way of saying, productive scrolling. Ooh, are we talking about Digimon right now? Digimon's pretty good. If you're talking about Digimon, ooh, I like Digimon. My favorite is, was it Omnimon? The one where War Greymon and Metal Garurumon fused together. And if we're talking about like villains, Piedmon would be my dude, the clown. That guy was interesting. Anyways, as I continue to chat, so it's important to focus on the present moment. And what is the present moment? Right here, right now. This moment. And every moment is the present moment. But the mind doesn't like the present moment. The mind hates it so much. It strives to be out of it as much as it can. It always is focusing on the future or the past. It ruminates on the past and worries about the future endlessly. Never, ever really, being in the now. It doesn't like the now because it wasn't designed to be in the now. But you get to train your mind to be in the now, though. But it's going to take a lot of conscious effort in the beginning to be in the now. So like, for example, right now I'm walking and I'm talking with all of you. That's all I'm focused on. I'm not focused on, what's next morning. I'm not focused on, what am I going to have for lunch? Or I have this thing to do at 12:30 today. I'm locked in right here, right now, as the person that I am, the identity of service, of servitude, and giving back and making sure whoever's here gets as much value as I possibly can give, for those who want to listen, of course. And that's it. I don't focus on tomorrow, the next day, or the following day. I used to do that though, a lot, focusing solely on when is this going to happen? When is that going to happen? When will this occur? While you all are chatting in the chat and, conversing within, I will be still sharing what I need to share until I get to the trail. I'll look at the chat periodically. I know you guys are having chit chat in the conversation, or in the chat, so enjoy connecting. That's the one thing about the live streams that they do, is actually connect people together. My other stream did that. I made many connections and I bridged connections together. In fact, I didn't tell you all this, but on one of my streams, two people found each other and never met each other. They were actually living somewhat close to each other in the same same city, and they clicked so well on my stream that they actually got into a relationship. Now I haven't spoken to them since, but I'm sure they're doing very, very great. So I mean, you never know who you meet on these live streams. You might meet your future business partner. You can meet your potential partner, and that doesn't mean this stream. This means any stream you go on. This is why it's important to, like, when you're on any stream, to kind of, like, you know, just be you. Now, if being you means, you know, being a troll, then do you, right? Because it's based on your level of awareness and frequency. Good morning. I'm gonna cross over because I want to go hang on the bar. So I'm gonna go do that quickly. Yep, taking a walk to my trail every morning. For those of you who are new to the stream, yeah, I usually take a walk every day, first thing in the morning. Set my intentions for the day. I normally would have streamed the walk, but today I decided to stream the walk because normally I'm at the stream already, like the water area, already talking about the present moment. But someone suggested, hey, it'd be cool to walk the neighborhood again. I'm like, okay. But that person's not even on, so here we are. They asked for it, but they're not even here. So if he comes on, he's like, oh, you're at the water. I'm like, yeah, I already streamed the neighborhood, but you weren't on. You were the one that asked for it, so here we are. Let's see, am I gonna cut through the tennis court, or will I just go straight? Intuition. What are we doing? Tennis court, or just go straight? Well, looks like we're gonna cut through the tennis court. In the wintertime, this tennis court turns into an ice rink. There's a school over there. I usually walk through the school here and there before it starts in the morning. Soon kids will be out of school for the summer. Tennis court. They need to redo the pavement here though. It's getting all cracked up. That net needs to be fixed. All it needs is a little bit of winding up. I'll be over there in a moment, hanging on the bar, getting some stretches on my shoulders, my spine, my lower back, my increasing grip strength. Cool. And the sun is starting to barrel down on me. It is hot AF. So I'm just gonna quickly hang on the bar over here. It's been a while since I've gone to do this on the stream, so it's good. It's good. It's good stuff. Cool. Now I'm just gonna hang for a moment. Have my other tripod with me today. I figure I'd bring it. I'm using my gimbal right now. Good. Let's go. Oh, the sun's still here. Or are you talking to Sunil? I think Sunil must be jumping off. All right. Let's continue our walk. Oh yeah, getting the blood flowing is awesome. When you start to live in the present moment, it allows you to really start seeing everything differently. Like, what do you internalize? What do you identify with? Morning. We'll be by the trail in about 25 minutes. This is how I get my steps. Technically the trail is over that way, but I take a circle, like a loop around to get there. That's how I get my 10,000 steps minimum. So I identify as a very healthy, fit, athletic person. So that's why I do what I do. And based on your current, identity of what you've identified as, that's the thing you're experiencing. Morning. What's up, Apocalypse? Heading to the trail. Normally I'd be walking to the trail and then I start my stream there. But when I first started streaming on this channel, I did do my walks in the morning. Not everybody was interested in the walk, so I was like, okay, whatever. But someone requested it, and that person who requested it, I don't know if they're here. I haven't seen it in the chat. Oh, they are here. So, Doc, you are here. You requested the walk to the trail, so here it is. So you better enjoy this walk. Our sister is not here to cross us at the crosswalk. That's okay. We'll do it ourselves. School isn't out yet, so we still have a couple weeks. To the right we go. The trail's technically over there, but only in the wintertime I take the shorter walk because it's cold. Mr. Neuro, well, you're early because I'm early because I decided to take the walk, all because there was a request by Doc Atnell, or Athel, sorry. Keep saying his name wrong. I'm just gonna call him Doc. Screw it. So he's here. So enjoy your walk. I won't be doing the walk every day, like the stream part, but we'll see. Morning. I'll get talking more about the present moments shortly again. This is just me being in the present moment. Love it. It is now exactly 8 o'clock a.m. excuse me, in the morning. In San Diego, California, it's 5 a.m. right now. I'm always aware of San Diego time. I kind of live in San Diego time zone still, internally. It feels like I have a lot more time for myself because they're 3 hours behind. Morning. Hey. They'd be like honking, like, hey, what's up? The boys. I didn't even know it was them in the car there until I like, oh shit. All right, we got to cross over that light over there. Normally, I start talking a little bit louder for others to hear because there's been many times where I've been at this bus stop where people are hearing what I'm saying and they're like, oh shit. And it made an impact in their life. You never know what you say that might change the trajectory of someone's life. But they're getting on the bus, so won't be too much loud talking. Ooh. Yeah, I remember those days having to take a bus to go to work. Having to take a bus to go to work. We'll never be doing that again. That's for damn sure. I'm not trapped up in the rat race. Created my own life. Took some time though, but I got there. I figured it out. And that's why I keep reminding everyone that you have the same capabilities too, to do the same thing. If you choose to. Nothing wrong with having a job. If you love what you do, then it's not a job. It's your passion. But most don't like what they do. It's unfortunate. Going to a place that they don't like, spending 30 to 40 years in a career that then drains their soul and ultimately, crushes them. Yeah, I don't think so. I did that for 20 years. I'm glad I figured it out sooner rather than later. Morning, brother.
Good morning.
Have a great day. Thank you. Huh? What is apocalypse? I seen your message, Clone Trooper. You're already gone though, but Clone Trooper is locked in. He's focused. I got a message on Instagram yesterday from someone who was on my other channel. He came at the very tail end of my other channel and he started streaming. And because of that, he's like, yo, dude, I know Nero helped me a lot with getting my mindset right, but it was you that was like the final push with your words that you said. I'm like, man, I didn't do anything. It was all you. You just simply wanted to listen and you wanted to take action because you wanted change. And now he's streaming. So congratulations to our brother on Instagram for starting his stream. I'm like, if you ever want to come on this channel, check me out. You know where to find me now because I'm not doing the other channel anymore. This poor car, it's been sitting here. Such potential, and it's just been sitting there. How can you do that to a car like that? If that was a Supra and somebody just left it like that, I'd be like, give me the damn car, I'll use it. Such potential there on that Lancer. It's been sitting there basically for, I don't know, 2 years. Hasn't moved. It's crazy. Morning. Let's see. We're going to go straight. Yeah, we're going to go straight. Yesterday we went to the right, or to the left. Huh? I'm not even looking at the chat, to be honest. You guys are having your own conversation. I'm focusing on my walk and enjoying my time. Once I get to the trail, I'll really start dropping the bars. Internet in this area gets a little crappy, so if it starts getting very blurry, I can't control that because, I don't know, for whatever reason, something in this area, the signal just drops. So, don't know what it is. It's only like in this particular spot, and then as soon as you walk down the trail. It's weird. Never could figure it out. But if I were to walk a little bit further down the street, it's perfectly fine. One of those weird anomalies. It's so fascinating thinking about how many wireless signals are going through our bodies in every present moment, and we're pretty unaware of these things. But then, and I had a perspective I shared with people. Think about all the people right now transferring billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, like wire transfers that have to go through the internet, that go through like wireless signals, these wires up here and all that, reaches the account, and it's potentially flowing through you and you're not even realizing. It's quite fascinating. That's a perspective, by the way. So this area is going to be pretty quiet. Why does it feel like school is like done, but it's not? Because it's not the end of June yet. Unless there's something I don't know and they ended school earlier. I don't think that's the case though. Am I going to go straight or am I going to go to the right? I'm going to go straight. Yeah, they're all right. I know, like that bus is called the stock bus, and then there's the bus called the Attridge bus. I know the family that owns the Attridge school bus company because I worked with them at the law firm. I'm like, if you have a fleet of school buses, what the hell are you doing at a law firm? Oh, you know, this is my dad's company. I'm going to go to the right. The left is where the path is. but I'm gonna circle around the neighborhood. Gives me a little bit more extra steps. We'll end up back over there once I circle around. I like this neighborhood because it is very quiet, very peaceful. The people are very, very, very pleasant. The mindset here is of calmness. My area, it's also the same, but here has even more calmness than where my parents' house is currently at. San Diego, where I live, is very peaceful in the condo that I'm choosing to live in. I've already been there. I've booked a viewing, and I'm like, yep, I'm definitely going to be living here at some point. Whoever's currently living there, I will be buying them out. They will be vacating my premise soon enough. I'll give them an offer they cannot refuse. But I'm also putting the frequency out that they're going to be selling and leaving, so I'll just be buying it. Well, I will eventually go back to San Diego. Don't think you'll be on this stream, but we'll see. But when I am on, you'll see me traveling a lot. A lot of road trips, lots of mountain explorations by the beach, lots of city walking. Toronto is just more preparing for the next phase of my journey. Hey, what's up, Mr. Ramon? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I've already done travel vlogging on my other channel. Ramon was there. Ramon is Las Mucha. I can't even say that word, bro. I'm not even gonna. The person whose name Las Mucho or whatever, that's his name is Ramon. He's been there with me while I vlogged. That's how him and I connected. Well, actually, no. He connected with me when I came back, and then I went on my birthday vlog last year, and he was there. Yeah, somebody wanted me to walk to the trail, and I'm like, well, nobody cares about the walk, because every time I do the walk, no one's on the walks. So I'm like, what's the point? Well, I may as well just start the stream at the water spot where I start talking about whatever subject matter. So by request, the person is here, and I'm giving what he wanted to see. So I won't be doing that every day though, because I'm changing it up. Because this channel is not designed like the other channel. This channel is purely for talking about what I really want to talk about, not all these 10 million different things. I only started, live streaming the 10 million different things just to get my foot in the door with this channel, but soon it'll be hyper specific. Very, very specific. Speaking of which, let's see what books are in the library today. What do we got? Well, these are kids' books. I'm not really into fiction novels, to be honest, but you never know. There might be something that's interesting. So you get to borrow the book and then you just bring it back. I like this house. They have a good mindset. That's what I'm going to be doing in San Diego. But not books of that caliber, books of personal development and spiritual growth or whatever. People can borrow it. If they want to keep it, they can keep it. I'll just replenish the book. Yeah. Yeah, no snow this time. You've walked with me in the snow. We're almost at the trail. Yeah. That house put a library there. When I first saw it, I was like, wow, that's a really cool idea. They've had a couple books. There was one book that I wanted to borrow, but due to the fact that it was winter, my hands were already occupied. You know, carrying a book in the freezing cold wasn't ideal. Plus, it was snowing that day as well, so I didn't want to damage the book. So I left it. And ever since then, it never came back. So you see, that's a missed opportunity. Doesn't mean that the opportunity is always missed forever. And that's what I'm talking about when I get down there to the present moment. And in every present moment, you have opportunities that will present itself. But if you don't act quickly, well, let's just say that it will go on to the next person. Doesn't mean that you lose your opportunity forever. Sometimes I wouldn't say aligned timing or divine timing, the moment will be, I don't want to call it perfect because there's no perfect moment. And there's no such thing as ready. Ooh, Mister's like, oh yeah. He's like, oh yeah. Oh my. He's barking at me. He's excited. No, it's not stealing, it's borrowing. The neighbors don't, even if the book never comes back, it's okay, they always replenish. Somebody will always bring a book. This is the collective hive mind in this area. Morning, sister. How are you? I'm great. You?
Hi. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you use Canva? Have you ever used it?
I have used Canva.
I go to nursing school and I got to do an assignment on Canva and I don't know how I want to design something.
Okay. Do you have the paid version of Canva?
No, yeah, I got the stuff.
Okay.
But I want people a free trial.
Okay.
I'm just curious if you've ever done it. Did you like it?
It's good. But they made it more, to some degree, they made it more complicated now than it has to be because they add all the AI stuff
Yeah,
with
it
it.
has to be no AI.
Right. So like a lot of the things on Canva, you can still do without the AI stuff, but the problem is like to find things as it were, let's just go over there. To find things as they are becomes a little bit more of a hunt than it used to be because like 2 years ago before the AI stuff kicked in, they weren't using that stuff.
Oh, it's awful. But anyway, I'm getting it done. I'm doing it. And hopefully it'll be done by Monday.
It will.
It will.
Yeah. It'll be what you're looking for, like on the free trial, it'll have all the paid options.
Yeah, I know. And
So-
they constantly want me to pay, and we're told we don't need to do it that way. We can do it free.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying. I've never done it before.
You'll see, it's easy. It's just looking for things can be a little bit of a pain, but you just have to.
Infogram.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be fun.
Yeah.
Maybe I should show it to you when I'm done.
All right.
Yeah? Okay.
All good with you though?
Yeah, I'm good. How about you?
Excellent, as
Take
always.
care.
I will. All right.
Keep up. Sorry about interrupting.
No, you're good. You're good.
I just didn't know anybody with Canva on my screen.
It was It's perfect that you found me. Have a great one. Canva, y'all. Before I was this, what we call it, a person who talks about reality, the metaphysic, the esoteric advisor, I was all about technology. I was a tech head. That was my previous experience. I still have the tech skills. I just don't use it as much as I used to because I refuse to be doing that again. I spent 15 years in that field, and in the beginning I enjoyed it, but at the tail end I was like, nope. If I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life, fuck that. I'm not doing that shit. No way. No fucking way. I came here for something extraordinary, and that is not IT. And something deep down was like, hello, you're not supposed to be doing IT for the rest of your life. Get your ass out of IT. So I was forced out of that role. I stayed there longer than I was supposed to. So here we are as the entrepreneur, the esoteric advisor, also known as just a coach. That's just a fancy word. Helping people to unlock the fullest potential of their mind by unblocking things that they've basically ensnared themselves in like a trap. So that's what I do. I don't give a shit about my engineering degree. Fuck that. School was a waste of time. But to some degree, I still am using it, just not in the way that, the traditional way, because fuck that. Who cares? Soon, Doc, you might, when you're finished your dentistry stuff, you'll go through dentistry and you'll figure out, there's something more for your life than dentistry, but you never know. Dentistry could open up to another path. Never know. Never, ever, ever say anything about anything because you never know what will happen. And by the way, we are at the trail now. Building fun for kids from age 1 to 92. Why 92? Interesting. Why not from age 1 to 100? That's weird. Why specifically 92? By the way, they redid this pavement a couple days ago. So this is nice. So when I take my bike down this, it's going to be nice and smooth. No bumps. And here we go. We start the trail walk. And the reason why they redid this pavement is because they redid a park in this area. It's still not open yet to everybody to use. But eventually I'll be sitting at this bench and this picnic bench over here and picnic table that they have graciously put there for us. I think they should have put 2 more picnic benches, in my opinion. That way there's more people being able to enjoy, not just one. But, it is what it is. And yeah, they're cleaning it up. They're making it look very, very nice. Well, they did open the gate, but I'll wait till it's actually done. Cool beans. Everybody's gonna enjoy it though. It's gonna look great. And so we'll be heading to the left. Heading to the right will not take us anywhere close to where to get back. It'll put us further away. I will eventually take a walk to the right. I'll give this sister a moment to walk. I don't like walking behind anybody, so I'll just take a moment. And I don't feel like walking too fast right now, so yeah. Nice birds. Very nice birds. I can technically walk through here too. This is more of the non-trail. This is I just don't usually walk through here because the internet kind of cuts out over here. Oh, I forgot to bring my bug spray. Oh well, it is what it is. So now we're in the sort of other side of the trail. Cool. Yeah, Canada is beautiful for what it is, with nature for sure. Ugh, too many spider webs. All right, I can either go through the foresty area or keep going straight. I got a split in the road here. I'm gonna go through the foresty area. And we're in the forest. I call this the Mortal Kombat forest. This is where Scorpion and Johnny Cage fought. Or this is where Orion and the supervillain of Hate fought. Damn, so much spider webs. Ugh. It's all good. Get over here. Imagine Scorpion just comes out of nowhere. Get over here. And he pulls me in with his, what do you call the thing out of his hand? I don't know. That pulling mechanism that he, get over here. That's interesting. She asked me about Canva. I know her, but like she never asked me anything about like technology before, so it's fascinating. I wonder if I have to do something with Canva. If there's something I'll have to do with it again. Canva. Well, you don't have to be a Photoshop editor to know how to use Canva, but Canva added all these extra shit for no reason and called it better, when in reality it just made it more complicated now than it had to be. Sometimes adding too much, like overdoing yourself with things, is not good. I mean, not during the summertime, they won't show up, and then during the daytime. But at nighttime, different story. Would not recommend walking in the trail at like pitch dark at night. They usually stay away. Like there's deers in the trail, there's coyotes, sometimes fox. There's been a fox here and there, but foxes run away from humans. They don't linger. They see a human, they bolt like a fucking squirrel. So we're back at the water, but we're not quite at the water just yet. So every day for the last like couple days, there's been somebody sitting up here meditating while I started my talks. They were sitting like right in this spot here. In the wintertime, wouldn't recommend walking here unless you have good boots, because you would just slip and fall straight into there. But they basically sit here, which I don't recommend just sitting on the bare concrete because this shit hurts. And the water spot is right over there. So I'm just gonna circle around and get down there. There, you got a little bit of forest action. Ugh. All these. Ah. All right, so now this is where I usually start the talk. And everybody would be jumping on right about now, be like, this guy, and they start trolling and dropping all their troll comments or, you know, whatever. I'm gonna use my my tripod today, just cause you know. Hey, you, get going, Mr. Bug. I love bugs, but like, don't fly around me. Get out of here. I know I'm sweet, but come on. Come on now. I feel like I got stung on my arm. It's okay. No big deal. It'll dissipate. As I'm talking, my focus will be on that. Talking. All the other stuff will just fade. All right, we're plugged in. We're ready to rock and roll. So now, here we are at the water, people. Now I get to talk and share about being present. I'll give myself a moment though before I actually start. I'm going to put this water into the water to keep it nice and cool. There. Morning. All right. So today we're talking about the present moment. Yesterday we were talking about projections, and yes, many people sent their projections towards us in the chat. You know what's fascinating? Morning. You know what's fascinating? A lot of we were talking about how, not to get into all the religious stuff, but you know, a lot of people from the Christian background, they tend to like to keep dropping their like, we gotta save you, Orion, because you're talking about, you know, things that are like demonic. First of all, I'm talking about the mind and unlocking your mind so you live your best life. What's demonic about that? But they were dropping their Bible verses and Jesus this and Jesus that. And you know the funny thing is, Christian people specifically, and I used to do this too, they themselves are wanting to save people because they think they're doing God's work by saving people. And they were projecting. And guess what? Their projections is a direct correlation to what they're going to experience in the present moment. Someone who is loved by God doesn't need to do anything. Hey, what's up, dude? Good, I just got here. I got to see you earlier. Yeah, I decided to take the walk with the stream instead of starting the stream at the water. Talking about the present moment, how it's important to be anchored in right here, right now. But I was sharing with you yesterday that, actually, it happened after I saw you. When I got back to the place, a bunch of Christians came on the stream, and they start dropping all the, we got to save you, Orion, we got to do this, Orion, and you know that stuff. You know what they do. Yeah. So like that, they were throwing their projections, right? But the thing is, their projections will automatically show them what they're actually experiencing in the physical, because they believe that someone who isn't Christian is going to hell, and they're going to live some sort of hellfire. That is an illusion. That doesn't exist. But the thing is, like, a lot of Christian people tend to want to save people because they believe themselves that they don't fully believe in the Christian faith. So they are doing it just to, like, you know, throw their projections. I'm like, hey, I respect it. I'm your right. But I kept telling them, you're right. I'm not even arguing. You're right. But, you know, they kept throwing their projections because they can't hear, right? It's like, you know, when someone's mad and you tell them to calm down, right? They can't calm down. They're seeing red, essentially. So it's the same kind of thing. That's why the present moment is so important, to just figure out what is going on within yourself. What are the thoughts you're thinking? What are the feelings you're feeling? What are the words you're saying? What are the actions or inactions you're taking or not taking? What are you identifying as, right? These are the things that will lead you in your present moment, either consciously or unconsciously, right? Right now for you, you've been consciously making choices not to go back to doing you know what, right? You've been consciously coming to the trail because you now identify as someone healthy and loves nature and refuses to go back feeling the way you used to feel, because you decided that. And that identity now is starting to shift. The old identity, though, is going to attempt to pull you back in, always.
That almost happened the other day.
Right, exactly. But you caught it, right? So that's the thing. The present moment helps with practically everything. It helps you to lock in to what is actually important in your life. Very important. Most people disregard the present moment because like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this, blah, 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 blah. But guess what happens? You saying that is you're still in the present moment. You can't be anywhere else but the now. You can keep going back into the past and ruminating, or you keep worrying about the future. But you're always going to be in the now, and that's going to keep shaping your inner world and your outer world experience. That's why a lot of people get stuck in loops for years, and they're wondering, you know, what happened. Like when I spent 15 years in the IT field, in the beginning I liked it. I enjoyed it. I was excited about it. I was happy to helping people. I loved doing what I did. But then getting in, like really like realizing what it was actually doing to my mental health and my physical health was like, it wasn't good. Like imagine sitting in front of a computer for 12 hours a day, just like hunched over and typing, or like clicking this and moving this thing here and doing all kinds of shit, right? It felt like no value. I felt like I was just becoming like slowly into a robot, right? And so I basically said, I'm not doing this again. I will not. I burnt all the bridges that I possibly could to lock into my actual purpose. I refused to go back to doing what I used to do, right? And as I kept locking in, now clients showed up, and now they're paying me for my services, which is amazing. And I don't have to ever go back because I now know it's possible. Now, a year ago, I would have been like, I didn't know, because like a year ago, I only had $2 in my bank account. Like when you first saw me on the trail, I was still struggling, but I was struggling financially simply because I just didn't know how to lock into the present moment until I started to really anchor in. And these walks have been helping me to stay in the present moment. What's actually important? What do I actually want? And then here's the thing, whatever it is that you desire, what that version of you who already has it, how are they thinking? How are they feeling? What are they saying? What are the actions they're taking? Right? So let's say, for example, someone wants to get in shape, right? And there's a version of someone who's healthy, right? What are the actions they're taking? What are the thoughts they're thinking? What's the mindset that they have? What is the mental attitude they're holding for someone that is healthy? And I had to write shit down. This is what this version of me is like. This is what he does. This is what he will continue to do for the rest of his life. Moving his body, right? Making sure to focus on joint health. Making sure that I eat well. I can eat like cupcakes and muffins and stuff, but as long as I'm not eating that 24/7, 7 days a week, right? One or two, it's not going to hurt, right? You got to have balance, right? All work and no play, right? So I wrote down like, this is what I desired for my life, and I'm going to lock in now, because this is what the version of me who has everything is already, and that's by being in the present moment and locking into this list of things that I desire to be. Someone who is confident, someone who will not hold back on his words, even if someone on my stream or somebody in the physical tells me, fuck you, Orion, right? No, I will continue to keep going. I don't give a shit. There have been plenty of people to use, for anybody who's Christian here, there's been times where Jesus was like rejected by many people, but he kept going. You think he give a fuck about other people? He kept saying what he needed to say, right? Pharisees and all those other people who were attempting to stop him back in the day, they couldn't stop him, right? They were attempting to project their ideology onto him when he already knew the answer. And the answer was right here. So that's the same thing that I'm doing. People can project all they want, but I already know the answer. I've been through it. Most people can't see more than where they currently are, because clearly if they understood where, like what I'm talking about, they would know, because they themselves have been through it. And some understand what I've been through. So it literally comes down to your frequency, which is made of those 7 keys I mentioned to you, your expectations, your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, your convictions, your reactions to the world, your perceptions, and I'm always missing one, but you get the picture. So it's important to always lock into what's important. And the other thing too is, yes, we use time, and yes, I have a watch, and yes, it says 8:39, But really and truly, every time you're looking at the time, it's always the now. Right? Every time you look at it, it's just now. These numbers mean nothing, to be honest. It just helps us to point from one direction to another. Like, if you have an appointment at 11 o'clock, yes, you have an appointment at that moment in time. But time is still an illusion. But we use it as a measurement. Because all that exists is right here, right now. And guess what? There's a version of you, like I mentioned, like you're on the journey to reaching the version of you who's already like super fucking healthy. Like, you're rebuilding your health right now. And there's a version of you who's already like super duper fucking healthy. Now you're just walking the path to reach that version who already exists. That's how this works. Reality works by your internal world, and as you keep focusing internally, then your external will eventually shift. But the old frequency, the mind, will use that against you, be like, yeah, but nothing's changing. Nothing's changing. And when nothing is changing, it'll throw you right back into chaos. But if you keep locking into the now, no matter what you're seeing, it is changing, and it has already changed.
Almost like saying stay positive.
Exactly. Just lock into the now. And as you keep walking that path, it compounds. And it starts to build, and you start to see the world around you change. Because when I was negative, right, I mentioned to you, do you think I'd be having a conversation with you or even them on the live stream? Get real. I wouldn't be talking and wanting to help people, but screw it. Hello. Hey, good morning. So that's why, like, I made a list of, like, this is who I want to be in every present moment as much as I can. Sometimes do I flop? Of course, we all flop. But not to beat yourself up when you flop, because that's the old frequency wanting to bring you straight back down. And you have to know, like, okay, I made that little fumble, move forward. It's okay, feel what you need to feel, move forward. No big deal, keep going. Right? Every person who has been on my stream, whether they drop some positive or negative stuff, I don't worry about it, because now it's in the past, even though past doesn't exist. Right? If I continue to anchor in and listen to some people who are just dropping their hate, then I'm just keep reinforcing it over and over within myself. I'm basically holding the hot coal in my hand and burning myself with it. So, like, the moment something comes, it comes, and then after that, that's it. I just, like, let it dissipate and disappear. So all things that were said yesterday, I was just observing. I wasn't even getting into it. I was just watching. But as soon as I finished the stream, that was it. I continued on with my day. I didn't even think about anything. I was just like, I went to have lunch, made some eggs, Actually, I did that on the stream. After I was done with them, I went to do my workout, and that was it. So I don't think about anything that happened, because I know that it's going to just drag you back down. That's the mind creating a story over and over and over again. I don't know if anyone's even on the stream right now listening. They probably are. Yeah, there's quite a few people listening.
Okay, I'll let you go.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, so staying locked into the now is very, very important, because that's all we have. Yeah. As much as people are like, but I have a past. Yeah, you do have a past. But that past, if you keep thinking about it, happens in the now, because you think the thought in the now. So technically your past is still happening right now. Your future, you worry about the future. I don't have enough money. That's what I was doing. So guess what? The future is being brought into the now. So you're going to keep getting not enough money. So you have to think thoughts that are actually going to actually help you in your life, not things that are going to be detrimental. Most people strive on negativity. The world right now, there's a collective hive mind, and there's been thoughts, right, where I'm walking on the trail, I see somebody on their bike, and my mind, this is not the mind though, this is just the collective energy, wanted to kick the person off their bike. What? That's not even who I am. I'm like, Hello, what the fuck are you doing? I caught you. Bullshit. I'm not subscribing to that. That's the thing. When you don't see yourself as the mind, you start to see the mind for what it's doing. The mind isn't the enemy. It's not bad, but because think of it like connecting to a Wi-Fi network, right? All of us are like devices on a Wi-Fi network. So imagine data's passing through. Doesn't mean that you need to look at all notifications. That's what it is, really. When you're looking at your device, you need to read every fucking notification on your device? No, you can just like, nope, don't care about that one. Don't care about that. That's really what that is. That's what a thought is. A notification on your device. And we're all interconnected to this big ass giant network. Whether people believe that to be true or not, you're fucking connected to this Wi-Fi network called the universe. And so when you all think a thought that's like, yeah, I should go punch that person in the face. That's not you. That's the mind probably downloading something from that network, because the network in that maybe the area is conducive of like anger, frustration, and rage. Think of it like this. There are people who go up into the mountains to meditate. Why? Because there's less noise up there than it is in a busy city. When you're in New York City, I'll use New York for now, or you can use Toronto. You go on the subway, the metro. All the people who are in the same train, the thoughts are clashing. You can feel tension, right? That's why if you walk in a room, you can feel something is off, right? Because we're all interconnected that way. But most people are very not present with themselves to understand what the hell is going on. They can feel something, but they don't know what it is. And the mind has to create a label to then project what that might be. And we're always projecting, whether positive or negative or even neutral. So when I heard that, I was like, so people go to the mountains because there's less people up there, so less thoughts are clashing. But that doesn't mean they're still not disconnected from down there. They still are connected. It's just less, there's more clarity. Like the signal's clear. But when you're down where there's like hundreds of thousands of people, the signal gets like all jumbled up because there's so many thoughts, right? So that's why like in where we are, it's easier to talk, right? It's easier to communicate. It's easier for me to think about things. If I was downtown, right in the middle of downtown Toronto right now, it would be a lot harder to concentrate and to focus on what I want to talk about, because there's too many sensory things around the area. There's like millions of people walking around. People will be like they're going to be wanting to know. I can lock in, I can do that, but the thing is like, you know, there's going to be a lot of distractions, right? So, and their thoughts could potentially clash, and I'm aware of that. Who is this guy? What is he doing? Oh, he's talking about evil things. You know, on the internet, it's the same thing. There's no different, right? Even though they're not physically here, I can still feel their thoughts, because even though you're not physically in the same location, you can still feel people's thoughts from around the world. That's a bar. Write it down, people. So, thought transference is a real thing, and thought clashing is a real thing, right? You can send an intention from here to Australia, and the person can feel the thought. Like, I'm thinking about the person. They can feel it. I'm like, hey, were you thinking about me? Yeah, I was. That's because when you're like locked in and you're not distracted, you can actually hear things like, I think this person is thinking about me right now. Or they're probably saying something of me. That's why it's important to be in the present moment, because not all thoughts belong to you. In fact, no thoughts actually belong to you at all. You may be the one that thinks it, but it's not really you, because your mind isn't you. That's the mind. Your soul doesn't have to think, it just knows. And will send information up to the mind. So that's why it's important to lock into the present moment. And I say think with your heart and feel with your mind, not think with your mind and feel with your heart. But your heart doesn't really have to think. It just knows. It's the infinite intelligence. This is the finite intelligence. This, when you start being more in the present, this will start to activate more. because you'll start to hear it easier. Like I do tests like, which direction am I walking right now, left or right? And I tune in and it'll tell me go left or go right or go straight. And it doesn't tell me in words, it tells me in a feeling, and those feelings then converts into a word for me to go and take whatever action I'm supposed to take. When you start locking in, you'll see how easy it becomes to listen to your intuition. So that's why it's important to be in the present moment, because you get so much guidance. Because based on your frequency, you will only get what the intuition can give you. It won't give you anything more. Morning. It won't give you anything more than where you currently are. So like if you're in fear, it can't give you something of like abundance because you're in lack and fear. It can only give you where you currently are. So it'll just give you more of that until you start to shift and change that like thing around you, or inside of you, I should say. So your self-concept of like who you are as a person is important, and you lock in, and as you keep doing that, it may at the beginning seem like you're faking it, but you're actually returning back to who you once were, the real you, not the you that the mind has created. And ultimately what's going to happen is allow yourself to start to see things differently. That's what happened for me. When I started to be in the present moment, I started seeing things differently. Hence why perception and perspective and all that, I've been talking about that in the last couple of days, will ultimately lead to your projections, which then will lead to your present moment. Both positive or negative or neutral. I'm more neutral now. I'm not too positive and I'm definitely not negative. I'm like here. I'm in the middle. I'm just neutral. Neutrality is the best way to live, only because you don't get your pendulum, because reality works like on a rhythm based. If you get swung too much to the left or to the right, it's going to equally be like this. So let's say, for example, amazing things are happening. I'm not saying not to be expressive and enjoy your time, but not to be caught up that this thing is bringing you your joy. You are giving yourself the joy, and the experience is just adding to what you already are, right? Even if it gets taken away from you, you're still a joyful person, right? That's where that neutrality aspect comes into play. And you kind of like keep your pendulum like this. Also, like if someone is like dropping some hate in the comment, right? And they're dropping some mad shit, like they're calling you all kinds of things, right? Morning. How are you? Good. What's happening is that you're not reacting, you're going to respond. Because your reactions to the world is basically being governed by the outside world, whereas responding is you having the ability to control what's happening outside of you. Well, you can't control what's going to be taking place, but you can definitely control your reactions by responding slowly and taking time to just kind of like, okay, this is what's going on. All right, cool. Right? I could have reacted yesterday when all the Christian people were jumping on and dropping their like 10 million little Bible verses and shit like that. And by the way, for the Christian people, I love you so very, very much. You have no idea. But I don't need you to drop me your Bible verses, because I know the Bible verses in my own way. Anyways, I could have reacted. I could have been like, you're wrong, and you're wrong, and you're definitely wrong, and get into a big old argument. But why? I'm at peace. I let them say what they need to say. I told them, you're right. But I'm like, you can continue to share, but like, you're right. Like, what else do you need to know? You're right. You're right. I must bow down to Jesus as my Lord and Savior. You're right. Because in your universe, that's what it is. In my universe, that's not how it works. Me and Jesus are like this. What's up, bro? I fist bumped the dude. What's up, dude? He's not above me. He's equal to me. I know a lot of people say, that's blasphemous. Blasphemy. Right? Back then they used to use that word, blasphemy. But all of us are on the same energetic level. Like internally at our core, our deepest core. If we all were to transform back into babies and we lose all our ability to, like all of our memories of who we currently are and all of our ability to speak, and we go back to being babies, will there be any, I'm better than you? Do babies do that? No. They're like wham, 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 being cute with their little fingers and little toes and little nose and hands and eyes. That's all of us. So, you know, I'm here about giving perspective to help people to return back to whence they once were before they created their name and they started identifying as this or that thing. You are a sentient being beyond anything that you've identified as, but you can still use your identity to your advantage to help you. But most people have identified with things that brings them down. And I'm here to remind them that you can also, if you've given so much power to the things that bring you down, then you have the same power to give yourself, to empower yourself up. That's how powerful you are. You make yourself you're so powerful that you make yourself so powerless. By saying, I'm not good enough, I'm never going to have that, that girl is never going to like me, I'm ugly, I'm not beautiful, that man will never love me, I'm never going to be in a relationship, I will never be successful, I can never be an entrepreneur. There's a lot of people who like say that entrepreneurship is not for everybody. I say bullshit to that, because I was never meant to be entrepreneur, and here I am as an entrepreneur, right? I will never have money, I will never be successful, I will never be fulfilled. So they have so much emotional energy to say, I will never be, but then if they can take that same force energy behind I will never be and apply it to I already am it now, and they lock in. The problem is the outside world has been a very convincing place for most people, including me. I'm like, so this is my reality, huh? I can't change it, huh? This is it. I'm locked to, like, I have parents who aren't entrepreneurs, who aren't into business. They weren't like, they're just your standard working class, nothing more, right? They don't know anything about anything when it comes to entrepreneurship or running a business, right? So is this my life? No, you get to decide, right? You have the ability to decide in every present moment what that is. Catching these like fluffy things. But yeah, you have the ability to alter anything in every present moment. That's the whole reason why I'm here, to sort of bring the awareness back to humanity that has sort of been forgotten and lost. You've noticed in the trail how many people are just happy because they figured it out. They may not be thinking the same thoughts we're thinking, but they've definitely found something deep where they're locked in. They're more joyful. They subscribe to joy, not anger. Have you run into anybody here that's been angry? Or cussing somebody out and being on the phone like, you fucking blah, 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 blah. I've had that happen on the trail, but that's because I myself was in that sort of state of being. Right? So what you are is what you're going to see. Whereas for me, I'm not in that state anymore, so I bring souls like you and others in the physical world that are at peace. On the digital world, it's a different story, because the digital world is it's the wild, wild west. You don't know who you're going to run into. Someone could be extremely positive and they understand what you're saying, and then there could be someone extremely negative and be like, fuck you, Orion. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you piece of shit. Or they call me the N-word, or they call me all kinds of stuff. I'm like, hey, that's based on your frequency. It has nothing to do with me. That's just the level of your awareness. That's not an insult. That's just what it is, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, where you are is based on your level of awareness, and wherever your level of awareness is, that's all you're going to be able to see. You can either see this or you can see this. The choice is yours. But if you've given yourself just this, it's only because you've emotionalized it for so long and it's compounded that now it's hard to break out of that. And when you attempt to break out of it, your mind's going to throw your ass right back into it. And until you understand how the mind actually works, and that you are not the mind, you have a mind, you will forever be captive to the mind and its rules that you unfortunately had to adhere to for however long. But you get to decide now. You're the rule maker in your own reality. Reality starts with you and ends with you. It's one-to-one. But it's not with your conscious mind. It's with your subconscious mind. Your conscious mind will say, I want to be rich. That's cool. What does your subconscious mind want, though? Because your subconscious mind uses emotion. It doesn't use logic. Your thinking mind uses logic. Sure, the subconscious mind uses words to then create emotions, but generally it uses just emotion. It transcends the logical mind. So most people say, I want to be rich. Okay, cool. How do you actually feel about that though? You say you want to be rich, but do you actually feel worthy to be rich? And that's where shit starts to hit the fan. Because you can attempt to brute force your way into it. And that's what I did. It was much harder than it had to be. Or you can feel what it is. But if you're like feeling like I'm never going to be good enough, I'm never going to be worthy of being rich or wealthy or in a relationship, a healthy, thriving relationship where both people are like they're whole, perfect, and complete, and they understand each other and they understand themselves fully. If you keep saying like that's not going to happen and you don't feel those feelings out and dissolve it, think of emotion like glue. If you don't dissolve the heavy glue, then you'll never get the light glue to feel what you really do want to feel. And you'll forever be stuck into that bind. Or you'll bring someone in, but they'll just create a lot of problems. Or you'll get a sum of money, but then you'll lose it. Right? Why do you think so many people win the lottery and then they lose it within 5 years? Because they weren't an energetic match for it. So they spend and they splurge, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But they didn't understand the principle of energy. And basically they lose the money. And they go more into bankruptcy or debt. Because you have to know how reality works. It starts with you. You have to be an energetic container. Right? The universe gave you that opportunity. Right? It's not just for some. Anybody can technically win the lottery. In fact, you've already won the lottery. You're here. That's a lottery in itself. Think about all the things, all the experiences you have to go through just for you to still be here. There have been probably times where you could have been in a car accident. There could have been times where you were crossing a light and somebody almost ran the red light and almost knocked you out. There could have been times that somebody came from behind you and just like, did that. There's been plenty of times. Like every time you step out your door, not to put fear, you could be taken out. There's always that chance, right? Even if you're inside your house, you could just go kaput too. Your brain could go done. Like that's what happened with my uncle just before I went into the hospital. If I didn't tell you, I was in the hospital with COVID and I had a spider bite prior in 2020. But in between those two incidents, my uncle, he was 51 and he was healthy. He went to work. He worked by the factory areas over there. He worked for the company that puts all the things together. I forget the name of the company. Unilever. So he worked for that company, Unilever. And for some reason, he didn't feel great that day. And he went to get checked out at the doctor. The doctor says nothing's wrong. It's just probably a headache. He should have went to the hospital, but he went to the doctor's. He went to work the following day. Still had that headache. He came home, he drove home, and then he collapsed on my aunt's bed and he died. That was it. Yeah, that was in 2020. So I know how it's important to tell people that your time is ticking. You don't know when your time is up. And my uncle was 51, he was healthy, right? He was the first person that I actually started to connect with in the family after when I had my awakening, and him and I had this really deep conversation. And that was the last time I actually got to speak to him before I saw him in his casket. And that's the first funeral I ever been to too. There's been plenty of people who have died in the family, but I didn't give a fuck. I was like, because my mindset back then was like, oh, one less human to deal with. One less human to deal with, because that's where I was back then. One less human to deal with on this planet. But when I got to see him lifeless in the casket, and I had already had my first near-death experience, it was a reminder to be grateful. But then a couple days later, I got COVID, and I was in the hospital for 3 weeks. So him dying was sort of my like, I'm not ending up like Unk. There's no way. Fuck that noise. I refuse to do that. That's why if anybody comes on my streams and judges me for who I am, you have no idea the story I've been through, right? And that's fine. I don't care for you to understand me. I came here to help all of you to some degree. If you don't want to be helped or you don't want the guidance, there's no need to be here. You can keep swiping up on the stream, right? I'm not holding any of you hostage. So basically my point to say is like it's important to be in the present moment, not worry about the past, because you don't know what when your time is up. Imagine, Tom, for a moment, I basically took away all of the rest of your life and I only gave you 7 days to live. What would you do? If I told you, and this is an exercise I do with myself all the time, if you only had 7 days to live and after your 7th day you're done, like you're going to die, what would you do? This is a question that you can walk with when you continue your walk. What would you do in those 7 days for yourself? You don't need to answer that now, but what would you do, right? And that goes for any of you. Ask yourself that question. If I took away all the rest of your days on earth and I only gave you 7 days left, what the hell would you do? Right? What would you do? I know what I would do. I'd travel, and I have traveled, but I definitely would be doing more. I'd be helping as much as I can before I leave. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I don't know when my time is up. I have no idea. I have zero idea when my time is up. And time is the only thing that, well, when I say time, I mean this moment. We don't know when it's going to be up. Some of us, just so you know, there is near us where we live, there is a neighbor who died, and I had no idea. He drove an electric scooter. He lived in one of the streets where I walk through, and I kept seeing a sign that garage sale, and I didn't know whose house it was. And I went to the house, and I asked the person, like, hey, where's the guy that lives here? He told me that he died. And that troubled me for a bit, because during the summer last year, I didn't know him at all. Like, my mind didn't know him, my soul did. He wanted my help with something. And I was on my stream, and I was like, no, I have to go. But he's like, I can't get to my car. Can you help me? He was on his porch, because he's a little bit, he wasn't in the healthiest shape. And I went there and I said, you know what, guys, I'm going to put the stream down for a moment. I'm going to go, I don't know how long I'm going to be. I'll be right back. I helped him to his scooter. Then he told me to go and get his phone. I'm like, where's your phone? I'm like, it's in the house. I'm like, I don't feel comfortable going in your house. I'm like, it's okay. It's just in the kitchen. You just walk straight. And I'm like, I don't know, it's a very compromising position. But he told me something that stuck with me. He's like, there's been so many people who walked by, and you're the only one that decided to help me. Everybody else was too busy on their phones, and they didn't want to help me. And I feel like I'm dying right now. So I stayed with him for a little bit. And then he called like somebody, and he went to the hospital. And I got to see him a couple more times after that. But then I'm like, I haven't seen him in a while. And I saw the electric scooter is no longer there. So I'm like, is he good now? Because he told me one time he was never like that. He was always healthy. But something in his life brought him to that point. And he doesn't like the way he is. So he was a mirror to remind me to keep doing what I'm doing, to help others who might be feeling like they have no hope. But I'm not here to give hope. I'm here to remind you that you are your own answer, and you have the ability to shift in every present moment if you choose to. So that's why, like, when I ran into the garage sale, I was like, fuck. So he died. You never know. I didn't know he was going to die. I thought he was just a dude who just couldn't move, and he was just driving to Tim Hortons in his electric scooter. His mobile scooter. Now I knew what was actually happening. Have a great day. Take care. And so you don't know when your time is up. You really don't know when your time is up. Time can be taken from you like that. With my uncle, now with this guy, it's just a reminder. So, do you want to continue to complain and bitch and worry about some bullshit? Or do you want to live your life? Because the last thing I want to see is people on their deathbed crying their eyes out with regret. I've been there, because I didn't live my life when I was in the hospital. I was basically being a slave to the world, right? Morning. How are you? Yeah.
All right.
Have a great day. I'll see you back. You're going to walk back anyways. Yeah. So it's important to know, like, in every present moment, you have the ability to change whatever it is. You're choosing what you're choosing right now, and it's helping you, right? As you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to see new things are going to pop up for you, right? Instead of, like, you could have chose to eat a bag of chips. You're choosing a bag of sunflower seeds, right? Because you've decided that this is now who you are, right? As, like, someone who has to have cravings, they have to have their hands still busy. But sooner or later, you'll probably even drop the sunflower seeds. But sunflower seeds are very healthy. So there's nothing wrong with that, which is good, right? So it's better than to eat chips. Nothing wrong with eating chips, but, like, you could walk in nature, be eating chips, but this is actually a better way you're going because you decided that this is who you are now. A healthy version of you. Right?
Oh yeah, eventually this will go.
Yeah. But that's helping you to build, like, nutrients as well in your body. So that's why, like, you're choosing choices that are actually productive to what you desire to be in the physical world. But you chose that mentally and emotionally within yourself. So now it's going to be a byproduct. That's why I said a couple times, like, you're glowing now. Like, others can see the shine, right? You're radiating. You're more calm and relaxed, right? As opposed to, like, when I first saw you, like, of course it was in the wintertime, right? But you can see the difference. You look more relaxed, right? Nothing's really stressing you out. You're just kind of like going with the flow right now, like this water. Just like, I used to be the same, where I was always, like, stressed and tense. I was just, like, never ending, like, chaos in my mind. But ultimately I had to slow it down.
I found that a lot of stress when I was working.
Right.
Because people around me were negative, drinking, smoking, doing drugs.
Right.
And it just bothered me.
Yeah.
I said, this is not good. It's not good for my health.
Right.
I'm breathing in all these chemicals. Plus,
Yeah.
since I retired, I changed.
Yeah. Because you're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. That's good. Because, like, now you're not in that environment anymore with the people smoking and drinking.
I'll get a couple of needles once in a while.
Right.
Like the other day,
Yeah.
I'll go in there and he said, "Oh, can you give me a hand?"
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, okay, I'll give you a hand, no problem."
Yeah.
That's the way I am.
Yeah.
Help you. I don't expect to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I go in there and then he starts negative. Hurry up, hurry up. I just drop everything.
Good.
He goes, "Where are you going? Get a pack of cigarettes?" I just looked at him.
And you left.
He just left.
Good. As you should. That's the thing. Because, like, where that guy was on his frequency was negative and stress. And he was expecting you to, like, work, even though you retired, and you just wanted to give him a hand because it's just who you are as a person. But the way he treated you was very negative, and you're like, I'm not going to tolerate that, right? Fuck that noise. That's why, like, if anybody comes on my stream, like, they can say whatever they want, but I don't tolerate it. Like, I'm not going to say, stop saying it. You can say whatever you want, but I don't have to entertain your words. Exactly. It's my choice if I want to entertain something or not, right? I entertain more of the positive comments. I do miss some of the positive comments, like I don't get to see all of it, and I do apologize for anyone who is leaving any comments and I haven't read it yet. But I don't entertain things that are like, oh, look at that NIGGA, right? Or look at that Indian this thing, or that this person this thing, or whatever, right? I can keep can keep choosing to entertain that and locking my emotions to that, or I can just look at it and be like, but me doing this doesn't mean like, fuck them. I'm just like, screw it, whatever, who cares? It's just words on a screen, right? Imagine somebody just screaming at their phone. That's what I did for a year. I was kind of like screaming at the phone because people weren't fucking listening, right? I'm attempting to help them, but that was my emotions back then, that I wanted people to hear me. Now I don't care. If you want to hear me, cool. If you don't want to hear me, I came to serve. That's all I did, and I'm living my purpose. So
They have the choice to change the channel.
yeah, exactly. I'm literally not holding anybody here. Like, if they want to be here, they're here. Right? I'm not saying you must subscribe to my channel and you must like my content. You must be here at this time for no. They get to choose. That's why I keep saying you have a choice in every present moment. You have the choice to watch whatever YouTube video you want, Instagram reel, Facebook post to read, TikTok to scroll through. You have that choice, right? Everything is based on choice. And some will say, but I don't have a choice, Orion. I have kids. I have this. Unfortunately, due to the fact that you had kids, you made that choice, right? Now you have to walk with that choice, but that doesn't mean you're stuck with just that. You have the ability to take 5 minutes out of your day to relax. But Orion, I don't have 5 minutes. Oh, really? I bet you I can find 5 minutes in your day. Show me your schedule. Let me see what you got. Oh, there you go. There's 5 minutes. You can take 5 minutes to breathe and relax. What, you have to keep doing? No. You can relax. You're a human being too. You're not a machine. You're supposed to relax. Not be doing all the time. A lot of people keep doing because the world has programmed people to just be worker bees, machines, just machines, keep going. Why do you think they built AI? To alleviate that, but still, people are still. So either way, because the world has convinced that if you're not doing something, you're failing. And to the mind, that means that you're slowly dying. Because there's a story that's saying that if you're not taking action all the time, then that's the hustle and grind. There's a hustle and grind culture, or I call it the hustle culture, that's going to say you got to take action all the time. You have to take action all the time. But the thing is, like, are you taking action from a state of relaxation, or are you taking action from a state of stress? There's a big difference. I'm taking action from the state of relaxation. That's why I'm so relaxed. That's why if someone comes on my stream and they're like, blah, 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 I'm like, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is at this point, right? Like, I'm just relaxed. But if I was very stressed and tense, you bet your ass that I'd be kind of like, who are you to say that? But I'm arguing with a bunch of words on a screen. Does that even make any sense if you think about it? It's kind of weird, isn't it? You're arguing. There are people there, right? But they're typing words, and you're arguing with a screen? Really? I'm like, that's the most ridiculous things. Like, yes, I read their comments, and their comments are important. The ones who are leaving positive ones. For the ones that are leaving their negative stuff, I'm like, what's the point? You just kind of look absolutely ridiculous, right? That's why being in the present moment is so important, so that you can realize all these things. It's so important. Like, when you stay in the present moment, all your answers that you're looking for will arrive. You will get them. That's how I got to where I am. I had to stay in the present moment, and I found all the answers. And the answer was right here all along. So when people are like, I can't do something, I'm like, so you say you can't do something? Well, then if you tell yourself you can't do something, then you can't do it. It allowed me to start seeing things in a paradoxical way. A paradox is two truths or multiple truths that are all equal and true, but they clash. But they're both real. That's a paradox. And they contradict each other. Reality is a big contradiction. It's a massive contradiction. So like when someone says like, it's really difficult to focus. I'm like, no, you don't have a focus problem. It's you misdirecting your energy thinking you have a focus problem. Because you're focusing on, look at this. they're focusing on their idea of lacking focus, but they're focusing on that lacking focus. You see what I'm saying? That's how the mind works. When you understand how the mind works like that, you start to catch things. So when someone says like, I'm trying something, like, are you trying or are you, and it's so hard. So you're saying you're trying so hard, but then you're saying you're able to easily say you're trying so hard. So why not take that same easy of saying trying so hard and apply it to the thing you're actually doing that's actually very easy? The mind is a paradox, people. It always has been and forever will be. I know I haven't really been talking to the stream, but I'm sharing it with you, but they're hearing it anyways, right? When you truly understand how the mind works, you win. Quite simply. Somebody asked me yesterday, did you master your mind, Orion? Of course I did. I've decided that to be so. And I walked that path. Right? That's not a lie. That's facts. There is no lie. Once you declared it within yourself, that's it. In the mental realm, it's done. In the physical realm, you walk the path until you reach the mental version of who you already are, and your world around you will start to shift. So, I've declared that my mind has been mastered. Nothing more. And look, if for whatever reason I get triggered or shit still happens, does that mean I'm not mastered? Of course I'm still mastered. I just don't label that. That's just an experience. Nothing more. It's the meaning you give behind things afterwards. You can continue to say that this thing is hard and difficult, or you can choose to say this is actually easy, fun, and joyful. The choice is yours. Bye, sister. I'll see you. You have that power in every present moment. You really do. That's how simple things are, but the world has convinced so many people that it has to be difficult. It has to be difficult, and you have to go overcome your Rocky story. The Rocky Balboa, right? Like, you have to be like a Rocky Balboa, having to, get your ass beaten down and shit so that you can tell a great story so other people can relate to you. Because when you go to the movies, right? Do you want to see a superhero already win? Think about it. We go to movies, right? And we see somebody, the hero, the heroine, the protagonist. If they were to already win at the beginning of the movie, you'd be like, why did I even waste money on this movie? Where was the story? And this is what people are doing. They're not aware of it. And I caught myself in the same story too. I spent 20 years hating the world. I didn't have to hate the world, but I had to go through hating the world. This is the paradox. I have to go through hating the world so I can tell you all I never had to hate the world. Same with most people. You have to go through your struggles and your suffering only to realize you never had to go through your struggles and suffering. But you get to share that story. But the thing is, the story is what makes people either engage with you and you become relatable. Because if you're not relatable to humanity, guess what? You become this isolated being where everybody else is thinking the same thoughts, and then they see you as like some foreign alien substance, and that feeling, if you don't know who you are, will then make you feel like you're not wanted, accepted, approved, validated, even though you give that to yourself. And guess what happens? You start to basically feel like you're withering away, because isolation equals death to the mind. So that's why people create a life of, it has to be very difficult. And they use the word hard work. Hard work. I like somebody who's hard working. First of all, what is your meaning of hard working? What is the definition of hard work? I don't work hard. I play easy and I have fun, and I still do exactly what I need to do. People see me doing my workouts on my streams and they're like, how is he, like, his consistency, I love his work ethic. I'm like, it's easy. It's not even work. It's enjoyment. It's fun, right? It's all about shifting the perception around things. See, everything's interconnected. This is what my whole mission is, to show everybody how everything's interconnected. Your words, your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, your actions or inactions you take or don't take, they're all intertwined. That's basically reality right there in a nutshell. And so, like, these are the things that, like, I had to go through and experience for me to stop with the bullshit. I used to kept saying, like, yeah, life is going to be very difficult. I have this this amazing story to tell the world, that I went through 20 years of hating people, and I had to go through all the absolute ringers, and I had to do the Rocky Balboa thing where, you know, in Rocky 3, remember when Adrian says, "What's wrong with you?" Right? "I don't believe in myself anymore, Adrian." Right? "I'm afraid." Right? And he had to go through that experience, but then he overdid it, and then he started training with Apollo, and he started getting better, and then he beat up Clubber Lang, right? But you see, the thing is, like, that's just like, that's a movie. But we attempt to play our life like a movie, where it has to be hard, then you have to overcome, and then you get to have it. Hello, you get to decide, and you already have it. But the problem is, you lose relatability, because you want to be relatable to the rest of the world. So I made a story for 20 years of hating the world. So now I'm relatable to a lot of people, and I can relate to a lot of people who have struggled and suffered, because I struggled and suffered for many, many years of my life. Depression, anger, frustration, sadness, isolation, loneliness, apathy, grief, despair, insanity, like all kinds of stuff. So like anybody who's faced any of those things, I already know what they're feeling. I've been through it all. But did I have to go through it all? Technically, no, I did not have to go through any of it. But because of my life story and my journey, I had to go through it to share with the world, you don't actually have to go through any of that shit. You never had to. Your story is your story, and you will have to go through what you have to go through. But there is a moment where you get to stop and actually decide now. Do you want to continue to tell your story in a very difficult way? Or do you get to tell the story now that your life was actually very simple and easy, and you can, and everybody else could have a simple and easy life? The choice is yours. Right? I chose to have a simpler life now. I chose that life is actually easy. Even if something perceived difficulty shows up, it's still easy to me. I can handle it. There's a moment where I mentioned the $2 in the bank account. I'm like, you know what? No, I can handle this. This is easy. This is enjoyable. This is fun. It's so easy. Life is easy. It doesn't have to be hard. Morning. Life doesn't have to be hard. You get to decide if you want it to be easy or hard. It's just that simple. You decide. You choose and you decide. But Orion, I have blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you have blah, 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 blah. Sure, I know. You all have kids, you have bills to pay, you have this, and all kinds of stuff. I get it. Been there, done that. Okay? But you get to decide if it's easy or difficult. Why do you think there are people who have like 4 kids, and they run a successful business, they're an entrepreneur, and they have a great life? What's their excuse? Oh, Orion, they probably had better privilege and opportunity. Some of them had nothing, okay? Some of them had probably less than some of you potentially have, like physical possession. But their internal world told them a different story. It's the stories you tell yourself. Ultimately, what it comes down to is the stories you tell yourself in the end. If you can do it, cool. If you can't, it is what it is. There's nothing else, right? So that's why it's important to be in the present moment. Simple. I hope that like landed. I don't hope, I know it landed. Yeah, I know it does. Because I had to go through it. Now, and I remember like when people were attempting to explain this concept to me, I wasn't ready to hear it. And ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. You can decide to just be ready right now. You want the best life? You decide right now. Nothing more. It's not a feeling, it's a decision. Ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. You'll never feel ready. You'll never feel ready to go ask that girl out on a date. Or ask that guy out on a date. You'll never feel ready to start that business. You'll never feel ready to go live streaming. You'll never feel ready to make that first YouTube video. You'll never feel ready to take that course or something, or jump out of an airplane if you want to skydive. You'll never feel ready. It's a decision. You just got to do it. Now, this isn't, I'm not advocating to just take mindless actions. I'm advocating for you to make sure you know what you truly desire within, and then you take the decision and you go with it. align yourself with whatever that person, that version of you is able to do, the more courageous version, and walk the path of the courageous version and watch as life unfolds. It might not happen right away because the reality takes a little bit of time there's a little bit of time delay on the planet, and this is where the old frequency or the mind will throw you back into the old patterns, because it's like, you see, it's not working, nothing's changing, Orion, nothing's changing. When I had the $2 in my bank account, nothing was changing, right? But I had to keep locked in, like, no, I am who I say I am. And that's exactly, and I don't care what $2 in my bank account is. I used to make 6 figures, and I went from making 6 figures to only $2 in my bank account. That doesn't make any sense. I know that I'm capable of so much more. And so I walked the path, and now here we are again. I'm thriving. I'm not surviving, I'm thriving. I work 1 day a week, which is fucking amazing, and I get to help people around the world unlocking the fullest potential of their mind. And I'm living my best life. I get to relax. And I get to serve, whether people like to hear what I have to say or not. I don't care. I'm going to be on my stream. It's not because I have to do it. I'm not here for likes, clicks, or subscribers. I'm just doing this because I want to. It's like, this is joy for me. And when I die, I get to say I get to do this. Morning. So that's why I stream. I don't have to do this. I could just turn off the stream right now and continue on my day. But I choose to do this because I like doing this. And I get to do this. Big difference. I don't have to do anything. So that's why walking into the present moment, everything will unravel itself. Masterclass. That was a masterclass right there. All right, brother. I will. Enjoy it. It's going to be today's much hotter than yesterday. Shit. I was going to cut the grass today. I don't know if I want to take care of that today. I know tomorrow's supposed to rain. It's kind of weird. 1 day of rain. And then I saw the rest of the week. Next week, it's pretty good. Yeah. So, well.
I like this weather.
Yeah.
When that humidity comes in.
Yeah. So for me, like the humidity, like I like heat, but I don't like when my skin feels like all like sticky and pasty and shit. I like in San Diego, they have dry heat. They don't have humidity there. So like you feel the heat, but you don't have this like sticky, like gross, like yuck feeling. Right? So yeah, so that I love the heat. I'm not really a fan of the sticky like feeling, the humidity, but I do love the heat. So, yeah.
This week the humidity wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's been great.
But now they're saying the humidity's going to come in.
Yeah. Just in time for the World Cup, right? Just in time for the World Cup. All right, brother.
I'll let you get back.
All righty, dude.
And you have a great day.
I will. Thank you, and you as well. I appreciate you. All right. I'll see you. I need to drink some water. I don't even know who's in the chat, to be honest. I have no idea. Underboss. I stare into the brightest sun. Hello from hello Shane. This is Toronto. We have another brother who's actually from from Australia. His name is Cat Trooper, but he's not here right now. He left earlier. Yeah, I was just giving a master class on being in the present moment to whoever was here. Even though I wasn't really talking to the stream, you all was hearing my conversation with. There's a brother named Tom that shows up in the trail that I'm walking, and why it's so important to live in the present moment. The mind will never throw you into the now. You have to basically intentionally put yourself into the now. But the mind will keep saying, no, you got to worry about the future and ruminate on the past. Because the mind is designed for past and future thinking. It doesn't like the thing called the now. I figured that out last year during the summertime. I'm like, After all the books I've read on the present moment, no one explained it the way I was able to understand it by just tapping into myself and like, wait a minute. So the mind is designed for past thinking and or past rumination and future worrying. So does that mean that the mind doesn't like the now? But everybody keeps talking about the now. Huh. Interesting. Or the present moment. That's fascinating. The simplest things in life are the most powerful. But the thing is, most people are not looking for simplicity. They're looking for complication, because the mind strives on complexity. It doesn't like simplicity. It hates simplicity. In every corner you turn, it's always looking for something complex. That's why I chose to be more relaxed. And as I relaxed, everything unfolded. When the world, this is a bar, when the world can't impress you with anything, it starts to impress you with everything. Or it attempts to impress you with everything. And it starts to give you everything you want. Because for me, nothing impresses me anymore. Not a person, not an amount of money, nothing. And because I live in that state, everything just comes to me now. Ease. It's just that simple. But when I used to put too much importance on things, like I want that certain amount of money, I want that person, I want this, because I'm saying I want, the universe is like, oh, you don't have it yet? Okay, I'm going to keep giving you I want this and keep pushing it away. And I kept putting so much importance on it that I kept it distant from myself instead of closing the gap by already acknowledging that I already have it within. As I have it within, and knowing that the mind doesn't like the now, it likes the worrying of the future and the ruminating of the past. I'm like, okay, so I have to find a way to not identify with the mind now. You have a mind, you aren't the mind. And I will say that every day on my stream. You have a mind, you aren't the mind. And you have the ability to be controlled by the mind, or you have governance over the mind. The choice is yours. You have that choice. Even that alone is enough. Once you are aware of even just that, you can start to live your more fulfilling life if you choose to. I'm going to read the chat. I know I haven't read the chat throughout this morning because I was chatting with Tom, but let's see. Well, hello there, Nancy and Princess. Good to see you. You're good, Nancy. I'm still here. I'm still going to be talking about the present moment. It's very important. Good to see both of you, by the way. Glad you're here. This is the spot that I usually talk at, and a lot of people, there's a trail just up on over there, so people will pass by and I'll say hello to them and whatnot. I'll tell you though, I would say you didn't miss anything, Nancy, because you already you're pretty aware of a lot of these things anyways. It's just more reminders, nothing more. Because you already have it right here, all of you. This, though, will keep saying, it'll have its own stories. But it's important to be in the present moment because everything stems from the now. No matter what you think, feel, say, act, do, or be, it always starts right now. So if you've decided that you've mastered yourself in the now, you've mastered yourself in the now, not 10 years from now. There is no 10 years from now. It's just, and look at what I just said, 10 years from now, right? The word now is still part of that. 10 years from now will still be the now, right? Every time you look at the time, right? Right now it's 9:38 in Toronto, 6:38 in San Diego, California. It's still the now. All of you are in different time zones around the world, but yet you're all here with me right now. Think about that for a moment. That's why time is just in our local time zones. We use it as just a measurement to like help us to kind of like navigate the world. Like I have an appointment at 12 o'clock or I have a flight to catch at 5 p.m. It helps us to know where to be. But when you decide something of like, I'm in a loving relationship that's healthy and thriving. I have the business, or I am fulfilled, or I'm getting to do XYZ. Once you've decided in the mental realm, it's done. There is no like time in the mental realm because it's already created. It's done. The moment you think it, it's done. The problem is the eyes are just a projector of what the mind, and the mind's like, but I don't see it yet. But it's not here yet, Orion. And it will continue to throw you back into the old frequency. And your frequency is made of 7 keys. I usually forget one of the words, but it's okay. I'll do my best. It starts with your beliefs of yourself and the world. It's your emotional charged thoughts, not just your thoughts, but emotional charged thoughts. Because not all thoughts are created equally. It's your perceptions of the world and yourself. It's your expectations of what you expect is normal, is what you're going to get. That's a bar, write it down. It is your focus and attention. Where you place your focus, energy goes. But not only does it go, it grows. That's the part that, a lot of the spiritual people don't mention, that it actually grows. It doesn't just go, it grows. I'll wait till the airplane flies over. Then you have your reactions of the world, or how you respond, and your convictions. How much conviction do you have in certain things? You can have conviction in both positive and negative aspects of reality. You can have you can have conviction. When I want to say so many things, I have to slow down. Slow down character. Take that pause and relax. You'll get it all out. You're not going to miss anything. Just relax. Reminding the mind that you're not going to miss anything. It's excited. And when you have convictions on, I will, no matter what, I'm going to bring forth this vision of mine, it will just propel you. It's like jet engine fuel. It doesn't matter the vehicle you drive, it's about the fuel you put in the vehicle, and that's another bar. Write that down. If you use like affirmations or visualization or meditation or scripting or journaling or chanting or mantras or insert whatever your favorite technique. Techniques work and they can work, but it's not really the technique. It's really you giving the energy, the fuel to make those things work. If you believe something is helping you and it's actually helped you, then keep using it because that's your jet fuel. As long as it's bringing you joy, keep using it. I'm going to read the chat quickly, see what's going on. Every day is a learning day. Awareness is key. It's like a mirror. Not only is it a mirror, it is a mirror. It's definitely a mirror. See, my thing is that I am a mirror. But if people ask me, "Oh, Ryan, what is it that you do?" and I say that I'm a mirror, they'll be like, "What does that mean?" Right? What does that mean? Hello? They'll be like, "What does that mean?" I mean, I reflect back what you already are, currently. Or what I know you can be, because we all are the same, deep down. We have our own little quirks, personality-wise, but at our core, before we created our identity of who we think we are all the same. We are itself. That's the word I use for God. We are itself. Hello. We are itself, all in a different body, having 8 billion different experiences. That's why there's 8 billion different beliefs, 8 billion different worlds living on one planet. Or another way of saying that there's 8 billion different universes living on planet Earth. And sure, some people were given a little bit of a head start, more advantage, but I've seen people who actually were at a very physical disadvantage and still shine bright because they decided what was possible for them because of their self-concept of themselves. They decided that, like, I'm not going to settle for less. I will empower myself and I will never stop, no matter what life throws at me. That alone, those three things alone, is conviction for them to have jet fuel to propel themselves. They've been through the absolute ringer in life and they still made it. I know somebody, not personally, but I know somebody who has no arms and no legs, and yet he's a motivational, inspiring speaker and he impacts the world. What's our excuse at this point? The dude has no arms and no legs, and he's also married with a beautiful woman. Because his self-concept of himself is just absolutely magnetic. When I listened to him, I wasn't looking at his arms and no legs. I was listening to his words. And I'm like, no wonder he is so confident in himself. No wonder. Because of his belief and his convictions and his expectations and his emotional charged thoughts and his reactions, or I should say his responding, his perceptions of himself, and it just magnetizes people. So I'm like, if he's able to do it, right? I'm not saying he has no challenges, then surely anyone else can do it. And he started with nothing. And literally, he was at a very big, massive disadvantage. A lot of us, we take our hands and our legs for granted. The dude only has his head and his torso. That's it. No legs. No arms. But yet he still did it. So really, he locked into the present moment of what he decided is true and real for him. And that's it. He just went with it. Nothing more. He didn't even hesitate. That's why he is where he is. I don't remember his name. I wish I had his name. I only saw him one time. It was on my YouTube scrolling journey back in 2024. So he kind of gave me a little bit of a conviction in myself. So I'm like, here I am. I have all the wisdom in the world, and yet I'm afraid to share it because I'm thinking someone is not going to like me. Because I had this preconceived notion that I had to be approved of or accepted by others. I don't care if people like me or they don't. I'm going to speak what I came here to speak. My live stream is different from other live streams. If you want somebody to be reacting to things and stuff, there's other channels. I'm here to speak and share and help people. Nothing more. And I get to do this. I don't have to do this. I get to do this. Big difference. Because the way I created my life now is at peace. I have clients that pay me and I only work 1 day a week, and the rest of the time is my time. I get to do whatever I want. And I could just choose not to stream. I could just be walking in nature and doing whatever. But my passion is helping people. Remember thyself as sentient beings that's capable of anything. There's been plenty of people who come on the stream and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're blah, 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 blah. It's not for you right now. You have your preconceived notions of me. It's going to be right? You are where you are based on your frequency. That's a bar, write it down. You can't know anything more than where you currently are. That's another bar, write it down. That's not insult, that's just what it is, unfortunately. Exactly. Anything and everything is possible. You're welcome, Nancy. That's why I do it. Even if it's just one soul like yourself, that's enough. Does it need to be millions? I would love to impact millions, and I will. I already know that I've already done it. On my other channel, even though there's not millions of subscribers, I've had millions of views. And even if they've seen me for 1 second, my impact in that 1 second was enough. Even if they hate my guts, I impacted them because they still chose to feel a certain feeling. So even in that moment of them feeling something was enough. So I've already impacted over 1 million people on the planet. And more to come. A lot more to come. So for me, it all comes down to perception and expectations. And the thing is, I was mentioning to Tom, his name is Tom, and I see him every day on the trail, mostly. If if I come later, then I won't, but he's usually here. And I was sharing with him, like, if somebody says something is hard and difficult, then the fact that they're giving power to that idea that something's difficult and hard is how powerful you are. And I know you probably haven't heard me say this, so I'm going to say it again. You might want to write this one down or make a mental note of it. You are so powerful that you make yourself powerless. I'll give you the example. Somebody says that I will never be successful. Success is not for me. That's the better way of saying it. Success is not for me. It's only for that person, but it's not for me because I'm blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. So you said that. Someone said that. So person who said that, you say success is not for you. So you have so much power in saying success is not for you. Why don't you take that same power that you're giving that idea, the idea of success is not for you, and apply that success is for you. That's what I'm saying. You're like an alchemist. You take energy from your words and just redistribute to newer words or words that are more in alignment that can actually empower you. Because most people forgot the art of our words. I came here to bring awareness to a lot of things that has been forgotten in our human day-to-day life. Like the energetics behind each word you say, the conscious definitions of words, the subconscious definition of words, because subconscious uses emotion, not logic, right? Your super conscious definition of things, right? The context behind words, because like, you know, you can say a word, but if someone jumps on the stream and they have no idea what you're talking about, they need context, because the human mind is always looking for context. It's these fundamental things that we've forgotten in our day-to-day life that's tripping us up, right? Language is the border of what we're really going to experience or what we can experience. Well, we can go beyond our language, but we get trapped up based on the confines and the limitations that we impose or self-impose onto the interpretations and the meaning behind words. That's why you can change any word to mean anything, literally. But the reason why we don't do that is because if we don't do that, or if we do that, people are not going to understand us. We want to be understood. Nothing more. That's why it's important to pay attention to like the things that you're saying, not only to yourself, but when you're speaking out loud or even when you're listening to somebody else. Indeed, we are all very, very limitless. And that's what I wish for everybody to know, how limitless and powerful and magical and amazing and epic and special you really actually are. Like, just take this in for a moment. Look at all the things it took just to bring you into the earth, right? Like, we're not going to get into all the semantics, but like, look at all the magical things that had to unfold to still have you on the earth, right? And you're still here, right? 186,000 people leave the planet and 186,000 people on average return or come to the earth on a daily basis. 186,000 means every second somebody is born and somebody dies, right? There's going to come a moment where I'm no longer here, and I'm already okay when my time is up because I lived my fullest life. Have I traveled the entire world and saw everything? Well, no, but I don't have regrets either, right? When I'm supposed to see those things, I'll see them, right? My intuition will tell me otherwise. Because I started to lock into the now and start to live a more joyful experience. And because I started to live a more joyful experience, it's just bringing more people like yourself to my experience and to radiate out like a lighthouse like you are, right? Lighthouses find each other. Like in the sea of like darkness, right? The lighthouses will eventually find each other. Which is fascinating. See you, brother. Have a great day. I spent so many times just like not saying a word. Like last year, I was streaming on my other channel. There were days nobody was on my stream. because my other YouTube channel got compressed down into the algorithm. You couldn't find it. You'd have to look for my channel, but even then, it wouldn't either show my live was live, or you wouldn't find notifications or anything like that, but I was there. There have been days where I've been speaking by myself, or there have been days I've just been like, just being with myself, observing everything for what it is. And I'm happy that the live stream last year unfolded the way it did, because it got me to this point in time right now. You never know where you are currently in your life, where it's going to lead you to the next moment, because you can't really connect the dots looking forward unless you decided what that is for you. But you can definitely connect the dots looking backwards on to see how everything unfolded. That's why it's important to sort of like, you don't have to make content, but it's important to sort of like kind of record yourself or make notes about like things, just to like see where you were and where you are now and where you will eventually be. Because where you are now, you have to go through a whole bunch of hurdles, and you thought that some of these hurdles were not possible, but now you've made it past those, and you see how you are still here. And you're thinking, I don't know if I'll ever make it out. There was a moment where I only had $2 in my bank account. A guy went from six-figure career to only having $2 in his bank account, and I heavily invested in myself. I said, I'm not going back to a job. Nothing wrong with a job, but I didn't come here to work someone else's dreams. That's a bar. Write it down. I came here to work for my dreams, my passion, my purpose, and helping people around the world tap beyond this is my purpose. So, you know, I could have continued to focus on the $2 in my bank account and be like, yep, this is me, and identify with just being poor and like, you know, giving up. But if I kept focusing on that, the universe will just keep doing more. But I decided, no, this is not who I am. This is just a moment. But I was able to overcome that moment. But I never had to go through it as hard as I had to do. I could have been much simpler had I known what this was doing all along. But the thing is, the funny story is, I had to go through this experience with my mind so that I can share with the world why you don't actually have to go through some of the things that you had to go through. But you still have to go through it so that you can realize you didn't have to go through it. Yep, the universe always provides. Amazing. That's awesome. I'm glad you use YouTube like that. That's pretty good, Underboss. It's really, really good. Morning. Yeah, and that's good. Everything good? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
This way.
We're gonna let them hang out in the pool for a bit. I'm just gonna observe them for a moment. What's their names? What's their names? Stacy? Okay. Coco. Very nice. So I learned a lot from Cesar Millan. For those of you, that's the dog whisperer guy with dogs in the last like couple months. Calm confidence and calm surrender. Because like with dogs, you don't want to look at them directly, right? Until like, because you don't want to invade their personal space unless they come to you and then they want the petting, right? So like, you know, to just be relaxed and calm because they can feel your energy. So that's why, like, for me, I know that not only with dogs, but with other people and with yourself. Because the more relaxed and calm you are, things just unfold easier. I used to be, just so you all know, I used to be afraid of dogs. I was terrified of them. I got bitten by a German Shepherd when I was 5 on my right leg here. So I had a phobia of dogs for years. But because I had to overcome my fear of dogs, it allowed me to be more relaxed. Because I understood how dogs work. Because when Caesar showed me, like on his YouTube videos, how he takes a dog that's very aggressive and brings it to a calm, relaxed state, it shows me that it really does start with us. Because on their leashes, they can feel the energy of the human, right? So they can feel the energy of the human if they're more relaxed, right? Have a great day. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's okay. I'm glad they got their drink. They needed it. So when I spent time watching Caesar stuff, it was not just for the dogs, it was for the human. Because most people, they don't know much about energy, right? Because this is an energetic world. And because this is an energetic world, the universe uses energy. And because dogs are energetic beings just like us, they have no ability to fully communicate like how we can speak and think. They use their barking and their nose and all that stuff. So with dogs, they go nose, eyes, and then hearing. For us, it's eyes, hearing, or it's ears, this, and then nose. So it's in reverse order. So when you say, come here, boy, come here, boy, come here, boy, they don't actually hear that. They're actually sniffing with their nose first. But they're sniffing to see if he's calm, relaxed, or if he's in tension. That's why, like, he asks if he can come. I'm like, of course, it's not my water. This water doesn't belong to me. By all means, dude, feel free, right? I wanted his dogs to get some water. But I wanted to show that this was a perfect example of, like, you know, just being relaxed. Because if I felt tension in myself, they would be like barking. Because they would feel my tension, because they can feel it they can feel it from a mile away. That's why if you start running, they will run after you. If you're afraid of them, they will chase after you. But because I understand how dogs work now, right? His dogs, I understand that he has a bit of control over his dog, not as much like some where they're just more chill and relaxed. His is a little bit more tense. I don't know if he has tension in his life, but his dogs are feeling potentially tension, right? But they weren't barking, so they were fine. They were just observing. But this is what allows you to be in the present moment. You get to observe things for what they are. You know, yesterday when a lot of the people were coming on dropping the Christian Bible stuff, and they're like dropping their, like, you know, Orion, you need to be saved and blah blah blah. I was just observing. I wasn't even getting into it. I was just like, you're right. If that's what you want to hear, I'm going to give it to you. You're right. Because you are. In your own universe, you're always going to be right. Others' universes will say, no, that's not true. But you get to observe when you're very present. And you get to start to see things for what it is. I'm going to read the chat. Wishing you a grand day, Orion. I got to head out for a bit. Sounds good. Appreciate it. I had pit bulls run from me in fear. Nice. Into the brightest sun for the Celestial Sun download codes. You said that earlier. And I used to get codes like that myself under Boss. Not anymore, because I know all the codes were right here. But I had to use the sun as sort of the, you know, guiding point. What else do I want to talk about the present moment? No, just observe. Just be for a moment. A lot of us are, and I want to share this. Some of you might really benefit from hearing this. A lot of us are very uncomfortable with just being in the now. What do I mean by that? Well, we have to keep talking. You have to keep doing or producing. And we keep distracting ourselves from what's right here, right now. I love being silent. Of course, on a live stream, if someone came on and like, what is this guy doing? Right? I'm well aware that I'm speaking, but I'm not speaking to fill some like void. I'm speaking to bring it into awareness. There are times on my streams I don't say a word, and I can go hours without saying anything to anybody, or even to myself. Days, I've done at least days going without saying a word to anybody. It's quite powerful. But many of us are very uncomfortable with the present moment. Because now you have to sit and potentially feel things that you've been, pushing down. Let me see what you wrote. Let's see what we got. Ryan, look up HRM, an Indian man. NASA observed fasting while staring at the sun for energy. Oh, I'm aware of that. There are times where I don't need to eat because nature provides enough. But I like eating. I enjoy eating, not because I need it, because I choose to, right? But I do know what you're talking about. I don't know the person, but I definitely know about the sun thing. I definitely know that. I'll look him up though when I get back. Because I already experienced that during 2024. I was seeing how the body responded when I wasn't eating food for 4 days. And the sun gave me all I needed. I did drink some water. Not like as much, but I just drank some. I'll never do water fasting again. For me, there's no benefit whatsoever. I'm always clear. I've decided in every present moment, I always have clarity. And as I walk that path as my known truth, that I'm always clear within myself, right? Because a lot of people, why do they fast? They fast for clarity, for guidance, for some sort of connection. Most people, not everybody. Some just do it because they want to clean their body out, right? Nothing wrong with that. Now, I intermittent fast almost every day to some extent, but other times I'll just eat. I'm good. I choose to eat, I choose not to eat. I'm always going to be clear in every present moment. Let's see. Well, hello there, Chelsea. Good to see you. Let me see what's written in the chat. I hope you all like my shirt. Naruto Uzumaki. By the way, if you all didn't know, this is the Sage of the Sixth Path symbol on the back of my shirt. It's pretty good. I like my symbols. They're pretty good. I had this custom made in San Diego. It's a one-of-a-kind shirt, so I gotta take care of my one-of-a-kind shirt. I love my shirt. I go months without leaving my home or having contact with humans. Amazing. Of course, I know Goku would whoop Naruto's ass. Goku's my dude. I've known Goku before most people knew Goku in North America. Goku's my guy. Goku would whoop anybody's ass. I don't care if it's One Punch Man. I don't care if it's Superman or Ichigo or Jinwoo Sung from Solo Leveling. I don't care if it's someone who's a god. Goku will still whoop ass. So yeah, I'm aware. I'm on Goku's side, bro. But Goku and Naruto and Ichigo and Atem from Yu-Gi-Oh are like the four, and Jinwoo Sung are like the 5 people that I embody their spirit. But definitely Goku, 100%. But if it wasn't Goku, this guy right here, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki. I love them. Yeah, Goku would whoop anybody's ass. Of course, we all want to turn Super Saiyan, but I'm already Super Saiyan. In fact, I'm beyond Super Saiyan. I'm Ultra Instinct mastered in my inner world. Now we'll see when I start glowing one day and start shining and start floating in the sky and like, right? We'll see what happens. Because it's possible. Morning. I'm keeping my water nice and cool in the water, using it as my fridge. $10 o'clock. There's so much to say about the present moment, but there's actually really nothing to say about the present moment. Because the present moment is just that, this. I know some of you have heard that the present moment is a gift. That's why they call it the present moment, because it is a gift. But you know, I kept saying that the answers are you. When I say that, I really do mean that, because when you realize that the moment is only now and that everything you ever wanted is right now, and you can only ever be who you are right now, and no matter wherever you go, there you are right now, right? You start to just like see things for what they are. And I lived in a world where I was completely asleep and had no idea about anything. And now I live in a world where sometimes I kind of wish I didn't know all this stuff, but it is what it is. And I live in a world where I know quite a lot of stuff. And I'm like, why didn't I know this stuff when I was a kid? Or not as a kid, as a teenager. It's because I started to use the outside world as my mirror, not focusing inwards. I started to shift internally to such a degree where I no longer am emotionally dependent upon seeing what's happening in my outer world. Does that mean I'm devoid of any emotions? Of course not. I still have my emotions. That's how we bring forth things in our physical world, by using our emotions. The universe is always G-checking your energy to see what you want or what you already have. So, and that's the thing about the universe. It'll punish you if you don't know how it works. But the funny thing is, you're the universe, so you're really punishing yourself by saying, well, I don't have that money. I don't have that woman or that man, right? For me, I already have my wife and my 3 kids. I have my business. Well, my business is already in the physical, but there's a level of where I want to be in my business. I'm not physically there yet, but I'm in here. It's already there. It's done. It's sorted. It's finished. All the resources in the world to help the world with. Because here's the thing, y'all. Money in the hands of great people will do amazing things. And I came here to do amazing things, but I know that I can't take it with me. So once I'm done with it, I'm done with it. I'll just be redistributing it and circulating it throughout the world so that others can have it and use it. I'm not just going to keep it to the family. I'm going to make sure that it's dispersed so that others can use it. Because once I leave, nothing is owned to me anymore. My business won't be owned by me anymore. My house won't be owned by me. If my wife is still here or my kids are still around, it'll be owned by them until they sell it, but then eventually, like, it won't be owned by them. Grandkids, maybe, maybe not, who knows? Don't know where that's going to go, we'll see. I was always very reluctant on having kids. Didn't feel called to be a dad, but now something has shifted inside of me. And whether that does physically happen or doesn't, I'm good either way. I already helped raise 2 kids. They were my brother and my sister. My dad, he was in the picture, but he wasn't really, I basically had to step up and help. All because I wanted to help my mom when I didn't know anything about anything. Was I a good big brother? Questionable. All because I was in my hate phase. Did some pretty, damaging things to my brother's mind when I was younger. like always treating him with disrespect and like hating on him. So for the longest time, he held on to resentment. I didn't know any better back then because of all the hate that I was receiving in school and in the house and anywhere I went. So I was like, fuck this world. Then my sister came along. My hate started to dissipate a little bit, but it was still there. My relationship with my brother and my sisters they're on their journey now to, figure shit out for themselves. I have a good relationship with my brother. My sister and I, because she's in her 20s and she's starting to figure life out for her. She's a little bit more quieter now than she was when she was a kid. But because I started to decide that if I'm meant to be a dad, then I'll be a dad. But my wife must be on the same level as me in terms of awareness. She can't be less than where I'm at. And if she is, I'm not here to guide her. I'm not going to be her teacher. She is her own teacher, her own guidance. She has to come knowing that she's already whole, perfect, and complete. And I already know that. So that's in my inner world, I've already created that person. She already exists. Who she is, I have an idea, but I won't say anything further on that. As for the money in the world, I have more than enough. What does more than enough mean? Enough to do what I needed to do and still have a surplus. That's what more than enough means. And I asked all of you, what's your number of more than enough? What would that be? Right? Each of you are going to have your own number. Right? Some of you might say 1 million. Some might say 1 billion. Some might say 500,000. Some might say 500 million. It all comes down to your perception of what more than enough is. But as long as you have more than enough, and I always have more than enough, now anyways. A year ago, I didn't feel like I had more than enough, and because of the way I felt, the universe kept replaying the same story over and over. Oh, Ryan, you still haven't figured it out that you're focusing on the outside world. You still haven't figured out that you already have it within. So I'm going to have to keep giving you what you think is on the outside world, the $2 in your bank account. And always struggling to pay my bills and whatever. And doing all kinds of shenanigans just to keep meeting ends meet. And now I figured it out. I'm like, oh, the mirror doesn't smile back before you do. And what that really means is you got to feel it that you already have it and know that you have it. Doesn't matter what the world shows you, you fucking lock in to that feeling. And as you do, things will just start to show up and you take the action. That's why the universe has a very cool law called the universe loves speed. The moment something shows up, you must take action. But do take action from a state of alignment, not from fear and worry and doubt. I know the world will condition you to do that though, but you'll have to do your best to not be thrown into fear, worry, and doubt as much as you can. Because fear, worry, and doubt is only going to give you more fear, worry, and doubt. And if Mr. Underboss, if you're still here, that's the reason why I love Goku. He doesn't fear anything. He's not afraid. That's the reason why I embody his spirit. In the face of difficulty, he always finds a way. Sure, there's one moment he gave up. He threw in the towel against Cell, but that was on purpose. Because he knew his son was stronger than him. And he knew his son could handle it. And he was there to teach his son, a valuable experience. To believe in himself. So when I see Goku giving up against Cell, right, that's basically what he did. To empower his son to know that he's capable of anything. So I embody Goku's spirit and Naruto's spirit because Naruto is very determined. Naruto never gave up. He said, I'll never give up on my word. I'll never go back on my word. That is and forever will be my ninja way. And because he would never give up on his word, he said one day that he'll be Hokage, and he sure did do that. He became the hero of the world. Now, I'm not looking to be no hero anymore. I had a hero complex once upon a time. I'm no longer looking to save the world or be a hero. I'm looking to just do my part for the world so that everybody else can do their part for the world, because all of you came here to do something extraordinary. As much as the world will say, only certain people will be extraordinary, everybody else will be average and mediocre. That is so not true. Why would, for my Christian people that like to use God for their thing, why would God make it only available to some and not all? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Same with Allah, same with Yahweh and Brahma, Vishnu. Why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they give it to some but not all? I just realized there are people on the other side of the water over there. That's cool. Why would they just do that? It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. And then I realized that, it started with me. And now the universe is starting to support me, because I started supporting myself, because I started to understand how reality works. The game, it's backwards that we've been taught. Yeah, there are people across the water over there. They're like hanging out. I didn't even see them until just now. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. She is watching over you. She's always there. And just know that she's always with you right here. It's very difficult as a parent to have to experience that. But just know that she's there watching with you. Never forget that she's right here. Today's what, June 5th? Yeah. Today's my one of my sisters, my soul sister's birthday. I'm going to message her on Facebook as a reminder. I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter. But I can tell you that your daughter is wanting you to know that she's okay and that she's loving you from the other side, and to not have any fear or worry or doubts, that she's taking care of you on the other side. I wonder what they're doing over there. I'm curious. They're going through the water. They're wanting to go through the water. They're on the other side of the stream, though. So they might hear some of the things I might say. Who knows? They haven't noticed me yet, though. I don't think. There's quite a few of them. Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Nice. They haven't realized that I'm over here. This is great. There's a tree that's blocking us and them right now, quite literally. But anyways, to continue what I was saying, in every present moment, you have the ability to alter your course of being. And I kept saying that every day since I've started the stream. In every present moment, what is every present moment? Right now. In every present moment, you have the ability to choose differently. You're not locked to the person you are or who you think you are. You can always shift if you really want to. But the choice is yours in the end. And I do really mean that with every fiber of my soul. Because right now I can go back and subscribe to being negative again. I can go on the internet and just be angry and vicious and vile and hateful and and just mean and nasty and cruel and negative. I can do that right now if I wanted to. I really could. But that's not who I am. That's not who I ever been. That's just a story that I had on repeat for years. And that's not any of you either. Something happened in your life where it made you jaded. It made you in a way where you're more hateful to people because something, and then it's just not just that one thing, but then because you've taken on that one experience, it became a ripple effect. And because it compounded over time, it now became your more like lived reality that like people are just awful and cruel and whatever. That's not how I see it. Even when I see people coming on my stream and they're dropping their stuff, I can see them for who they really are, but they can't see themselves for who they actually are, unfortunately, because their mind has completely convinced them of a story. I just observe at this point. Those who understand what I'm saying, you actually don't even need to hear anything else from me, to be honest. You already know. Those who are here and they're looking for hope, I'm not here to give you hope. I'm just here for you to know that you can shift in every present moment if you choose to. You have that power within yourself. Every one of us does. They're all hanging out over there. They're enjoying their time. I'm happy for them. They're over there just spending time with each other, sitting by the water. I might be heading back earlier. So I think that might be a wrap for the present moment talk at the water. But I'll still be talking about the present moment as I walk back to the house. So let me put you all back on the tripod. And let me make sure that my battery is not on that mode. And when I said tripod, I meant to say gimbal, because I'm using the tripod right now. There's like a little cave area over there. I can actually cross the water, but I have to take off my shoes and all that to go over on that side. I'm referring to like over there. They came from over there on that spot. They're over in that area, but you can't really see them. So let me put you all back on the gimbal. You were all on that. I'm putting you on that now. Because when I walk with this, the video stream is more stable. Gotta make sure I grab my water. Put this in my pocket. Thank you, water, for your time, as always, and the mirroring that I got. I'll see you maybe tomorrow because it's supposed to rain. But I'll take my walk tomorrow, even if it rains. But I probably won't be staying by the water. So, we'll see. Water, thank you. And on we go. Hey, what's up, dude? I am, but I'm not going to show you. Yeah, what's up, bro? All good?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Walking into nature.
Yeah. How's everything?
Everything lovely.
Good.
Videos are great.
Good. I'll leave you guys here for a moment. That's fine. Yeah. That's
It's
good.
in front of you, right?
Yeah, it's pointing. Well, I'll point it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll keep it over here. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, man. The videos. That guy. I love him.
Yeah.
I
told.
literally binge watched him for 4 hours straight.
Good. I knew watching him would help.
Beyond. Like, he touches everything. It's
He does.
When I listen to it, I pause and I'm like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
Yeah. That's the reason why, like, I talk about the present moment being in. Today's is the present moment. Just talking about the now.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
like, I even see like other other people make reviews about it. He
Mm.
was in he had an event where he was training high entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a do-rag.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm like, society will make him look like, hey, like he's a gangster and that, but
Yeah.
no, it's about value. and what he
Yeah.
brings.
Because the thing is, he doesn't follow the same spiritual archetype.
Yeah.
I don't follow the same spiritual archetype either. Like, I'm wearing my headband,
Yeah.
right? I talk about high level consciousness. I'm on the same level as him. We talk about the same shit. But
Exactly.
the thing is, I don't care what people, I can wear this. I don't care,
Yeah.
right? Because, like, I can walk into, yes, I like wearing my suits, and I love wearing my suits, but I don't need to wear my suits to say the same thing. So, that right in itself, if someone is making like a quick accusation or judgment, that clearly shows where they are right away,
Right off the bat.
right off the bat. Because if you're already looking at someone, what they're wearing for who they are, it already tells me enough.
Exactly.
So if someone's already doing that, then they're not ready to even hear what you actually have to say, because they already made their judgment, right?
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Literally. And not only that, like even watching the videos, like I think that's what gravitates towards him because he reminds me of myself.
Right.
Just being himself.
Yeah.
But intellectual as fuck.
Hey. Yeah.
Intellectual as fuck. And I know that some people in the comments will be like, oh, don't say the N-word. I'm just like, man, it is what it is.
The thing is, he even said in one of his videos, if you're getting tripped up with the N word, that clearly means your level of awareness, because you're focusing on just that.
Just that.
So like
exactly.
when he's speaking with AJ, right?
Yeah.
AJ, like he'll say something and then AJ only hears like something, and I'm like, so I said all of the bars and you just take that one word and you're focusing on that one word, really? Right? So it all comes down to focus, what you're placing your focus on. Right?
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
So what's new with you?
Just helping people, bro.
Wait, so is this your schedule every day?
So Mondays I work with clients, and then the rest of the week I'm free. Because I chose a life where I wanted to, by my design. I only work with 6 clients right now. I have a wait list. But the problem is, like, they want to work with me, but I don't want to take on more right now. I want to just relax. Like, I'm starting out. I don't want to be bogged down with a big-ass schedule again. I want to just, slow. I'll eventually add like 7, 8, pacing. 6 is enough for me.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what's up. That's
yeah,
it.
6.
Are those 6, is it on retainer or is this?
So basically those 6, they're working with me for 2 to 3 months. And some of them it's almost up, but if they still feel like they need more time, which I tell them, like, once you're done with me, that's it. It's a wrap. You don't need any more time. Because if you're already, and they've already manifested whatever they want. So I'm like, what else do you want? There's nothing else, right? Because they still think that they're missing something. So I told them, if you want, come on my live streams if you choose to. But most of them are high level entrepreneurs, just like Nero's clients, right? And they don't have time to be on a live stream. They're focusing on their businesses, right? So that's what my schedule's like. I don't want to work 5 days a week. 1 day is enough. And Mondays, I chose Mondays specifically because that's usually the start of the week. So it gets everybody right, like in their mind. So for the rest of the week, they can just lock in to do whatever they need to do. Instead of the end of the week, and I'm like, so how was your week? And then the end of the week is done, and then during the weekend, they may or may not work. And then some of the stuff I share is lost, where they can actually put into practice during the week. So some of the things I say.
I like that.
Yeah, that's why Mondays is the day that I work. Because working like in the middle of the week, I mean, I may add another day down the road, but it definitely won't be a Friday. It won't be a weekend. It'll probably be like maybe a Wednesday, if anything. A Monday and a Wednesday, but I think for now Monday's fine.
Monday's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I also,
Hello.
morning, I also peeped your information and I noticed you're a gamer. Are you still gaming? Oh, 6 years ago. Do you do that as a passion or is it just?
Yeah, I still game here and there, but not as much anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
So walk me through, for example, like a session with one of your one-on-one clients.
Sure.
Like, how do you first break things down? Do you guys go first into the inner child first, or is it just like what they want to accomplish and then you just...
So I asked them, what is it that they're looking to accomplish,
Okay.
right? I have to know what their goals are. What is it that they're after? What's their intentions? From there, I start asking them questions like, so tell me a little bit about like their experience, like like during their childhood. From there, it'll tell me a bit of things, and then I ask them, okay, so what is it that you think you're struggling on right now? Some will say, you know, people don't take me seriously or something random. I'm like, okay, where did that pop up in childhood? And then they'll tell me, and I'm like, is that one experience, or do you have more? Is that the most intense experience? And then they'll share more about their childhood, and then I'm like, okay, so this is a pattern. And from there, I have them do similar to what Nero does with his clients, get into that meditative state and dissolve the glue, right? Dissolve the glue, the emotion, because most people are attempting to override the glue, but the glue is still there. So they're just adding more glue to the glue that's already there. They need to dissipate that glue first and then put the new glue. It's sort of like from the computer standpoint, if you ever built a computer, you got to take off the thermal paste, the old stuff, clean it properly, and then put the new stuff on. Hey, right? Because if you attempt to put new thermal paste on old thermal paste, it's not going to work properly. Like your CPU is just going to overheat from a technical standpoint. But that's the same concept of like you're attempting to you're stabbing at a wound, but you're not cleaning the wound, right? You're putting a bandage over something, yes, but you're not actually taking care of the wound itself. You got to clean it first, then put the bandage, right? But most people are just slapping the bandage thinking it's going to heal. And yes, from a physical standpoint, it does, but I mean, from a metaphorical standpoint, it does not. It's just slapping a bandage on thinking it's going to heal itself. You gotta dissipate the energy from whatever it is you're experiencing first. And once you dissipate the energy from the experience, then you can start to experience the thing that you do want.
That one was a gem. I noticed in most of his videos he talks about that. Recreating that memory, you know. And looking back at it, I feel like I was stuck. The reason I was stuck because yes, I had a bad past, and there's times where it would linger in the present moment.
Right.
But then I would avoid it, and he says the more you avoid it, the more it gets stronger.
Yeah, it compounds. Yeah.
So now, like later today, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna take my time right down the past and just go through that and just break it. Even despite how bad that person or situation was, you gotta. He says in the video, I think it's you gotta bring the unconscious to the conscious.
Correct. You also have to make sure as well, what is the version of you that you desire to be, and write that down. And what is that version? How do they think, talk, speak, move, like the actions they take or don't take? What do they entertain as their facts or not facts? Do they react? Do they respond? Things like that. Once you do that, you'll start to uncover more of like who you actually are supposed to be. But you'll have to do the first stuff first, because that stuff needs to be done first before you can actually tap in.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And what I've noticed too is that there's a video he posted on how do you know if your frequency is working.
Yeah.
It's like you'll start to notice awareness of certain things in certain
Correct.
people. And I started to notice that too, like more energy from others.
Yeah.
Now I understand like why people act is because of their childhood. You know.
Correct.
Like, okay, he spazzed up because of X, Y, and Z, but not knowing that it could affect him.
Right.
And then he wasn't taught that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like for example, did you grow up around this area?
Yeah, I was born in this area.
Yeah, born here. So here in this area, Rexdale, right? It's notorious for gangs and stuff like that. So
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people, they feel like if they don't act a certain way, then they won't be a part of the group.
Correct. They won't be socially accepted.
Socially accepted, and that's
Yeah.
why, like, you know, sometimes they crash out, or if someone bumps them by accident, they crash out. Why? Is because they want to feel, oh, nah, you can't overpower me, even though
Right.
that's not the case. So that's something definitely I take into consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that guy. Wow,
I'm glad.
He's a game changer.
Yeah.
I even got his book too.
Good.
I'm about to read
Did
it.
you read it?
I'm about to read it today.
I read his book. That's why I don't need to write a book. He already wrote the book.
Everything is
My book, if I'm writing it, is just one page. You're the answer. That's it. That's all you need to know.
You're the answer.
Yeah, but the human mind will not accept that. It wants context. So then that's where you got to write.
You gotta rewrite the context.
The human mind's always looking for context. It can't accept that it just is, that you are the answer. Because if you think about it, and I shared this with you already, isn't it you that has to believe the beliefs that you have, think the thoughts you have to have, feel the feelings that you have, say the words that you're having, take the actions? Isn't it you? It's not someone else, it's you. So isn't it you that it starts with you? So that's why you're the answer.
That's true.
Right? I basically break down all his stuff very easily. It's just you're the answer. Whatever you think, it's you. Whatever you feel, it's you. Whatever you decide, it's you. Whatever you choose, it's you. Whatever you feel, it's you. Whatever you act is you. Whatever you don't act is still you.
One last thing before I leave.
Yeah.
I want to pick your brain.
Sure.
One thing I struggled on as a kid and growing up was, and I watched a video on this.
What if I told you weren't struggling?
Huh?
What
Yeah,
if-
yeah, okay, yeah.
What
That's a good one.
What do I just told you?
It's just like programming.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Awareness,
Yeah.
Awareness now.
Yeah.
So, he talked about inferiority complex.
Yeah.
And I resonated with that a bit. But now I'm asking you, like, how does someone overcome that exactly? Like, for example, let's just say you see someone, you're like, I feel like
They put them on a pedestal.
put them on pedestal. You see a
Right.
woman, or you see a certain job. And
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know if I'm, you know that feeling? Like, how
Ye-
does someone break those chains?
Well, they're first going to have to start feeling that, number one, they are worthy of the experience.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
What if the brain tells you
That you're not
don't
worthy.
Don't listen to the brain.
Yeah.
You're like, well, I haven't done this before, but I'm not sure if I would do good on this.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the mind. Hello again. That's the mind creating the story, though.
That's the story. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Start
Morning. Yeah, so like that's the mind creating the story, but for someone who's starting out, they have to start, because this is where I have to start. I have to believe that it was possible. But believing isn't enough. You have to know it's possible. But in order to get the mind to start, you have to start small, and these like small little steps. So I had to start believing that I could change and I was worthy of a person or a certain experience like money or being an entrepreneur or anything like that. So I had to start believing, but believing only can take you so far. Then I have to start tapping into knowing. And the difference between knowing and believing is like, you know you can blink your eyes. The energy behind blinking your eyes, you just know. You don't have to believe you can blink, you know. It's like, it's absolutely ridiculous to even think that I can't blink my eyes. Like, right? Think about it. So that same idea of it being ridiculous is what started to use, it was like jet fuel that propelled me to believing and knowing that anything's possible for me. Because I started to entertain ideas of like, wait a minute, I can be an entrepreneur if I want to. I could be a business owner if I want to. I could be with that person if I want to. Why am I putting things on a pedestal? So then, because right, what you said, when you start to have awareness, you start to see things differently. You start to notice things. So I started to notice things with the mind, and I allowed my mind to say, I can have this if I want. I can be whatever I want. I can choose whatever I desire to have. Right? I'm not going to put no damn celebrity on a pedestal now because they're just human just like me. So I basically took them down from the pedestal and made myself equal to them. So they're on the same level as me now. That's why, like, when I look at Nero's comments, they put him on a pedestal. I'm like, what are you all doing? He's been telling you all stop pedestalizing him, but you all still do it. I leave some comments in his chat and I'm like, well, Nero, you're like the best thing ever. I'm like, no, he's just a mirror of you. And he is just reflecting what you already are. So why are you putting him on a pedestal? Yes, he's helping you, but it's actually you helping yourself. It's just a mirror, right? So like, that's how someone starts to turn the wheels and start to empower themselves to know that they're not inferior. But then there's the other side of the spectrum, like superiority complex. Then you have to go through that phase where you start to put yourself above everything. Right? But the thing is, like, you have to know that you're equal to everything, but you're still the most important. You're the shiniest object in the universe, like you. Like in your own universe, you're the shiniest object. I'm the shiniest object in my universe, right? But then this idea of like, well, then who's the shiniest object? We both are. You're your own universe. I'm my own universe. We're all our own universe. So you have to decide. And really, after that, it is just a decision. You choose, decide, and shift perspectives. And it really is just that simple. But the thing is, the mind's not going to be like, yeah, no, it's not. Because the emotions. That's why you have to dissolve the glue.
Yeah, you touched that. Yeah. And another thing I learned is sometimes I hope the audience hears this, that the emotions...
They can kind of hear you, but
Okay,
the, yeah.
it's
Yeah, yeah.
okay. So you can relate.
Yeah, for sure.
Emotions can be a body memory as well.
Correct.
That's one strong thing.
Yeah.
The psychology books I read, it was all about the thoughts.
Correct.
But not like deep.
Yeah, that's the reason why like I read through like 500 books. Only because to realize like, wait a minute, like what are they all attempting to point at here?
Yeah, exactly.
The answer was you.
Yeah.
That's why I kept saying, like, every time you read a book now, when you read Nero's book, always start with the answer is you. Because, like, when you read through his book, and you'll see, right, you'll see exactly why I said the answer is you. You'll know. You already know that, but you'll see why. Yeah.
One last thing.
Hmm.
How do you craft the feeling? You know, it talks about feeling.
How do you craft the feeling?
For that specific, the inferiority complex. Like, what type of memory should one tap into to like get that feeling? So
Of
they could be in that state of mind.
So they can break the inferiority?
Yeah.
They have to find an experience that they felt.
That's down to
Yeah. They have to find some experience in their life where they felt good about themselves. Like if it could be anything. It could be like when I was on a roller coaster, or I'm hanging out with my buddy, right? Something like that, and just take that energy of feeling and just transfer it to the thing that you want. It's just the meaning behind the things that we give in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I needed for that.
Yeah.
Like that's the type of feeling I
Yeah,
need.
because that's the thing that I struggle with for years. Like, how do you feel a feeling that you've never felt before? That's the question I asked myself.
Literally.
Like, how do you feel a feeling that you never felt before? Like, how do you feel like a billionaire? How do you feel like you're in love with your dream partner? So I had to start writing shit out and saying, this is what I was saying. You have to write the characteristics out of that person, what they're living, and then find a way to tap into it by using a previous experience that's similar. It might not be one-to-one, but it's similar. Or knowing what it feels like to feel it, because you have all the energy and frequencies within yourself to feel everything. That's another bar. Because you have the ability to experience everything within yourself. From apathy to joy, or enlightenment, or empowerment. Yeah, man.
You literally changed my life.
You changed. You did it. I didn't do anything.
Oh man, like
I knew that.
I had that feeling. I'm just like, yo, there's just so much things I know I'm gonna accomplish that I feel inside.
It's already done.
And you see that feeling?
Yeah, it's already done.
I was walking down here, I'm like, yo, those income months are easy.
Oh yeah.
After watching those videos, I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? This is the feeling I'm gonna keep remembering.
Yeah.
And visualizing.
The mind's gonna make you forget though, but you remember you're not the mind. You have a mind.
1000%.
You have a mind. You're not the mind. Big difference. Once you know that, you've already won, and you've already won, by the way.
Yes. Amen. That's it for today, sir. Sorry, what's your name?
Orion,
Orion.
Mike.
Right, yeah. What's your ethnicity?
I just consider myself a soul. There's a reason I say that, because like, you know, you talk about memories of the past.
Okay.
Not to get too deep into that, and I've shared this with the live stream, but they couldn't accept it. So that's why I don't talk about it too much. But I remember some of the previous experiences I've had in other lives.
Okay.
So that's why I know that I'm just a soul. I just chose this body for a specific reason that I had to overcome to realize. Yeah. But the parents are from Guyana, South America. That's where they're from.
I figured.
Yeah.
Okay. No worries, man.
All right, brother.
Thank you for your time.
No worries. Enjoy your day.
Leaving or you're coming back?
Oh, I'm leaving because I was there for a good while.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm glad I ran into you.
Yes, you too,
Yeah.
sir.
I'll probably see you when I see you.
Tomorrow. I'll be here. I don't know what time, but maybe 11.
Okay.
Probably see me, yeah.
All right, bro. Enjoy
I'm
it.
gonna pick your brain again.
Pick my brain. I like that. I like people picking my brain.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Take it easy.
By the way, what's the topic today? No,
Pro-
you can keep walking.
Present moment.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Are you walk this way?
Yeah, I want to say.
Let's go. So we're talking about the present moment, basically. So I'm pointing the camera this way now. So the present moment, I've been sharing with them how your self-concept, like what Nero touches upon,
Exactly.
right? You get to decide what that looks like. It's not that you are fixed to what you think it is. You get to decide, and it is just a decision to just decide on what it is that you want and lock in. But you have to do that in the now. You can't decide that in the future because there is no future. The future is right now. And remember, I mentioned to you that every time you think a thought, every time you think a thought, it always is happening now, not yesterday. And you can think about the past, right? But the thing is, the past is still happening now. Like I mentioned to you, like when we first met, like when you have breakfast this morning, or if you ate, or you did something this morning, it looks like it's the past, but if you think that thought, it's still happening now because you have to think the thought right now. So it's still happening now. That's where the mind gets tripped up. Because like if something if you haven't experienced anything yet, like for example, financial abundance, the mind's gonna be like, but I don't have abundance. I only have $2 in my bank account, right? Hypothetically. That was my experience, just so you know. I only had $2 in my bank account, but I had to realize within that I already have it and like lock in. But the eyes will and the mind will say, but you don't have it in your physical, and they want to keep throwing you back into the you only have $2 in your bank account, right? With the reality of your situation. But the truest reality is actually within, not without. Because without is a byproduct of your within. But most of us, we've been trained backwards to look outside, not within. Right? That's why when I said you didn't actually struggle, or you didn't actually have a difficult childhood, it's actually just an experience. Think about it. You went through an experience. You're probably going to help lots of people with your experience, and you're going to basically say the same thing, that yeah, you may have went through your experience and it may look difficult, but it's your perceptions behind your experience, and you can rewrite it, but you can rewrite it in the present moment. So you get to decide what you identify with in every present moment.
Yeah, that's true. It goes back to something I seen from a video. I said that you are not the experience.
Correct. You just had the experience.
You just had the experience.
Yeah, you're the observer.
So you're not a failure. You just experience failure.
Exactly. Big difference. Once you understand that you are not a failure, you had failures, but the meaning behind failure is the meaning that you either give to it or not give to it, right? Because failure, right, what does that mean? What's the definition? What is your personal definition right now?
What's the definition?
Yeah.
I would say I'd follow Kobe's.
Okay.
That's my guy. So
Okay.
he's like,
love Kobe, by the way.
failure is just a lesson. What can I do? What do I need to adjust and adapt to?
Right.
So next time I don't make the same mistake.
Cool.
And that's how you grow. Go ahead.
So like my previous definition was I made all these mistakes. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I lost.
Yeah.
I'm no good.
Yeah.
Right? I'm terrible.
Exactly.
I'll never make it. How could I be such a screw up?
Yeah.
A fuck up? Right? That was my definition.
Yeah.
But then I changed it similar to Kobe's, where, all right, failure is actually just growth in just reversed. Right? Because most of us, we focus on the negative, but there's a positive aspect to all words as well too. There's always two sides to a word, right? If you tell somebody the word love, some will actually love the word love and some actually hate the word love. Like you even say the word love to them, they're like, ugh, right? I don't know if you ever run into that, but there have been people who are just like afraid of it. Like they're terrified, or they hate it so much. They hate it with so much passion. But the funny thing is, they love their hate, if you think about it. Because they're striving on hate, so they love their hate so much. It's a reverse. That's how the mind works. It's a paradox. When I figured out how the mind actually works from a paradoxical standpoint, that changed everything for me. Like when someone says, man, it's so difficult. But you have given it so much power remember what I said, you are so powerful that you make yourself powerless. That's what Nero has said too, that you can say something and you are giving power to it. So thus, if you say something is difficult, then guess what? It's fucking difficult. How can it not be? Because you keep entertaining the idea that it's difficult, right? So once you understand how the mind works, you start to shift. And that's why like the present moment is such a powerful reminder that in every present moment, you get to decide whatever it is that you want or desire to have or be. It's just that simple. The problem is the mind's not going to make it simple. It's going to keep saying, no, it can't be simple. Because you know why? Think about it like this. You ever go to the movies and you watch a superhero and they had an easy time. Do you think you'd enjoy the movie? No. Why? Because it's not entertaining. So for us, we made our life into like a movie where it has to be, we have to want to be relatable. Remember, we were talking about it just a moment ago, the whole social acceptance. People make their life so difficult so they can be accepted by others because others' lives are difficult too. But why can't it be easy? Right? I don't know if you've run into one of Nero's videos and he was talking about one of his clients, or it actually wasn't one of his clients. It was just a scenario where two people, one took 60 years to build his business and get to $1 million. Hey, morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
Enjoyed the day.
Good stuff. Have a wonderful one. And then, somebody took 60 years to build their brand and their business and get to $1 million. Right? You'd be like, oh my God, congratulations, you know, you did it. You fucking did it, right? But if somebody did it in 6 months, would you celebrate them?
Yeah, either way.
Well, most people would look at the two and be like, fuck that guy who did it in 6 months.
Okay.
Right?
Society-wise,
Yeah. Society-wise, will be like, fuck that person. He did it in 6 months. That's bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're right, because online gurus, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, like, morning. Because, like, most people focus on, like, it has to be hard. It has to be difficult.
Yeah.
Right? And because it has to be hard and difficult, they have to, they have to do the same thing. Well, what if it was supposed to be easy and fun? I did that for years. It has to be difficult.
Yeah.
But now I have a story to share with the world that I didn't have to have it so difficult. It's a paradox. I have to go through that to understand I didn't have to go through that. You have to go through your story to understand that you never had to fully go through it, but you did so that you can inspire other people when you start helping them, whatever it is that you will end up doing. Because I'm sure you're going to run into other people. I'm sure you're going to run into someone who was feeling the way you were feeling maybe a couple months ago, and you're going to be the one that starts telling them like, hey, you have the power to shift.
Oh, 1000%. I mean, that's in my schedule to do with like people, because my field is trading.
Right, you told me about
trading
that.
It's more psychology thing.
Right.
I'm in a group where a lot of people, they go through downs and droughts, but
right.
Since I've discovered Nero, maybe there's some subconscious blocks that they may go through this, get that same result.
Correct.
You know, and that's why like now when I have the aha moment, I can be like, bro, you see what you're saying? Nah, don't see it like this. Do X, Y, and Z. See? So just piece by piece to end up building them up.
Exactly. It's because in the end, it's your emotional meanings you're giving things.
Yes.
That's ultimately what's happening. It's the meanings you're giving things. Right? Because in the end, if you keep saying like, we'll use trading for example, since you brought it up. Nero has mentioned a lot of traders as well too. Yeah. Some were losing money like crazy, and all they have to do is shift their frequency within, and then now they're generating lots of resources. Morning. So they were able to shift, but it started with them internally. It couldn't be anything else but their frequency. And he mentioned, you've heard him say, your frequency defies rationality, right? There are certain things that you just can't explain, but the world has programmed everybody that has to be logical. No, it doesn't. I'm living proof, Nero's living proof, you're living proof that it doesn't have to be logical, right? The things that don't make sense will eventually make sense.
Yeah, he said something like that in the video. I'm like, it's real, man.
Yeah.
You'd be shocked. Some of the randomest shit might just happen to you in your head. You're like, how?
Exactly.
There's a reason behind that. Back then, I didn't know. But then when he said that, awareness came. A few thoughts came from the past, situations where something great happened to me. I wasn't even expecting.
Yeah.
Like, how did this happen? Like, your frequency.
Exactly.
Not just you, right?
The thing is, like, because the world is programmed in a logical way,
Yeah.
it has to make sense to the mind. But the mind is finite. It can't see anything fully. It's designed to help you to kind of like lock in with your fingers and your feet and your body to feel things and stuff. But the infinite, which is your soul, which is, I point to the heart because that's the first organ that's put in your body before your brain. That heart, aka the soul, is essentially, it's the infinite. It has all the answers, but the problem is we were taught to not use our heart, we were taught to use our mind. But our mind is not anywhere close to the heart in terms of power. The mind is 60 to 100. I'm going to go to the side here for a moment. Our heart is 60 to 100 times more powerful magnetically than the mind. Good morning. So ultimately, in the end, we've been trained backwards to focus on the mind. You got to think. I remember when I was working in IT and my boss was like, I was having a rough day. He's like, I need you to stop feeling. I need you to start thinking. He's very like driven in the logical sense. Like, throw your feelings out. We got work to do. Kick your feelings out the door. Like, your feelings are not meant to be here. You're meant to do your work and be logical.
Wow.
So, yeah. So in that moment, I was like, okay, so this is what the world's like. All logical, huh? Yeah. Nobody's supposed to show their feelings. That's why, for men specifically, the world has told men that they can't cry and share their feelings with others because they have to be tough and strong. And then they created, a society. There's this thing where there's a society of weak men, but men who use their emotion are actually much stronger than men who don't use their emotion. That is a bar, by the way.
1,000%. I learned that because we suppress it, and it goes back to a
Correct.
story of mine. Like growing up, same thing. People are like, "Yo, if you cry, you're pussy X, Y, and Z."
Yep.
But not understanding that like holding that in can make it worse. That's why it's good to express yourself. And I learned that this is why parents, it's important to hug their child.
Yeah.
When they cry, not to tell the child, "Hey, don't cry."
Exactly.
Because that leaves an imprint.
Yeah.
And then growing up, it's like a scar.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Nero says. That's why they have to go back into that.
Yep.
And then you reimagine the parent hugging you, loving you, and showing appreciation. That right there is the biggest bar. That right there,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't know about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
And due to the fact that a lot of people are unaware of that, they will continuously, they'll continuously go through their life wondering, why is this happening in my life? Not knowing that it actually starts with them. That's why I keep saying the answer is you.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go back to your previous experience, feel what you need to feel, process it, and let it out. Because if you don't, guess what happens? You will be forever bounded by your emotions.
It's a glue.
It's a glue. Super glue. Crazy glue.
And then that could stop you from opportunities. For example, maybe a
Yeah.
promotion you offer, someone sees something in you, but then your monkey mind says, "Oh, you can't do it. You can't do it."
Yeah.
Why? Because that memory still has a scar. And when you try to feel it, you try to avoid it. And when you avoid it, more of it comes.
Exactly.
Trust me, like this is.
It's all
simple now. It's
all
like
intercon-
one sequence now. So
Yeah.
It's like wow.
It's all interconnected, dude.
Sequence, man. Now I just wish the whole world needs to know about this. It's like.
That's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Because
that's
the
good,
more people who understand how reality works, the easier everybody's life will be, because everybody will understand that we're all kind of going through the same thing in the end.
Exactly.
Right? Because like ultimately, when someone is like doing something, they want others to either know, and it could be positive or negative. So like everybody wants to be understood.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? And because everybody wants to feel understood, some are doing it in a very interesting way. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Right? But once they know like it starts with them within, then they can start to make the changes in their life. But they're not. The thing is, it's not even focusing on the out. It's really focusing on the in, because if you give yourself everything inside, nothing can ever take it away from you, because you've given it to yourself inside. Yeah. No outside experience can take it away from you ever. right? You heard, you know, of Jesus being in the desert, right? You know the story, right? He was in the desert, and you know, I'm not going to use Satan or devil, but that the other being was attempting to offer him everything. He's like, I'm good. I have everything. He's like, what do you mean? Yeah, I have everything. He's like, no, I can offer you all of this, but you must bow down to me. No, I'm good. I have everything. He was in the desert for 40 days, and he was like, he knew that this was just an illusion. It was a mirage. And so as he kept walking that path, he already knew. That's it. And he walked the path. And he didn't budge, because he already knew it started within. That's what he was attempting to relay when he kept saying, seek ye the kingdom within, and all shall be added on to thee.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have mistranslated the words and have said it's some sort of outside kingdom. Right? The Bible isn't a religious book. The Bible is a metaphysical book. Same with the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Enoch, the Lost Gospel of Thomas, all those books, anything from Rumi, Sufism, like all those books, the Ashanipads, like it's all metaphysical. The problem is back then their language was very, very primitive, so they did their best to explain something that we in today's day and age are still confusing, when it really was just that simple. It's right here, right now. So there's a comment that said, hey, Ramon says, we just have to be real to each other. We all need to hold space for each other. That's what God is about, or frequency, in my opinion.
That's a gem.
Yeah.
That's a bar.
Yeah. So, and he's right. We just have to hold space. That's what I've been doing. But yesterday when I was on my stream, a lot of people came on while sitting outside in the backyard. I was talking about the mind. And all of a sudden, I see somebody drop like a big Bible verse. I didn't get into it with them. Because you know, the mind wants to like do this thing of like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. But I'm like, no, you're right. I wanted them to know. Hello. I wanted them to know that they were right, but they were continuing, like they couldn't hear what I was saying. Like, because I was saying, you're right. I'm not even arguing. I'm just like, you're right. You're absolutely right. You were right. Jesus is God for you. But yes, Jesus is God. I'm just agreeing with them just so that they knew that I understood what they're saying. But they couldn't hear even me saying, you're right. Because they're so fixated on that. And it's because it's based on their frequency, and their present moment was needing to feel like they needed to save me. Because that's what a lot of people tend to do in that faith, is they need to save others. They're not wrong, but the thing is, you don't need saving. Once you know who you are, that's it. It just is. Because was there a needing saving before humans came to the earth? Think about that. Day one Earth, right? No humans. Was humans needing to be saved? Was there a place called hell? No. The only place that exists is in the mind. And here's the thing, when you do die, you will manifest everything you currently believe is true for a moment. But then you'll snap out of it. That's why whoever's seen what they've seen is accurate and true for them. Right? So if someone who has, had a near-death experience and then they came back and they saw what they saw, it's because their mind was able to produce that experience. Nothing more. That's why I believe in all the beliefs, but I don't lock myself to just that it's just this way and get into the third dimensional trap that the world is attempting to spring on others. So like all of it's all interconnected at this point. That's why I keep saying locking into the present moment. That's all you need to know is like right here, right now, whatever it is that you desire is right here, right now. Just lock in. And the more you do that, you'll see as your reality, you're not focusing on your reality changing, but you're focusing on your internal state. And as you keep shifting internally, when, like he said, the world, if nothing can impress you in the world, then the world will attempt to impress you with everything, or will give you everything. And everything will just come to you. Doesn't mean you're not taking action. You're still taking action. It's just you're taking action from within. and you walk the path of a person who's walked like 1,000 miles if they haven't walked yet, but you've already tapped into that version, and then you walk that version of someone who has already walked 1,000 miles doing whatever it is. And you'll see as your experience starts to shift. I told my stream that, you know, for 20 years I hated people. I've told you that. Do you think you and I would be having this conversation walking? Hell no. Not a chance in hell. You think I would even be live streaming helping people? Fuck no. I'd be like, fuck all of you, basically. That was my experience for 20 years.
20 years.
Right? That's a long time. It's a long time to be holding on to stories that were just made up in the mind. Yes, I went through the experience, but you can also stop playing the victim, Orion, because that's what I was doing, playing the victim. That doesn't serve you anymore when you know who you are. But the thing is, it serves people who don't know who they are because it's currently their belief and it's keeping them somewhat intact to live whatever life they're living. Right? So that's why I said in every present moment you have the ability to change and shift if you choose to. It's all a decision. It's all a choice. In the end, all about choices. If you choose to shift, cool. If you don't, also cool, but you get to decide in every present moment. Right? So choice is yours. That's why those words, you get to decide in every present moment what you choose to be, do, or have is going to change your experience. Let's see. Ramon. For the inferiority, in my opinion, you have to break the identity that you attached yourself to for survival and breaking the conditions by surrounding yourself around others who will help you on your path. If your path, we are here for you though in case you fall. We help you up and you keep walking. So that's basically saying finding other people that are in the same alignment. Have a good day. Yeah. That does help. I have to do that. But then there comes a point where like that can become dependency. That's why like you have to find everything within yourself to a point where you don't need others. I mean, yes, the world is designed to work with others and you're always going to work with someone, but not to be dependent always on something else that's sort of outside of you, right? Because that dependency creates a feeling of like, well, if that person disappears, then are you still the same person with that person or without that person? Or without that group of people? Like, who are you when you're not with that group of people, right? Are you still going to be inferior or superior, or knowing that you're whole, perfect, and complete?
You going this way?
I go that way.
Okay, go this way.
Yeah.
Man, God bless you and your soul.
Thank you.
It's great meeting you.
Good to meet you too. I'll see you.
Again, man.
You will.
And audience, please digest the message. Take in Nero, everything he says.
Yeah.
Be grateful for what you have, and take life step by a time, and visualize.
Yeah. And have fun with it.
Have fun.
Have fun with it. Don't make it a chore.
Yes.
Because if you make it a chore, then it becomes a problem. It will become resentful. Because that's what a chore is. It becomes resentful. Make it a joyful experience. Reframing. All right, brother. Cheers. Good conversation. Well, you basically just told that to yourself because you're still here. You just called yourself out, dude. It's because they chose a different path, dude. They didn't choose the same thing. What's up, dude? You good? Yeah, man. All good? Good to see you too, dude. And, you know, when you call someone that Caillou of the internet, you're just calling yourself that. So you should watch your words, bro. Because you're just telling that to yourself. That's a bar, write it down. Why are you even on my stream, dude? What's your intention? Are you actually here to be listening, or are you just a troll? Hello. Hey. Well, if you dipped half an hour ago, that would have been your choice. So why are you here on... This is the same thing. Even if you were not in person, why are you still here? Doesn't make any sense. Get the fuck off my stream. Just that simple. I'll do you a favor. I'll ban you. How about that? That way you don't have to come and listen. Hey. I don't mind you being here, but like, you're like not productive whatsoever. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Come on, dude. You'll learn one way or another someday. Maybe not right now. Maybe there's going to be someone who will come down the road. You'll see their live stream or their video, and they'll just like, it'll click for you. That's why I won't ban you. But I won't be entertaining your stuff. So you can continue to open your trap and keep spewing out your garbage out of your mouth. But I also won't be entertaining anything further from you. Because I'm like, what was the point of even saying all that? That's just a waste of time, bro. Seriously. Like, come on. He wanted to hang out, chat with me, pick my mind for some things. And you call him a retard? Come on, dude. What the fuck? Seriously? Come on. Come on now. You being here is just not conducive to yourself because, like, you have better things to do with yourself. Clearly. If you think, like, retards are, like, coming on, like, hanging out with me, then pff, that's your opinion, bro. It is what it is. But just look in the mirror. You're basically just saying that to yourself. Because you totally forgot. You keep not hearing what I'm saying. But one day, you'll get the message. It may not be from me, though. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I really am not, and I don't really care, to be honest. I came to help those who want to listen. That's it. Nothing more. Nothing more. I'm sure you're probably flapping your gums right now in the chat by typing a bunch of nonsense. But go ahead. Be my guest. You're just feeding my algorithm. Ugh. $11:16. It's good that I brought this extra tripod today. It's definitely necessary. I like how humans like to use the word hypocrite. And you'd be a hypocrite for even saying the word hypocrite. Mr. I'm Orion's favorite person in the world. Get out of here. Have a good day. Well, you should check why it would annoy you. If clearly something is annoying you for an hour, then clearly that means you have some unresolved bullshit in yourself that needs to be resolved. Because if something is annoying you, that means that there's something that's unresolved within you. If you're done talking, I will continue to keep talking about present moment. I gave you a little bit of attention since you look like you were seeking it. But now I'm going to continue talking about the present moment, which, by the way, this is such a fucking fantastic day. But I am starting to sweat. And I only have like that much water left. So definitely want to get back, get some water into my system. You don't need to be here for me. Maybe you're meant to be here for yourself. Not for me. Clearly. I like how you do reverse psychology, but that shit doesn't work with me. Nice try. I know the games you're playing before you play it. All right. Caillou of the internet, or Caillou does the internet, is a troll. So I gave him a little bit of attention for a bit, but then I just move on. So I'm moving on now. So for you, Ramon, don't even bother. It's a waste of your time. You have better things to focus on. Exactly. Good stuff. We are all where we're supposed to be in this moment, otherwise we wouldn't be here. Spot on. And you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, no matter what frequency you're on right now too. But you do have the ability to shift perspectives and perceptions and frequencies and identities at any time too. Morning. You have that personal power within yourself. But yeah, that's a very, very powerful statement indeed. Holy Talito. It is so, it's very, very nice, but very, very hot. Once I get back to the house, I'm gonna go ahead and make some food. Time is it? 11:20? Well, more like probably get some eggs. I actually did something recently where I put egg on pizza. It was quite interesting. It's an interesting experience. I was impartial to that experience, but I was like, you know what? I wanted to have both my breakfast and lunch at the same time, and I decided not to toast bread. So I'm like, you know what? Let's put on that pizza and put the egg on top of the pizza. It was quite delicious. Might do that again. You have to be aware of your purpose in that moment. Fight or flight? For who? Who's fight or flight? Or what would you be referring to fight or flight? Some of the fluffy white stuff is still flying around, so it's like getting in my face. But yeah, in that moment, some people use other things avoiding. Right. But in what reference are you referring to with fight or flight? That's what I want to know, because that was just a random set of words. Basically, I'm wanting to know the context between why you said fight or flight. Because, the human mind is always looking for context. Of course, I wouldn't have asked for context if you and I were actually speaking, with verbal speaking, but because you left text, and this is the same thing we talked about in the past, or previous times that we had, where I'm like, what do you mean? So this is with me clarifying. Have a great day. Good. We got the peeps coming this way with the skateboards. Don't really see too many people skateboarding on the trail. But here we are. Or maybe they're not skateboarding, I don't know. Oh no, she has a skateboard. She's got her knee pads on. You can engage in the moment or let it go by. Yes, indeed. This is true. I'm gonna go and deposit this into the recycling bin. And the blue one, since there's no point carrying that in my hand since it's done, and I am going to walk backwards up. Today's Full Body Friday. I got lots to do because I choose to, not because I have to. I enjoy my Full Body Fridays. This is where I get to put all that I did this week into practice again. And then that leads into tomorrow, jump rope. And by the way, I did my jump rope 1 hour workout last Saturday, which was fucking excellent on the stream. Just wanted to say I did it on my stream. There's a biker coming behind me. I'll wait till he passes. Have a good day. Thank you. Which way did I go yesterday? Did I go left or right? I went to the right, so I'm going to go to the left today. I will be turning around in a moment. A bunch of trucks and stuff behind me. I know that was pretty loud for y'all, but I don't control what they do. They're like digging a concrete, like a driveway right now, doing whatever they're doing. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great, yourself? Good, enjoy your day. I'm gonna go this way. Multiple ways to get back. Being in the present moment really does help with a lot of things. Helps you to get clearer on your visions, your purpose, your mission, your passions, what you came here to do. But it also will help you to start tapping into more of like who you are, being more relaxed. The world is programmed to not make you relaxed. That's a bar, write it down. The world is designed to keep you going always, never stop, never relaxing. And because of that, we have also a definition by default for relaxation, where if you're relaxing, you feel guilty to relax because you see other people around you, struggling and suffering, that you should also be doing the same thing that they're doing. But they made their conscious choice, or they made an unconscious choice, not knowing that the life was supposed to be more relaxed. Doesn't mean that they're just sitting their butt down doing nothing all day. They're still taking action, but many people feel very guilty for relaxing. And so they will fill their void of relaxation with busyness. Busy. Whatever that is. Always doing. A lot of people are working themselves to the bone to a point where when their time is up, they're like, so, what did you do with your life? Oh, I just worked. That's it? Yep. You didn't travel? No, not really. So you just worked? Yep. I'm good at what I do. Well, that's good. But that's it? Yeah, I'm not living a life like that. I was at one point. Always working. Working, and more working. Nothing wrong with that. Just, that's all I did. So, when time came, when somebody asked me, hey, how's your life been, Orion? I just worked. Oh. Have you traveled? No, not really. I just worked. I work in IT. That's what I did. Huh. Nothing else? Nope, I just worked. I never really took any breaks. I never relaxed because I don't know what that is. Because most people don't know what relaxation is because they're always constantly needing to do because that's their identity, a doer. Because if they're not doing, then who are they? The mind's going to say, you're failing. So they must continuously doing. For example, like somebody who is a cleaner, a professional cleaner. They love cleaning. But they go and sit down and relax. They need to clean. Because there's always something to do. That's like my mom. She doesn't know to chill and relax at times. She's starting to understand what I've been saying, though. I see her in the evening starting to, chill out and watch like a Korean drama show she likes. And that's good. That helps her relax, and she's enjoying her time watching it, which is awesome. But, she always is doing. I'm like, it's going to get done. You just have to take some time for yourself and relax a little. You can't be doing, right? You can't be always doing. I am a soul. I don't identify with any cultural background. And I respect them all, by the way. Tamil, Guyanese, Trini, Indian, Spanish, Mexican, Black, Chinese, Asian, Japanese, whatever. No, I'm a soul. I just chose a body. I should put a disclaimer on my channel. Anyone ask me what is my ethnicity, I will say I am a soul. Yeah, I'm just a soul, dude. Just a soul that took a human body. This human body has a designation, though, from the parents of being from Guyana, South America. So that would make this character's body Guyanese, but I don't identify as that. I am just a soul. No one can actually truly guess what I am. That's the beautiful thing. I love it. I fucking love it. That's why I know when every one of you asks, are you this? Are you this? No, you're all incorrect. Or you're all right from your own perspective, but I am a soul. Nothing more. Which means that I can be anything I choose to be. There's so many people who, I feel this weird thing that like when people ask like, what ethnicity are you? It's like as if I'm supposed to be like part of their group or something. Or like it's either I'm against them or I'm for them or something. I don't care about that shit. I am a soul, nothing more. So when people ask me, what ethnicity are you? I'm just a fucking soul with a body. That's it, nothing more. I should have a chat bot, like look at the chat and just respond on my behalf. That will be like if this person asks me what ethnicity, or they use the word, what are you? I'll just say, I am a soul. Ethnicity, soul. Huh? Yeah, soul. No, I'm being real. Yeah, soul. I'm being real too. Soul. So fun. It's so fun to mess with people at times. Morning. Well, we're almost back at the house. Hey. Ooh, nice wind. Needed some wind. I don't know if I'm going to stay on the stream once I get back to the house. I did that yesterday. It was good, but not good at the same time. I met some cool people, but some really interesting people jumping on the stream, talking about all kinds of like things that I'm like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? We went from talking about, metaphysics to all of a sudden it started jumping into religion. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Humans love controversy, it seems. They love their drama and they love problems, right? That's what makes things entertaining, apparently, in this world. But when you are attempting to help people, or you want to share positive things, it's not interesting, because the mind doesn't like positive stuff to some degree. It hates it. It's fascinating what the mind likes to entertain and not entertain. Gotta remind myself that today is a sister's birthday. I'm gonna message her happy birthday. I'll reach out to her. What time is it? It's 8:38 her time. Very important person in my life, so want her to at least know to have an amazing birthday as best as she can. Cool. As I'll be back to the house, I'll just do my wrap up and then just chill and enjoy the rest of my day. Depending on weather tomorrow, it might be a very short stream. I might just be walking straight through because it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Don't know how much rain's supposed to fall, but it's supposed to rain. One random day of rain. So, it's all good. Almost back. Almost back. If Sunil was here, he'd be like, which way did he come from? I would have thrown off his path. Garage sale, June 6th, tomorrow. 224. That's what? Like down the street over there? Yeah, down the street that way. Garage sales are cool because I got me some boxing gloves, some like pink dumbbells, a battle rope, one of those like training ropes, all for $20. Brand new boxing gloves, like one of those Everlast boxing gloves, all that for $20. It's pretty good. I could have had a punching bag though, like one of those portable ones, but I didn't have the cash on me at the time, and unfortunately, because I didn't have the cash on me, I was not able to get the punching bag, because as soon as I came back, I'm like, shit, they took the punching bag? God damn it. Somebody rolled up and bought it. I'm like, fuck, god damn. Yes, sir, we're back. What up, buckaroos? Haven't seen that word in a hot minute. Made it back to the house. All right. Battery, cable. Change my shirt. And I'll bring up my power cord. Oh, very nice. I saw the message. That's cool. Good anime. I like it. Just changing into my other shirt because this one is just making me feel way too hot. Yeah, it's a cool anime. I like it because I like his energy. He's got the never say die energy. That's why I connect with Naruto on that kind of like level. Him and Goku and Ichigo and Atem from Yu-Gi-Oh! Goku would be my favorite though, by far. He's the OG for me. Without him, a lot of the other characters wouldn't truly exist fully. Like Ichigo and Atem and Naruto, they're all basically just Goku, just not Goku. They're their own people though. Alright, I'm switching to that. I'm gonna bring my cooler out to cool the phone down. Burrs. How am I gonna sit? Or am I just gonna stand? I'll probably just stand for a little bit. We'll see. Change shoes. Man, it is hot. Very, very hot. I'm gonna go grab food shortly as well. Yesterday I made not a mistake, but should have not stayed on the stream. Let's see. Ichigo is the same. Ichigo is from Bleach, and yes, he's like a samurai. Yeah, if you like look at him, he basically has a samurai vibe. Oh, this cable got unplugged. I will restart my stream in a moment because I need to change to 1080p 60. It'll make the stream more sharper. I won't be like lagging or looking like I'm lagging. So I'll just do that in a moment. Whew. Damn. Fucking hot. All right, I'll be right back. Yep. Yep. All right, it should be back. It should be working. I'll just bring my tablet outside. Now it should be much smoother. Before I continue, I want to make sure I reach out to a sister because today is her birthday. Today is her birthday. Cool. Yep. I knew it. Don't think anyone's here right now, so I'll just take a moment. All right, I'm just typing out a message to you are loved and appreciated by since I can't use my phone, I have to use my tablet. Oi. Cool. Awesome. Well, let's see. If I'm about to do my wrap up, then that means if I do my wrap up, let's see if anybody's going to show up. Okay, my clients left me a message. Cool. I'll look at that later. Just doing a quick little review on things. Thank you. Yeah, it's not my blood sister, but I call her my soul sister. Her name is Victoria. She lives in San Diego. That's where I'm going to be living soon. I've met her many times, but today is her birthday, so she's very important to me. So I want her to remember that she is loved and appreciated, not just by me, but by many. So, because she's one of the types that will always like give and give and give and keep giving, but she doesn't give to herself. She's a natural giver, but she doesn't receive. So I want her to, receive as well, because it's her birthright to receive. So even just those words, I'll be seeing her soon enough, though. When I do see her again, whenever that is, I'm taking her out for her birthday. Even though if it might be a couple months later, I'm just going to be like, all right, sis, I wasn't there. I'm going to take you out for your birthday. So, birthday lunch or birthday dinner on me. I like spending time with her. She's just a very relaxed soul, very relaxed in terms of like, who she is, but she is always doing as well too. So a little bit of balance needs to be had with her. Yeah. Well, that word expensive for me, it's a little challenging to say, because I don't see for myself anything as expensive anymore. I know that I'm capable of things. So, but for most people, yes, it would be considered a pretty pricey place to live. But then again, there's a lot of people who are living there and they're doing it. So, I mean, how are they doing it? And most people are they're doing pretty good over there. No complaints. I mean, I'm sure somebody is complaining about something, but the overall lifestyle there is very relaxed. People go to work, they do their thing, but they're also very relaxed. There's like no stress over there. Like when I'm walking through places and cities, you can feel the tension, but there is no tension. It just feels at peace. Everybody's just relaxed. Because, tourists are always there, so there's always business. The weather's generally always great. So there's always going to be something like going on in San Diego. It's a prime spot. It's also known as America's finest city. I chose the right spot for me to live, because for me everything's accessible. There's mountains and oceans within like a 30-minute drive of each other. So if I want to go to the mountains, I just have to drive 30-ish minutes and I'm at the mountains. If I want to drive back to the ocean, 30-ish minutes, and I don't need to go too far when it comes to driving. Yeah. Oh, you are. Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. Yeah, then you know. Yeah, that's awesome. Cool, man. That's amazing. Yeah, I can tell you're more easygoing. Like just by your messages that you're leaving in the chat, I can feel like the very, very relaxed version. That's how I want. That's what I choose for myself. Now I'm in NC, North Carolina. There's a brother who used to be on my other channel. His name is Well, I call him JP. I don't remember his actual like name, but he's actually in NC's in North Carolina. There's a brother, his name is T-Bray. He's traveling past North Carolina to South Carolina to Myrtle Beach right now. In fact, he should already be there. He's probably on the beach right now enjoying his time. Yeah. I've been to North Carolina. I've been to the Biltmore State. It's a fancy place, by the way, Biltmore State. Never even knew that place existed, to be honest. And one day I was taking a drive with another soul sister. Her name is Jessa. And she's like, "Hey brother, let's go to the Biltmore State." I'm like, "Excuse me, what? Biltmore State? Well, what is that?" I had no idea what the Biltmore State was. Yeah. Yeah, I hear. T-Bray tells me about that. He tells me that the beaches there are nice. I should check it out one day. The beaches at Myrtle Beach. I passed by South Carolina on the way to Florida because we had to do all kinds of maneuvering based on traffic and whatnot. I'll check it out. But the thing is, I'll be living already by a beach. I'll be living by, I can travel to other beaches in Cali. There's so many. Malibu, right? Long Beach, Laguna Beach. Palm Springs doesn't have a beach. They're a desert. Santa Monica. Of course, San Diego has many different beaches. We have Imperial Beach, Coronado, Solana. Yep, Solana, that's the furthest one. Then we have Torrey Pines. I know I'm missing a beach. Mission Beach. Come on, Orion, what the fuck, dude? Seriously? How do you not know? How do you forget Mission Beach? Mission Beach, Ocean Beach, Pacific Beach. I mean, that city is a beach city. And I never would have thought in a million years I'd be a beach person, but here I am. I like my mountains, I like my ocean, so that means I like the beach. And I do enjoy being at the beach. It's pretty nice. Oh, he does? Interesting. Did not know that. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, I desire to... Oh, you're kidding. Gotcha. Yeah, I desire to just have access to nature, a lot of nature. For me, this is Toronto. It's nice. In the wintertime, it's a little, just a little cold, and a lot of snow. We had, man, how much snow fell this year? 25 plus 50 plus another 30 plus all those other little accumulate 10 days. We probably had at least 400 centimeters of snow this past year. This past winter, it was a lot of snow. There was one day we had 50 centimeters of snow. It was what, up to here? If you didn't shovel it? No. What's 50 centimeters here? Something like this. It can't be that. It's like that. Crazy. So we have to keep shoveling. I had to shovel 6 times that day. I enjoyed shoveling. It's just not when it just kept coming. It's every time you shovel, by the time you're done shoveling that spot, it's just already full again. It's what was the point of even shoveling? May as well just wait till it's done. But then when you wait till it's done, then you have a whole pile to deal with. So it's you pick your battles at this point. Snowblower just couldn't keep up with the amount of snow. It was just too much. I remember that day. It was a Sunday. I actually took my walk on my trail before the snow came. I'm like, all right, y'all, So right now you all see it's pretty clear and green, even though it's cold. Watch by tomorrow, you'll see all this will be white. They're like, holy shit. Damn, boy. Yep. We got dumped yesterday, or that day. We got dumped. It's crazy. And it's as if it never happened. When you just, right here in the like right now in the summer, it's as if it never happened. Yeah. It's as if winter never happened here. That's what it looks like right now. But nope, winter happened. I remember because the concrete where this chair is on right now was lifting up. Like the snow went underneath it and it was lifting up. Crazy. Oh man. I'm gonna do my workout shortly. And then I'm just gonna spend the rest of the day just chilling. I have my clients on Monday. I only work Mondays, by the way. I made a life where I only have to work Mondays, or I choose to work Mondays. I wish I had figured this shit out sooner. Would have saved myself a lot of stress, a lot of pain and suffering. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I have to go through it. Looks like a very sunny neighborhood. Yeah, the people here are very nice. They're very relaxed. It's because it's also my state of being that's also making this a very relaxing place as much as I possibly can. Of course, I don't control other people's emotions here, right? Everyone has their own ability to control it, but for the most part, the collective, like the collective energy in this area is pretty calm, quiet, and relaxed. But if you were to drive like 6 or 7 minutes that direction, it's not that relaxed. This guy is back. Why are you even here, dude? You didn't even want to hear what I had to say. What's the point of even answering that question, dude? This is the guy that says, I got your back, and then he turns his back on me by when I share what I share. It's okay. I don't feel like answering that question. I'm gonna hang out with Wyatt. The vibe of places changes for sure. Indeed. Sure does, man. That's why I can't wait to be living in San Diego. It's even more, this is relaxed, but over there is even more relaxed. It's more chill, you know? And people who are more chill and relaxed, I dig that. And when I saw San Diego for the first time, I was like, yep, this is home. This feels like home. I'm going to live there. I'm going to be there. And nothing more. Let me see. You're focusing on silly things right now. I remember taking a road trip with family. Some places feel depressing entirely. Yeah, man. Been there. Yeah. Yeah, some towns feel stuck. Yeah, I agree. If you were to travel 25 minutes to closer to downtown Toronto, it looks like a lot of opportunities, and there is, but then you'll feel the pressure of the city. I call it the pressure of the city because the pressure of the city, you have to perform. And when you're not performing down there, you will get squashed. And that energy is not in my alignment anymore. Like you have to go. It's like New York City. Go, rush, move, hustle. Right? That's what downtown is. And so when you're in like the downtown area, or at least like living in that area, you got to perform. You got to hustle. It's not as relaxed. In fact, it's very high strung, lots of tension is happening there. In this area, that doesn't mean it's, people are not stressing, but people chose in this area to be more relaxed. There's not as much not as much pressure. It's still a very expensive city to live in, yes, but at the same time, like the energy of the people downtown, it's go, suits carrying briefcase and like keep going, right? So like the more they keep going, it influences the other areas. And if you don't know thyself fully, you're gonna get caught up in the whirlwind of the trap. So when I went to San Diego, I'm like, wow, this place is actually pretty relaxed. Even the downtown core is pretty relaxed. I've been to LA. I've seen LA. I'm like, okay, so LA is like New York. I will make sure to just visit LA, not live here. I lived in New York for a semester. This is very true. New York is... I've lived in New York for, on average, 7 months. So I've seen all of New York that I possibly can, and I can tell you, man, it is definitely not... It has its own vibe, you know what I'm saying? This guy... You know, I don't know why you keep coming back on my stream, bro. Like, maybe you have some sort of, like... I'm not even going to entertain you, dude. Yep. And this guy here wants you to buy into his negative bullshit because he keeps coming back on my stream and wants me to fall to his little third-dimensional game. Go do whatever you want, bro. Say whatever you want. I don't care. In the end of the day, I'm living my best life. If you're living your best life, good on you. I'm having a good conversation with Wyatt. Stop interfering with our conversation. And look, here comes the other one. Caillou does the internet. Here comes the other one. No, you're not coming along with me, dude. After the comment you shared earlier, nah, bro, I'm good. What's up, Doc? That's pretty disrespectful calling, you know, people retards. That's very disrespectful. Don't ever call anybody that. That's just... Why? There's no need for that. I'm going to probably end my stream shortly. Wyatt, I appreciate our conversation, dude. I enjoyed our small little chat about California. And it's good to find someone who was, you know, born in California. I resonate with the people there. I love it. Justin! I'm going with him to San Diego. We're going to surf. That ends into the sunset. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, Justin. You can have Down syndrome, but that doesn't mean you need to be acting, you know, negative. You can be positive. You don't have to, you know, you're allowed to be negative if you want, but you're also allowed to be positive. You don't need to call people a retard. Come on. It's ridiculous. Not all Down syndrome people act like that. I know quite a few people who have Down syndrome. They're very positive people. I worked with someone back in the day. So, what's your excuse? You get to choose, right? But yeah, Wyatt, appreciate you, bro. I loved our chat. Fortunately, like, I'm still gonna stay on for a little bit, but you know. The rest of them are, the rest who are jumping on, well, Justin and Dr. Ad are cool. Caillou can be cool when he just chills the fuck out. But the other dude, well, you know, goes to show you. You say something and then you see how human mind switches like that. Like if I had not said anything about my previous experience on the earth, he would be like, I resonate with you, Orion. Now, because I said what I said, he's like, no! And he turned the switch, and now he's coming on and attacking me and verbally assaulting me and doing all kinds of shit. That's what the human mind does. just because you say something. It's funny how the words you just say a word and it just flips a switch. Dude, honestly, Justin, like if I was where you are, bro, I would probably be like living close to the Grand Canyon. You have it there, dude. Go and you should go there more, man. Like, this is what happens when we live in a city or we live close by something. We take it for granted, and we're like, yeah, it's always there. I can always go see it. But then guess what happens? We never go see it, right? There's so many people who love downtown Toronto. I'm not really a big fan of it anymore because I've been there so many times. But I mean to say, like, you know, I appreciate it for what it is. But I don't take it for granted like I used to. But to some extent, like, I mean, it is just down there, right? I got to make sure when I'm living in San Diego that I don't take anything for granted. I'm like, yes, I get to go to Coronado Beach. I get to travel to Santa Monica because it's only, what, hour and a half to 2 hours away by car? Driving for me, like, those distance doesn't bother me whatsoever. I love driving because I get to see nature and landscapes. Because California isn't flatlands. It's like it's got lots of different terrains. So I really do appreciate, you know, California for that aspect. And I know Arizona is also very, like, it's got lots of terrains too. It's not just flat, right? It's not like where did we drive where it's just completely like flat? Like Georgia? Somewhere in that area where there was like no mountains. Like, they had ocean, but that's about it. But they had the Atlantic. I like the Pacific. I like my Pacific Ocean. I resonate with the Pacific more than the Atlantic. I like the West. We forget what's in our own backyard. There was a baseball game going on in downtown Phoenix, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's a Major League Baseball team here. Yep. You have a basketball team, a baseball team, and a hockey team. I think the hockey team's still there, right? Phoenix Coyotes? Pacific Ocean. I love it. Yeah, it should be the Phoenix Coyotes, I believe, hockey team. Phoenix Suns basketball team. What is the baseball team's name again? Phoenix what? I don't remember the baseball team. Yeah, man. Sunset Cliff, bro. It's the best place to go to see a nice sunset. It's beautiful. People are actually, you know, clapping and cheering when the sun goes down, as if it's like some. It's beautiful. It's very magical, but it's like it's every day there. But I enjoy it. I love it. Oh, the Diamondbacks. Arizona Diamondbacks, not Phoenix. Okay, Arizona Diamondbacks, yes. Here we go. Thank you. That's the name. It's the actual state, not the city. I wonder why they didn't just call it the Phoenix Diamondbacks. I guess because Arizona just has a lot of rattlesnakes. I don't know. Because I believe that's what it's named after, those diamondback rattlesnakes. That reminds me of Australia, even though I haven't been. Man, down under. Them everything there is designed to. See, this is the fear that a lot of people put out here, and this is I'm catching this right now. I'm watching you, what you're saying. Everything over there is like designed to like hurt you. Like all kinds of animals there can just like either poison you or just destroy you. And you don't want to mess with like a kangaroo over there. Apparently, you don't want to get into it with them. They will claw you to death. Kangaroos. Sometimes I wonder, is this the same Earth we're living in? Oh yeah, especially the people who have lions and tigers in their area. Crazy. I saw a rattlesnake while I was out hiking in North Phoenix, and it started rattling. I was like, hell nah. Yeah, of course, dude. I would be hell nah too. I'd be getting the fuck out of there myself. I wouldn't even dare touch that. No way. I respect the rattlesnake enough to not need to go near it, you know. When I was in San Diego, there was a snake. I don't know what kind of snake it was, but it was a pretty sizable length of snake. And we were up in Laguna Beach in top of the world. And it was by they had like a radio tower thing there. And it was by the fence. And one guy decided to pick it up with his hand by the tail and throw it. I'm like, bro, just leave the snake alone. Like, what are you doing? He's not even bothering you. He like picked the snake up and he just like sent it flying. I'm like, the fuck, man? Really? Imagine you were that snake. Would you like to be picked up by your tail and be flung? Come on, dude. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to mess with you don't want to mess with those things. Like those things will puncture through things like they can tear through things. It's crazy. It's not something you want to deal with. Yeah. Snake bites. Oh yeah. Crazy. So fascinating how such a tiny little thing like a snake can do so much damage, so much destruction in a human body, or not even just a human. If a snake were to bite an elephant, that elephant is done. It's finished. It's cooked. Pretty nuts. And I ran into a couple snakes on the trail, but they're the tiny little things. They're like minuscule. One was on the trail, and I had to use a stick, and I kind of like easily put it back to the grass. I'm like, get your ass onto the grass. You want to get run over by these bikes? Get your ass on the grass. I moved it. Well, I guess because they're exploring, right? I mean, if people live there and they still do it, then that's, different story. Yeah. That's the one thing I'm gonna make damn sure of. What's up, bro? Good to see you. That's the one thing I'm gonna make damn sure of, that I take care of myself as best as I can while I live in California, because medical bills, right? I'll plan for that, of course. I'll always have a surplus for that, but because you never know when shit may happen and you need it. Because it's not like here where you can get. It's not free, but we have the healthcare system here where things are taken care of to a certain extent. What would you do if you saw me greeting you at the airport with a sign saying Orion? I'd say, what's up, dude? I'd be like, what's up, bro? Good to see you. I have no hate to any one of you. It's just for those who want to troll me and jump on my throat and like tear me to shreds. I mean, that's your prerogative. I have no problem with any of you. I didn't fight any of you. Like, I don't fight any of you, but like, some of you want to tear my throat out. all because I said some stuff that is supposed to help, but it doesn't seem to help some of you, so it is what it is. But yeah, I'd be greeting. I'd be saying, "What's up, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you in the person now. Good to have a conversation with you. Drop those bars." If I saw anyone like in person, you know, lots of respect. MU? What is MU? Moo? I am reading that right? MU. What is moo? Or was it just typo? Breaking. My PC is breaking a lot. Wind and Sea Beach in LA, La Jolla in San Diego was beautiful. People live right across the street from the beach. It was picturesque. Yes. Yes. Shadow. That dude. Yeah. No, they're lucky to live in that area. I'll buy out a house in Coronado. On that strip in Coronado, ooh, there's a white house that I want to buy. But of course, I have to give them an offer that they cannot refuse. But it's already mine. They're just holding my space for now. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm not gonna say go reformat your computer, but if you're starting to run into problems like that, is it a thermal issue potentially? Oh, very nice, dude. Good stuff. If it's a thermal issue, then you might want to check. You might want to like check inside the PC and see if you're getting enough airflow. If it's not a thermal issue and it's a software issue, you might want to reformat potentially. I didn't think the humidity was in the desert because they have dry heat. Because humidity is over on this side. Humidity is more like stickiness, but then again, humidity can be anywhere. It might be a different type of humidity. But like the humidity here, especially on a day like today, well, right now the clouds are covering the sun, but if it was more sunny, like it was earlier, it would be very, I'd be boiling right now. "21 likes, great. Lately my likes went down." Don't focus on your likes, bro. If you focus on your likes going up and down, then you're more likely tied to the external. Remember I shared with you, just let it unfold, let it just be. People will like your stuff no matter what. Some people can throw their thumbs down too if they want. I don't care. It's like given the idea that you're just not impressed with likes anymore, right? You'll see people start to like your stuff without you having to say anything. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the IT guy. But you know, it can't be helped sometimes when I'm like, someone's talking about computer stuff. I'm like, it's like instinctual. Like I got like, you know, like, have you checked like the inside? You're getting proper airflow? Maybe you have to redo your CPU, like thermal paste. Maybe GPU needs a thermal paste redone. Maybe the fans. The new fans might help. Maybe just blowing out the dust with compressed air. Maybe it's the operating system that needs to be redone. Yeah. I've done it for 15 years of my life, so it's kind of still there. The service desk, the system admin, the system engineer, the network admin, the network engineer, the cybersecurity analyst, and the cybersecurity engineer. That's all still part of me. But I don't use it in that way. I use it in my talks. Humans are like computers, basically. We are basically a machine. We're a computer. Our brain is the CPU. Our RAM is our memory. Our emotions are basically I would say our emotions are our memory, like the RAM, and our memories is the hard drive. There, that's better. That's our storage. Oh my goodness, my eyes is watering right now. All good. Did you turn on or off your laptop? Did you turn on and off your laptop? Did you power cycle? Did you restart your computer? That's the best one. You know, anytime an IT person says, "Hey, did you restart your computer yet?" I'm gonna tell you right now, Justin, so many problems got resolved just by restarting the computer. They're like, "Yeah, I restarted my computer. How dare you say I didn't restart my computer?" I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna jump on your computer, and you're getting all flustered that you said, how dare you say if I restart my computer?" I'm like, I'm gonna tell you right now that you didn't restart your computer. Bet. I jump on their computer. They're like, I swear I restarted my computer, Orion. I swear I did. You know how you can tell if someone's telling you that they restarted their computer? You just need to go into their task manager, and that'll tell me the story. Now, there is something called fast boot, but normally in corporate networks, fast boot is usually disabled. On newer laptops or newer computers, fast boot is enabled. So when you restart the computer, it'll look like you didn't actually restart the computer because your task manager will show you your uptime. But because the uptime, that uptime is the CPU clock of how long it's been on. If you shut down the computer and you turn it back on, then you actually fully you've power cycled the machine. So in our company, or my old company, it's not mine anymore, I don't belong to it, where I used to work, fast boot was disabled. So if I see somebody's computer on for 27 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes and 33 seconds, I'm like, all right, so you told me you said you restarted the computer. Yeah, I went to the start menu and I hit that restart button. Did it restart though? Did you see it? No, Orion. I knew, but I hit it. Okay, so let me just show you something. I had to explain. So I open up this thing called a task manager, and I show them, like, if you want to know whenever you have restarted your computer, you see this little counter thing that's going on in the bottom here? That shows you how many days you've been on this computer without restarting. You want to make sure that the computer restarts at least once a week, just to keep things going. You don't need to technically restart the computer every day, but if you want, you can. Works even better. But think of a computer like a human. Doesn't a computer technically need to rest? It needs to rest. We forget that these things need some time to just relax and rest. That's why, like, when you keep it on all the time, and I have to restart my Mac in a moment because one of my softwares is not working properly, and due to the fact it's not working properly, I have to restart my computer. I haven't restarted my Mac in 2 weeks because I don't do anything on my Mac except for turning on my stream just to make sure it's working. That's it. It's like right now I can see my stream is working. So when someone says it's buffering, I can go check if my stream is buffering on my computer. Anyways, I do have to restart my Mac. But it's not as important because I don't use my Mac for anything else presently. So, yeah. Nope. Soul. It's not rough when you're a soul. That's an interesting perception and projection you just did there, but I'm a soul, and it's infinite for me, you're good. Don't need to apologize. You're good. Just making sure people know I'm just a soul lingering in a body. I'm just a soul. I don't need to explain that. I'm just a soul. Nothing more, nothing less. If you're curious, stick around. You'll see why. But for now, just a soul. Nothing more. I used to say the same thing too, but no, not really. It's got its benefits. It's got tremendous benefits, in fact. All bodies they have their pros and cons. My pros outweigh the cons now, but it used to be a problem. I used to make it a problem though. Yeah, I'll tell you the benefits some other time if you choose to entertain my channel. But for now, not really talking about that. I was talking about something else. So yeah, back to Justin. Yeah, the IT person is still kind of like lingering, but that person just doesn't really exist anymore because I get to be the esoteric advisor now. Yeah. The one benefit is the best benefit. I get to be whatever I want. I am a soul. I'm kidding. Well, when I'm out in the sun, I don't get burnt like to a crisp like some people, right? Those who are more fair-skinned, they get burnt, whereas me, I do not. So that's one of my positive benefits. I love being out in the sun, so I don't need to wear suntan lotion, that chemical nonsense. So I don't need to be burnt I don't get burnt whatsoever. So well, you asked for one. You didn't say if it was an easy or hard one. You have to accept that, boy. What's with the capital letters? You think capital letters is going to make you more standoutish? Is that what we were doing here? You're looking for attention? I'll feed you some attention. Speaking of which, I need to feed this character's body. I'm going to go grab me an apple or something. You all will be able to hear me. I'm going to go grab me that apple. I like me my apple. Close that. Oh, I left my shirt here. Grab that too while I'm at it. $12.33. Looks like everybody is out except for Pops. I'll be back out there in a moment. What's up with these humans and their third dimensional actually no, that's not even third dimensional, that's like second dimensional comments. Come on, dude. I gave you a moment, but now you fucked up. So now I'm gonna just ignore you, and you can continue to spam in the chat if you want. Scream like a second dimensional human. So Justin, let's see what we got. My therapist gave me a book called No Bad Parts. No, Neo. And ask the question again. I'm not scrolling up, bro. And don't be capitalizing and following all these other second dimensional humans that are acting like silliness. Called No Bad Parts. Instead of an onion, when you peel back the layers, we're like the garlic clove. Many parts, entities make up one. They may show up from time to time. Oh, I'm not even hurt, bro. You're just doing reverse psychology. How to connect the mic to YouTube Live. What kind of mic do you have? What mic did you buy? Oh, look, it's a Gen Z. We're Joshin. It's okay. You can deal with my chewing. Yeah, back to Justin. You're right. And back to Neo. What kind of mic do you have? MW6. MW6. What the fuck is MW6? Let's go look it up. I'm not your IT guy, by the way, Neo. You're a tech dude. You should be able to figure this shit out. Oh, MV6, not MW6. Sure. You got to make sure your microphone is set as default. This is a USB-C mic. You have to go in your... Bro, it's not MW6. Unless it's unless that is the company, let me see, BY. Dude, I'm not your IT guy, so I'm only gonna look at this for a moment. Nope, don't see any microphone called by MW6. God damn it. You better not be wasting my time with this shit. Well, you got to connect it to your PC, and your PC has to be activated, or it has to activate on your PC. Are you connecting it to your computer? Sure. You're back with a different username. Cool. It's Bluetooth USB. Are you using USB or Bluetooth? When did I become your fucking tech guy? You should be able to figure this shit out. You're an IT dude. Come on. You're gonna pay me for my time for this. I like helping people, but not IT stuff. I hate IT stuff. Hate it with a passion. Enjoy my chewing. If you're using USB, you have to change your input settings to the microphone. Then you have to go into Streamlabs and make sure your input is set to the microphone. That's it. YouTube will just automatically pick up the microphone because you set the microphone as your input on Streamlabs. That's all you need to do. If you're using Bluetooth, well, Windows sometimes doesn't have a great time looking at Bluetooth microphones, so I would highly recommend plugging it in. If you can. If it is Bluetooth, then you're going to have to see if it selects it as your input. No, I'm not checking my Discord right now. Fucking Mr. Demanding me. Fuck that. No. You wait. You're on my time, not the other way around. I literally just told you what you need to do. If you don't do it, tough shit. You can keep sending me all the pictures, but you're gonna just have to wait. That's nice. Yeah, just CJ, good to see you. Bro, you will figure it out. It's not that complicated. You just have to go into Streamlabs and change the settings. So if you're connecting it to the phone, you have to have the USB, you have to have the thing. It should automatically pick up on your YouTube Live. The microphone that I'm using, there's a dongle that's plugged into my phone. It is Lightning to USB-C because of how I'm charging. Streamlabs picks it up, but YouTube, if you have an older iPhone, doesn't seem to want to work. So if you're using the YouTube app, which I know you're not because you're using Streamlabs, your mic will automatically be picked up, not the phone, unless you unplug it. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to open up Streamlabs. You're going to go live. You're going to go without your microphone. You're going to open up your stream on another computer, or on your computer. You're going to listen to how you sound without your phone, without your microphone. You're going to listen to the phone mic. Then you're going to plug in your microphone, the receiver. Then you're going to use your microphone and you're going to hear the difference. It's just that simple. Duh. God damn, dude. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Fucking hate it. This is the reason why I'm never doing IT again, just because of that experience right there. Hate that so much. Don't ever ask me another tech question again. Yeah, man, it's automatic. You don't need to do anything. You piece of shit. Wait, just wait. I'm gonna make you pay for that. I'm gonna make you pay for that. Your ass is gonna be cooked now. I'm gonna just, on purpose now, whenever you come on my stream, just watch. Bet. 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 It's over. It's over, bro. Just watch. Remember, Doc? I told you, stop focusing on stuff like that. Y'all keep focusing on the fucking external. Just know that you can afford Apple. Doc, have you not been paying attention to anything I've been saying? You keep focusing on the illusion. And you keep getting trapped up with that shit. I understand that Apple is expensive, but stop labeling things as like, oh, it's like one da now. You will always be able to afford whatever you need. The universe works that way. Go for it, Neo. Oh, by the way, doctor, make sure when you get the apples, plant the seeds. That way you don't need to go buy apple over time. Instead of throwing away the seed, plant the seed. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to be planting all the seeds in the trail soon. I'm going to take one trail day, like one day. I won't even stream. I'm literally going to bring one of my like garden tool things and dig and plant seeds all day in the trail, like along the trail. I'm just gonna stop and dig and put the seed and water it. So I'll bring like just like a bucket or something. That's my way of giving back. That's why I don't throw away the seeds. Oops. It's not only for me, it's for everybody else in the trail. This one seed has so much potential. So I'm going to plant all the seeds, and I have a lot. I'm going to do it probably in like a couple of weeks. So one day I probably won't be streaming at all, and I'll just go around, bring the digger tool that I have, that I dig the lawnmower, and just dig the dirt, plant the seed, water it, and let nature take care of the rest. Like, it'll rain and do all the other stuff. It'll naturally grow on its own. I have to put it in a container. Right now it's on like it's on a napkin that I have. But I will be getting a little jar. Boom. So basically, I'll just bring it all out and show you. And not only just apples, but like any sort of orange or tangerine. Look, I have a lot of these seeds. I've been collecting these seeds. So I'll be planting all these seeds at some point in the next couple weeks. So that'll be enough. I think that's why I never throw away the seeds. I used to just throw away seeds, and I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing? Why aren't I just planting it for others and for myself? It has infinite potential. It may not grow right that moment, obviously. It might take a couple of years for it to bear fruit, but it will be planted. And the trail will now have something for people to eat on the way, especially in the summertime. Especially like if you're walking that trail in the summer and you're kind of like you don't have enough water, then that fruit can fill you up, because the hydration from fruit is just as potent as drinking water. H320 or whatever they call it. What is the term for that water? Hexagonal water? Hexagonal. I like to call it hexagon water. It just sounds cooler, but it's the water you get from fruits. It's actually very, like, blueberries, strawberries, mangoes, oranges, apples, things like that. That can be a really good source of hydration. Sometimes water isn't enough to hydrate, so you need that fruit to hydrate. So if people are on the trail, this is the mindset that I'm at. If people are all on the trail and they need they require a fruit, they can just pick from the tree. So, like, there is an apple tree technically on that neighbor's yard, but I think they took it down because it's not apple I would recommend to eat personally. But these are apples that are organic. So not the, chemical filled ones. So I look forward to planting all that. It's going to take me probably the entire day though. After all those seeds I collected, it's going to take a lot. So we got lots to do. GMD. What does GMD mean? What does that short form mean? I thought I said oh my god for a moment. Oh, I'm clearly seeing it says GMD. Why can't humans just type shit out? Oh, genetically modified. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that, bro. I would have no idea what GMD. I thought that was some Gen Z slang. Like the person earlier who was saying, I'm Joshin, or Jocelyn, or whatever he said. If y'all are going to make up words, then I'm going to just fucking make up my own damn words now, won't I? It's crazy. It's like I have to get I have to keep up with like the lingo. I didn't know that's what GMD stood for, to be honest, from the mind level. I'm like, fuck, what does that mean? I thought it was like good morning or some shit like that. But I think people would say GM is just good morning. Yeah. Those ones are not genetically modified. They're organic. But then again, what the hell is even organic, to be honest? Unless you are the one that planted the seed and then you are just growing it by natural selection, by just throwing water on it, and then you're the one that picks it, then I would say that's truly organic. You took the seed, you planted it in the ground, you didn't put any chemical fertilizer on the ground. You watered it with just pure water or even from the sky's water, and then it grew. That would be probably truly organic. Yeah. Genetically modified organism is a common term for seeds that are modified by companies like Monsanto, etc. And they sell the seeds to all the farmers. Interesting. Good to know. So then, technically speaking, is it then really organic? Because you never know if the seed, because just because it says it on the bag doesn't mean it's actually organic. Who knows, right? Maybe they gave me a non-organic seed, or the person gave a non-organic seed to the person, the farmer, and then they slapped it and called it organic. Never know. We have no idea. Unless you found like some wild apple in nature, and then you took the seed from that wild apple in nature that has no human around it whatsoever, and then you plucked the seed out and you planted it, and tree grew, and then you grabbed the apple from that tree, then yes, that would probably be the most organic you're gonna get. They modify the seeds to make it resistant to any pest or diseases, and to make them much sweeter, etc. Real fruits and apples are much smaller and not got it. That makes sense. So probably those seeds are not organic whatsoever. They're probably not. Well, in any event, I'm still going to plant those seeds. Still better than nothing. Because, I like to have people to be able to pick things from a tree in a couple years from now. It's not going to happen right then and there. It's going to take a while. And for them to eventually have stuff. I won't be here anymore, so that's the last thing I'll be doing, really. That's my contributions to give back to my trail. I'm like, thank you, trail, for all the time you gave me to, remember all my lessons I needed to remember, all the time you helped me to get clear on my mission, all the times that you brought cool people into my experience, all the times I got to help others. So now my way of giving back to the trail is by planting those seeds. And when I'm not here, people can enjoy the apples for hopefully for years to come. Because I won't be here. I'll be in San Diego, California. And maybe 10 years when I come back and visit, I'll be like, wow, this is where it all started. I remember that. That's the tree. That's the seed I planted to turn into this big ass tree. Nice. Oh, we have him back. Welcome back, Mr. No filter for you. Welcome back, Mr. in the chat. Let's give this guy a round of applause. He's back. He's back again. I don't know why he keeps coming back, but welcome back. So glad to have you here. So glad to have you back here. It's wonderful. I'm just going to let him talk for a little bit. I'm not going to say a word. So. You're right, CJ. Spot on. And then, you know, we took one dog and crossbreeded it with another dog and then another dog, and then it became this thing and then that thing, and then now we have like hybrids and all kinds of other stuff. You're right. I guess the same would be for cats as well too. Fasho. $12:57. Yesterday I kept the stream on until 4 o'clock. Today I'm not doing that. Today I'm going to end the stream very, very soon. I got lots to work out. Ah, you're an hour behind me. And right now in San Diego it is 9:57 a.m. It's morning time there. I can't wait to go back home. Oh my God, I'm so excited. See my mountains and my oceans again. See my people again. Ah, it's gonna be great. I look forward to it. Thank God my fucking passport came. I was kind of concerned. I never did my passport online. I always had to go in person and do it, but this time I did it online. It's actually pretty fairly straightforward. And it came, the male guy, he's like, da da da. Is this you? Yes, this is me. Sign. I'm like, oh, I know what this is. Open it up, bang, passport. It's so fascinating what YouTube did though that day. I was excited that, you know, I forgot to not show these kinds of stuff on like a public forum. So YouTube shut down my stream on my other channel. And it's like, we're slapping a harassment thing on your stream for showing a file of my passport? Really? YouTube? Come on. Come on. YouTube is very weird. It's not really YouTube, it's the AI. The AI of YouTube, it's ridiculous. Peaches are awesome. I just tested my mic, but I hear echo. How can I stop? Nope. You'll figure it out. Now the tables have turned, Mr. Matrix. I am basically going to have a little fun of my own. You'll figure it out. Got this. but humans kept killing off any bad or vicious wolf over thousands of years. Through human killing the bad ones, they were evolved into a modern day dog. Yes. It's these damn humans. These damn humans. Hoomans. I call humans humans. These damn humans. All these humans. Yeah. That's good. Well, I mean, my attention span is awesome. I think you meant your attention span, but sure. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Enjoy the stock stuff. I have just a small little information about that stuff. That guy that we were talking to on the trail, Mike, the one who was walking with me, he's into day trading, so I'm sure he knows all about that stuff. That's his bread and butter. That's his passions. I myself, I know just a little bit of like the charts, like the candlesticks or whatever they are. I can read when things are like going like this, but like that's not really my passion. But enjoy it. I'd say your attention span is already on point. It's just a story that your mind is making up. Silence is very uncomfortable for a lot of people. Because if I were to go silent right now, then someone is going to leave in the chat and they're going to want to fill the void. I should practice this more often, by the way. Yeah, silence is very uncomfortable for a lot of people. I had to get very comfortable with the silence. It's become one of my best friends, actually. Because all the answers are in the silence. You can't hear guidance if you're constantly being subjected by noise. Drunks mostly get drunk in the evenings and not all day long. True, probably. I was talking about this earlier, how the silence is what's really, it's very terrifying for a lot of people. No, dude. I already gave you my help. You already had one shot, bro. You fucked up. You'll figure it out. I have faith in you. You got this. The silence is very uncomfortable for a lot. I always used to think that I had to fill every moment with sound. Nope, that's just distraction mechanism. So let's take 2 minutes right now and just be silent. Let's see what happens. I'm sure some of you are going to still be talking. So I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'm gonna put on a little timer on my tablet right now. Where are you, timer? Samsung? Yes. Clock. I decided to give myself an extra minute. Hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, I know. I put the wrong thing on, but it's okay. No big deal. I went the other way around. I saw the time past 2 minutes. I'm like, you know what? Let's keep going. We'll go the other way. Hope you enjoyed that silence. I know I did. I got all kinds of answers there. And it's so simple. Just would like for all of you to know it too, but not everybody's ready to hear it, unfortunately. Because the mind does not like simplicity. It loves complexity. Imagine everybody did that. Just take 2 minutes out of your day. I know that was 3 minutes 33 seconds. That wasn't by accident, by the way, and that wasn't planned either. If more people did that, you'd be more relaxed. The world would be more chill. The funny thing is, each of us has that ability to feel whatever we want to feel in every present moment. That's a bar, write it down. You get to feel whatever you want to feel in every present moment. You get to decide. You get to emotionally react or, logically respond to things as they show up or not show up in your life. It's important. To Mr. Neo, by the way, since you messed with me a little bit earlier, now I get to mess with you. Don't worry, bro. You'll figure out how to, you'll figure out your mic problem. I can already tell that he's probably attempting to fool me because he's probably making up some. I can go on his stream right now and see if he actually is having an echo problem on his stream. I do have his YouTube. I can go check if he's just messing around. If he is live, that is. Let's go have a peek. See if he is live. Ooh, Mr. Shinigami. Nice. Let's see. Matrix Neo 64. Is he live? He's not. But he was streaming earlier. He was streamed an hour ago. He streamed 5 hours ago. Okay. Yeah, so I got a message from a brother. What was his name? I forget his name. But he left me a message yesterday he left me a message on Wednesday, actually. He was saying, "Hey, I've started my streaming, and it's you. And you're the number one person who got me to take action on it. You led by example at the highest level." Nice. Brings me joy. Now he be doing what he needs to do. Nothing more. Nothing more. Cool. Huh? Well, bro, it's because I stopped caring about if people show up on my stream, and that's why, it just happens. We got good souls. We got souls who being controlled by their mind. We have people screaming in the chat with capital letters, thinking that's gonna really make me pay attention to them. If anything, if you're using capital letters, it's more like I'm gonna just not pay attention to you. You're doing the reverse thing. It's funny. $114. Someone who doesn't care, when I say that, I don't mean it in some sort of negative way. Someone who just is just at peace with themselves, they don't care what happens at this point. Whether the channel grows, it doesn't grow, this or that, blah, blah, blah. I'm scared, though, that my channel could get shadow banned. Well, if you put out that fear that you're going to get shadow banned, then you're going to get shadow banned. I had that fear and I got shadow banned. Why do you think the other channel flopped? It wasn't because of the things I was saying. It's simply because there was a glitch and AI decided to screw it over, and that's because I had a fear, so it manifested in a physical form, or in that case, a digital form. So if you keep having fears that you're going to get shadow banned, then guess what? The universe is going to keep proving to you that you're going to get shadow banned, and just guess what? You're going to get shadow banned. So don't put out that energy. Just keep doing what you're doing. I don't think about that anymore. I simply stopped caring. So the universe is just like, oh, you don't care anymore? Okay, cool. I'll just give you more of what you want. The algorithm works based on your emotions. That's the real trick of the algorithm. It's when you stop caring, you're just doing it because you love it, and not because you need numbers or likes, clicks, and follows and whatever. You'll see how things just unfold. But the more you continuously focus on numbers and likes and clicks and subscribers, then guess what? You're focusing on the external. Remember, it starts with you, and it ends with you. So if your emotional state of being is tied to the external, then when shit like that happens in the external, then guess what? You tied yourself to the external. Whereas the internal, you're good whether you get 1 viewer or 10,000 viewers. Some days on this channel, I don't really even look at I don't look at the graph. I don't even look at how many subscribers I have. I don't care, to be honest. I stopped a long time ago. I don't care if it's 1 view or 1,000 views, as long as there's somebody on the channel and they've gotten some sort of insight or something that's helped them in their life. I've did my job. That's all I care about. So if it reaches like the masses, or it just keeps reaching only like a handful of people, I'm good. I'm doing this because I get to do what I do now, not because I have to do something. So the algorithm basically works on you. You're the algorithm. I know people on YouTube will say, but that's not true. That's not how the algorithm works, blah, 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 blah. No, it works the way you decided it to work. There are people who defy rationality, not based on some metrics. Let's see. Yeah. Taylor, good stuff. I like that energy of yours. That's good. You're my type of person right there. I like that. That's how I roll. Clear skies, fresh air, just in the moment. It's all that matters. Right now the skies are a little cloudy, but the clouds will dissipate soon enough. It's good energy. Easy life. What else do you want? What does most people want? Everyone's looking for a feeling, to feel something, right? And guess what? You can feel the feeling now, but the only reason why we're not feeling is because we're waiting for something to happen for us to feel the feeling. But you can feel the feeling right now, and then the thing will happen. Everyone has the ability to feel anything at any time. From apathy to joyful. You have that range. Whatever in that range, you can feel anything. But you get to decide what to feel. So for me, I always do my best to strive for joy. Oh, but that's not possible, Ryan. It can't be always joyful. Of course not. But my natural state is joy. Everything else is just like... Does that mean if someone's hurt, you're going to be joyful? Of course not. Feel the feelings. Does it mean if you lost your job or you're struggling to pay your bills to feel joyful? No, feel your feelings, but just know that you know, it does start with you, and you have the ability to shift within. And as you shift within, your outside will start to reorganize itself based on the level of awareness that you're on and the actions you take from that state of being, which will then produce a new frequency, and that frequency will then help your intuition to take aligned action in a way that you may not have taken before. So instead of your view being like this, it starts opening up like this, and then you start to see more, or see a lot more. Thank God I did record my my struggles. It's on my other channel. There's whoever I hire is gonna have a lot of content to sift through, though, tons. There's a lot of just filler things, and then there's a lot of really, really powerful content. It's not any different from what I'm sharing right now, but you know, I get to see the struggles that I've been through and get to watch myself, like, you can keep going. I know it looks like it's all hope is lost, Orion. I know you feel like all hope is lost, but I promise you it's not. You're gonna do it. Just keep going. So I get to look back at my previous self and kind of like encourage that self to keep going. Just like this current self is going to be a past self soon enough with the future self, who's already miles and leaps and bounds ahead of this version, but I've decided that I'm there now, and I just walk the path, and then as the path unfolds, I get to look back at this moment and be like, you see, you never gave up, you never stopped, you kept going, but you also remembered who you are and how to be in every present moment. Can't be always joyful, but maybe always peaceful. Yeah, I'm not even sure if that's possible. I mean, you can buy a chainsaw, but that won't bother me unless you come and attempt to like chop me off. Then you best believe I'll be fighting you back. Don't think I'll just stand there or stand by as you're about to come in like. Well, CJ, I mean, like, you get to decide. Look, is every moment in my day peaceful? No, we got people on the streams who act very second dimensional at times, but I don't really entertain their stuff. I feed them a little bit of attention, but nothing more. I'm still at peace, or I'm still joyful within. I may not show it on my face, but I'm actually really excited within. I just stay very like neutral on the outside as much as I can. You see, like, honestly, this is all I care about. Just wanted more time for myself, helping a set amount of people, getting paid to do what I love, which is happening, and similar to Taylor saying that's all she needed, or he needed. I don't know if that's a he or she, but, you know, clear skies for them, and, you know, fresh air. That's all they need. That person lives a very simple life. It's good. Everything any one of you is ever going to do is based on how you feel. And that's a bar. Write it down. No matter what you want in life, it's always based on a feeling. You want that sports car because you want to feel a certain way. So you can have that certain feeling by tapping in what it feels like to drive that fancy sports car right now. And you'll see as your subconscious doesn't know the difference whether you really have it or you don't physically have it, because you've given yourself such emotional intensity behind it. And look, the sun is back out. Or the clouds have moved. And the more you feel the emotional intensity within, you're good either way, because you can always just give yourself that feeling. But eventually, you're going to take your things for granted. Like, for example, you have a pair of shoes that you're looking in the window. Now you've worn that shoe to a point where, like, you don't even care about putting it on and going out and walking in like really crappy weather, because you've now had the shoe, because you've normalized it. So when you normalize the feeling within, then the universe just like, oh, this is normal to this person, so I'll just give it to them. That's how it works. Yep, entrepreneurship is the way. And I know some will say, not everybody's built to be an entrepreneur. Well, first of all, what is the definition of an entrepreneur? Right? Each person who's an entrepreneur has their own damn definition. So for those who are like, is entrepreneurship for everybody? And some will say, nope, it's only built for certain people. I'm like, I say to that, that's a stupid third dimensional perspective. It's a dumb perspective. Because they don't know anything about reality. For those who say, nope, entrepreneurship is only for those who are meant to be entrepreneurs. What? What? Really? What the fuck are you even talking about? You know what you're saying? Sure, you made a lot of success in the human realm, but you still haven't figured out what the mental realm is. When you truly let go of all things in the physical, all things come to you in the physical. That's a bar, write it down. I don't care to be in a relationship, and yet there's many people who like me. I don't care about having, a certain amount of money. It's just coming to me now. I didn't care about having clients anymore. Now it's showing up because I stopped caring. Not in the sense of like a negative sense. I stopped putting importance on like when and how. I just like, this is what I desired, and if I'm good with it, cool. If I'm good without it, also cool. I'm just going to accept it for what it is and just allow things to unfold. It's simple. This guy calling me little bro. Yeah, okay. I don't know how old you are or how young you are. You're probably like maybe in your teens or maybe your mid-20s at best. So I have a challenge for you, little bro. Watch me if you want to stick around and be a third-dimensional human. Actually, you're more like a second-dimensional human right now with your mind. Watch me in a couple years. I'll be dancing fucking circles around you. Bet. Oh, awesome. Nice. Very nice. That's a good age, 23. It's a nice prime age. First real statement from this guy. I've been preparing for quite some time, dude. But see, first statement, that was actually real from you. A real, actual statement. I like how you like to superimpose your intellectualization onto me. You're right, though. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So, you're right, though. The way I'm going right now, probably in my 60s or 70s, I'm still going to be very athletic because I've seen 60 and 70-year-olds who are very athletic. They may not have the muscle mass, and I don't care to build like, I don't want to be jacked. I just want to stay like fit. Like earlier, the sister who asked about Canva, she's in her 70s. And she's still running. She doesn't run as fast, but she's still going. She's very healthy for her age. She inspires me every time. She runs in the winter time too. I'm like, damn, this girl nonstop running. It's good for her. So she inspires me. So there's no excuse for me not to keep moving. Mr. Fly, I know you like me, but can you have all out over there? Well, Doc, that depends on your perspective. And I can tell you that, yes, single life is the way to go, but marriage life is also the way to go, too. There are plenty of couples who are thriving together. Plenty. My sister Victoria, who lives in San Diego, has an amazing marriage life with her husband named Lee. 2 kids, and she is thriving. She gives a little too much at times. She needs to start receiving a little bit more, but, you know, she has a really great relationship. So, perspective. Right? What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. If you feel like the single life is for you, stay single. All right? If that works best for you and you feel aligned with being single, stay single. Like, I stayed single for a long time because I also thought the same thing too. Like, single life is the best because it's like overload. But that's because I didn't understand how the mind worked. Now that I know how the mind works, you get to decide what that looks like. But of course, the other person also has to know how the mind works. Right? Just because you know how the mind works and your partner doesn't, you know, it doesn't mean it's going to be all hunky-dory. She or he, depending on, you know, whatever side you play, has to know how the mind works. Once 2 humans understand how the mind works in a partnership, it becomes simple. Doesn't mean there's no challenges, but you are able to navigate easier. Ah, you're hiding in the tree. I see you over there. Yeah. My body already hurts from months of manual labor and obsessive exercise. Why stop? Well, I would say, are you enjoying that though? The obsessive exercising and the amount of manual labor you're doing. If you're enjoying that and that brings you some sort of joy, then keep doing it. Like, if it's fulfilling some sort of need, even though you don't have needs, it's requirements. Because needs comes from lack, and you're not lacking anything unless you say you are. If you're enjoying what you're doing, then keep doing it. I enjoy it, but when every single step hurts, I have to work around it. Yeah, there are other ways to get around that, though. You might just be doing it a little bit. I mean, shit happens. Like, you're going to have to go through your challenges and your obstacles, but then you can find the silver lining and the opportunities behind it. It all comes down to perspective here, which then will lead to perception. That's why I was talking about perception and perspective and projection in the last 3 days. That's the foundation of a lot of things that's going on in your worlds. Perspective, perception, and projection, which then leads to your present moment. Hence why we're talking about the present moment today. Which then tomorrow will be leading about the paradigms that you can have shifts in your life and then ultimately lead into a paradox where you get to see it for what it is now, the opposite. I'm glad you do enjoy it, but there might be ways to make it a little bit more easier on yourself. Like, for me, one thing that I was making my life more difficult was having to constantly think I needed to read more books and read a lot of books. Tons and tons of books. I read a lot of books, but I simplified my life by, like, saying, you know what, if I'm going to read a certain amount of books in a year, let it be just that and that's enough, and I already have enough. I already know enough. I'm more than capable with all the wisdom that I have right now. There are people who haven't read any books and they are living their best life. And I've read many, many books, and at the time I wasn't living my best life. Now I am. So that they mirrored back to me like, it's not about the books. There's something that's deep down that I have to shift within. Once I shifted that belief around something had to be harder or difficult, that's when the game changed. I'm like, it could be fun and easy. Why does it have to be hard? Because we subscribed to that word called hard. You know, I've been on dating sites for a while, just looking not to date anybody, but just to see what people are saying, because I want to see what the mentalities of both men and women are. And they're both saying, I'm looking for a hard-working person. That's one of the first things they're looking for. I'm looking for a hard-working person. What does that mean? Someone who's focused, someone who's going through the ringer, someone who's suffering but will never give up. What does that mean? Hard work. Everyone has their own definition. It doesn't have to be hard. What I do during my days, especially my workouts, or I like to call them playouts, they're not hard. They're actually very easy. But most people will look at it like, damn, that looks very difficult to do. I'm like, it's not though. It's easy because I've told myself it's easy. I've just started lifting 45 pounds. This left shoulder has a little bit of a challenge lifting the 45 pounds right now, presently. It can lift 40, no problem. But 45, just a smidge. It's a little, we're pushing ourselves to the limit. But I remind myself like, hey, this is just something that you haven't gotten used to yet. It's not hard, you're just not used to it yet. But sooner or later, we're going to get used to it because it's still new and familiar or unfamiliar. So you're going to, have a little bit of time reminding the body that. But we were like that when we were doing 40 pounds and 35 pounds, and we got to accomplish that. Right? So there's no difference between 45 and 50, just taking small little increments up. So when I keep shifting the words that it's actually easy, it becomes easy to do. That is how the mind works. What the thinker thinks to prove or proves. And those are the best words I can use right now. What the thinker is thinking, it's going to prove its confirmation as true. So if you think something hard in the present moment, it's going to be hard in the present moment. And what's really hard? If others did it, why can't you? The only reason why it's considered hard is because you haven't gone through the experience yet. That's all it is. But once you've gone through the experience, or you can say, if that human did it, then why can't I do it? It's easy. Yeah, exactly. Think very easily, and you'll see how easy things actually get. Think hard, then hard. That's what hard's going to be. It's going to be very hard. That's why, like, when I read a book, I retain everything. Now, if you were to tell me what happened in Think and Grow Rich in 2020, well, let's just say that I only remember one thing, and that is the story about you're always 3 feet from goal. That was the most important thing that I picked up from that book, next to a mastermind, where when two minds are working in conjunction together, it's more powerful than one. But here's the paradox to that. If two minds are still operating on a level of like unawareness, but one mind has all the awareness, then clearly that one mind outdoes those two minds. So that book has some pros and cons to it. Then again, that book was also written in the 30s. So, smart guy lived it, that these generations isn't completely cooked. Correct. No one's completely cooked until they say they've been completely cooked, and that's a bar. Write it down. If you say I'm cooked, then you're cooked. If you say I'm not cooked, then you're not cooked, because you always have a chance to shift and change if you choose to, of course. I completely forget about audiobooks. Yes, audiobooks are very helpful. Some people need to see words, some people need to hear words. I used to struggle listening to audiobooks because I'm like, this is fucking boring. But then I had to change my perception behind audiobooks being boring to be more entertaining. Right? Yes, listening to like Eckhart Tolle being like, speaking like this and talking like that. And this is how you get into the now. And the way he speaks, I'm like, come on, dude. Really? So, for me, you know, depending on the audio, like the person who's speaking, I'll either read the damn book, or I'll find a way to make it entertaining to some extent. True, you're right. But guess what? You have the power to outdo your whole generation. David Goggins, I don't know if his audiobook is out, or the audio version of his book, Can't Hurt Me. David Goggins is actually pretty entertaining for me. I like the way he speaks. The jars of fucks. I used to be very into David Goggins and hustle mentality and, you know, the jars of fucks and like doing hard things and all that. He's a good dude. It's a good book, by the way. I read that in 2021? I found out about David Goggins in 2021. I mean, I've seen his videos, but I didn't know who he was. I saw him running in the rain, and I'm like, inspiring. Running at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m., and he's like, yeah, you get your ass up, you put on your boots, and you just go and do it. You roll, son. He didn't talk like that, but basically I'm kind of like paraphrasing. Too bad, get your ass up and get going. Get those shoes on and get out there and run. Or whatever the hell he would say. Yeah, he's a good dude. Just, I don't subscribe to his hustle mentality anymore. There are better ways to do the things that he's doing without having to do it the way he's doing it. It all comes down to how you choose to perceive things. Perception is everything. To the person who said, it was you, that you said that it's hard when you get clowned on by your generation, well, guess what? You can out-clown your generation. And that's another bar. You can rise beyond the generation. I could have been like, yeah, I'm cooked. And tone is very important indeed, yes. I could have said that, yeah, my generation is fucked. Millennials are fucked. It's all about Gen Zs and Gen Alphas. Millennials are fucked. And I could have played that game and that woe is me story or victim story and be like, yeah, my generation is fucked. But it's not. Not even close. We were granted something that most generations don't have. Like, we were the generation that lived in the old world and the new world. What's up, dude? Good to see you. We got to live in the old world. Not to say, when I say old, I don't mean to say like we had no technology. We had TVs and radios. But that's all we really had in our Nintendo system. But then we also got to live in a new world with the internet, AI, cell phones, Walkmans, MP3 players, right? Stuff like that. So we were granted a very interesting set of perspectives. And because of that we got to grow up in a world where we had like no internet, right? The only way for us to have fun was to go out and have fun with our friends. Good old days indeed. Right? You go out and have fun with your friends. You ride your bike. You go to the store. You go get your ice cream with your friends. You hang out at the ice cream shop, or go get like freezies or Slurpees or slushies or whatever, and then you just play like Nintendo. They'd come over to your house and play Nintendo or Super Nintendo, and you spend hours, or you go to the arcade, right? There was no internet back then, so you just go to the arcade and just like whoop candy ass in Street Fighter or something, or Mortal Kombat. Those were good days. But we didn't have the internet. So once you were home, the only way to hang out with your friend is like, yo, dude, what's up? What's going on? You have to call via house phone, right? Some of us had the rotary phones where you have to like, da-da. We had a rotary phone when I was growing up. We didn't have the hello. We eventually got one of those phones. We still have a house phone here. Funny enough. And they still use it here. Still comes in handy, but, you know, most people are on cell phones now. It's so fascinating. So I could have just said our generation is cooked, but our generation isn't cooked. What's up, Todd? Good to see you. I've had not a landline since 2006. Yeah. I told my parents, like, hey, you know, like, you have a cell phone now. Like, why are you even bothering with a landline? Well, there was a moment where we needed the landline and the cell phones weren't working. There was a day where all the cell networks went down in Toronto. Like, a tower just went kaboom. Well, it didn't explode, but something happened to it. And telecommunications was cut. And everybody was like, ugh. And this is where mom was like, see, this is the reason why we still have a landline. And I'm like, yeah. I don't answer the house phone ever. Half the time it's like, you pick up the phone, beep. What? You don't even say anything, and the moment you even say a word, beep. What's the point? So, but yeah, I got to grow up I was born in 85. Well, this character was born in 85. Quite the year, by the way. So I got to see all kinds of different perspectives growing up. The old school stuff, the new school stuff. Seeing people talking about Riz. You got that Riz, boy. I'm like, what the fuck is Riz now? Making up words? Okay, if we're making up words, then I'm making up my own damn words. Third dimensional thinking. Hey, interesting. Cool. Yeah, my avatar is in 85. Yeah, I like how you said that. Yeah, I know. I know Riz was charisma, but I honestly did not know what the fuck Riz was. And then of course the other one was like aura farming. I'm like, aura farming? What the fuck are we even making here, people? Aura farming, really? You got that aura. I know what that means, but I'm like, the one earlier was like, I'm just Jocelyn. Or Joshin or Jocelyn. I don't know what the fuck. I'm like, so we're just taking words and we're just putting letters together now. We're slapping them together. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I have no problem with these words. There's no problems because I'm just showing you that if people are making up words, then clearly you can make up your own word, or you can just know the power behind your words, because what we're doing is when we create a word, we're giving energy or a meaning behind a word, and that energy is then creating a either simplistic way of explaining something or an obfuscated way to explain something that could be simplified. So like when I heard Riz, you got that Riz, boy. This guy got Riz. This guy got Riz. What the fuck does that mean? Because, you know, charisma doesn't have a Z in it. It has no Z. It has an S. It has one S. Yeah, one S. Just making sure. So I'm like, Riz? What the fuck? What is Riz? I thought it was something completely different. I'm like, I really hope it's not what I think it is. So I'm like, so somebody had to tell me it means you got charisma. I'm like, oh, so why the fuck do they not just say charisma? Well, it'll rhyme because the kids nowadays like to say short stuff because, you know, they're lazy as fuck. I'm like, I know. Just say fucking charisma. Yeah. Yeah. True, and I don't judge. I just like, I'm just like, what are with these words? That's why, like, I have my own set of words, like third dimensional thinking, second dimensional, first dimensional. Those are not made up words. Those are just words. That's just a phrase that I say for people who are not knowing thyself. It's not an insult. It's just where you are, where your mind is. That's a first dimensional perspective. Second dimensional perspective. Multi-dimensional knowing. There are people who've been on the stream. I don't even have to say a word. They already know. They're in multi-dimensional knowingness. Those are my people. Everybody else, well, I mean, I resonate with them more than others. Yeah, there's no judgment. It's just, it is what it is. People are where they are based on their current level of coherence, awareness, and frequency, which is all kind of intertwined based on their perception, expectations, beliefs, emotional charged thoughts, convictions, reactions, and focus/attention. That's what a frequency is. Oh. It's almost 2 o'clock. I think I'm going to end the stream at 2. So you got 9 minutes. You got 9 more minutes, people. Yeah, it's just important to be in the present moment, if you can, as much as you can. And whatever you're feeling, thinking, acting, saying, doing, and being, just be mindful or be aware of it. Because whatever you're thinking, feeling, acting, saying, doing, or being is what you're going to have in the outside world. Because the universe is just compounding that based on the energy that you're outputting. The bull punches up, the bear punches down. Yeah, exactly. It's true. What if I told you, Todd, you already met your fourth dimensional self? Perspective, by the way. Since you're aware of it, right? Your fourth dimensional self, fifth dimensional self, higher dimensional self, right? I think you've already met it. Now you just have to, well, you don't need to do anything, but you can choose to accept yourself as the fourth dimensional being, fifth dimensional being. Because you are actually a multi-dimensional being just having a third dimensional experience. That's another way of saying you are the creator, you are God, you know, as a human character or avatar. That's an easier way of saying that, though. You are a multi-dimensional being having a third dimensional perspective or experience. All of us are. Every one of us is multi-dimensional. And we have the ability to think multi-dimensionally, but most of us have been trapped into the third dimensional by looking with our eyes and seeing what's out there. But in true reality, it's actually looking within, knowing it's a mirror, and then it reflects back out what you already are. That's the true game. Nothing wrong if you look outside and you're seeing, you know, what you're seeing. If that's helping you and is bringing you joy in your reality, amazing. But most people are not enjoying their experience. They are having quite the time. I've been observing this tree behind me. For those of you who've been on my stream 2 weeks ago, you were like, "Wait, where's the tree that you had behind me?" This is the same tree. I'm like, I said that this tree is going to change colors to green. I only get it to being pink/purple for like 1 or 2 weeks, and then it starts changing. But for those who are new on the stream, you've never seen this tree being pink or purple. Perspective. And the reason why I'm bringing this up right now is because there's a version of you that you probably haven't seen yet, but already exists. Like for you, Todd, for learning with playlist. For you all who's in the chat right now, there is a version of you who exists. You haven't fully met them, or you have met them, but you just haven't fully, like, it hasn't anchored in as your knowingness just yet, or you haven't embodied that version of you fully, but that version of you exists. Like whatever that is. Billionaire Todd, millionaire Todd, person who has the greatest love life on the earth, living your greatest passions or purpose, right? Helping people, impacting people, whatever that is, that version all exists. The moment you think of it, it's already done. The only question is, will you be able to shift your frequency of matching what that version of you is and staying the course? That's what I've been doing. I've been locked into my vision, staying the course within, no matter what my outside world shows me. And slowly but surely, things have been, falling into place. Little by little, things have been falling into place. Started with the clients. They became sort of like physical evidence, proof that what I'm saying is working. Because the mind is always looking for proof. And it took a whole year and a half for me to go through and figure out the proof and wanting proof, because the mind was always seeking proof. It was always looking for proof. But I wasn't getting proof. But proof was always there. I just wasn't looking in the aligned spot. I was looking outside when I was supposed to be looking inside. And the more you start looking inside, the universe is like, oh, so this is what this guy believes is to be true. He's got this, that. I'm going to surrender it to him because he's walking the path. He's not taking no for an answer, essentially. I said that I'm this, so I'm this. I don't care if it hasn't caught up to reality. It's not a lie. It's just who I am. I've identified as that now. So this is who I am. And I'm locked in. And as I lock in, it just unfolds, because it starts with the mirror within. When you smile at the mirror, the mirror will smile back. So that expression, that metaphor of smiling, is basically taking the aligned actions from within, feeling, being, saying, doing. What are the actions of a trillionaire? What are the actions, or what are the saying? What is a trillionaire saying to himself and others? What is a trillionaire feeling inside? Confident, certain, relief, calm confidence, right? What else is a trillionaire being? How is he actually showing up in the world? Is he entertaining certain ideologies from other people, or thoughts that people drop in the chat, or even in the physical, right? I had to write all that out. This is what the billionaire, trillionaire, or millionaire operates from, and I lock in. And you have to have the 7 keys of your frequency in alignment. Your beliefs, your emotional charged thoughts, your expectations, your perceptions, your convictions, your reactions, and your focus. Or I can call this responding and your focus. These 7 keys, when they're in alignment, they will bring forth the new frequency. You stay the course long enough, it builds momentum, and then things in your physical experience start to rearrange itself, and guess what happens? You start to live the life by your design. That was a masterclass within a minute before I end the stream. Thank you all for coming on today, all of you. Appreciate each and every single one of you. I'll be back tomorrow, most likely. but I won't be streaming for long because it's apparently supposed to be raining. So I may only take the walk to the trail and then come back, and that's it. I might end the stream right at the trail, or I might not stream tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. But with that being said, y'all, I'm out. Have yourselves a good rest of your day or night, wherever you are. Just remember, all that is here is the present moment. Later, y'all. Have a good one. See you, bro. Good to have you on, by the way, but I'll see you later. Enjoy your evening. Actually, enjoy your night because you're nighttime. Bye-bye.